Tonight on the podcast, we're talking about Tommy Wiseau joining Star Wars, the Wonder Twins being dead, Square Enix for sale. We're reviewing Halo, the final episode of Moon Knight, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse Madness. And we're finally going to get the results of the DNA test to find out if Lance is actually a pepperoni. Man, Max, hit that music. It is Friday night in Phoenix, and you're locked into the best damn podcast in all of the land, the Absolute Geek Podcast. I'm Matt.
I am Lance.
I'm Max.
Did I hear right? Did you say you are lactating to the best damn podcast? I heard lactating.
I said locked in.
Oh,
no,
locked
I heard lapped.
in.
I heard lapped in. And I was like, are you lapping us up?
There is a bit of a stutter. I said, I don't know how you lactate to a podcast, but
you would know.
I do.
5
lactate.
kids. I'm sure you lactating at some point. Yo, what up, Patrick? Welcome in.
What up, Patrick?
You guys are just finding us, and this is your first time checking out the Absolute Geek Podcast. Make sure that like and subscribe button and follow us on all social media platforms. If you click our description below, it's to our link tree. You can find us on all social media platforms there. It's a good day in the neighborhood, huh?
Yeah, dude. We are up
for Friday.
We are up for best podcast in the Valley. We are up for best TikTok in the Valley and best Twitter in the Valley.
I heard our TikToks are nothing but Lance dancing in a towel while eating pepperoni slices to the
trying to lick my own boob.
Yeah, if we win TikTok, that is completely Lance's award because you are the only one.
Oh, and we should not win it because I do not do enough on TikTok to win such a award.
The only one.
I mean, he uses clips from the podcast, so I guess we can give some credit for that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm just lactating thinking about that podcast win, though. My nipples are getting wet.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so you can vote once a day, every day until May 21st, I believe. So get your votes. That means you, Solo.
Good deal, man.
And you too, Wookie.
What's new, guys? It's been a week since I've been on here. What you guys been up to?
I was in Baltimore all week for a work trip, so that was fun. I got no sleep until last night, which was nice.
No sleep till
took the day
Baltimore.
off. Saw Doctor Strange. Helped Lance build his PC. We didn't quite finish building it, but he's close. So
yeah, I think I got it all built. I'm just afraid to fire it up.
So you bought a gaming PC, or you're building a powerhouse PC for games that you say you don't have time to play?
No, I'm not building it for games.
What are you building it for?
Video editing.
Why'd you go PC?
Because
you should have bought a new Mac if you're gonna go video editing.
Okay, so so in the last 15 years, I've owned probably 3 or 4 Macs, and I love Mac, and I think the Mac OS is far superior to Windows, but this last laptop I bought pissed me off because the Wi-Fi cards you can't upgrade. The fact that they're moving to their app, I was going to build a Hackintosh, but the fact that they're moving away from Intel processors means that you won't be able to build Hackintoshes anymore. You're not going to be able to get updates for your computer or anything. So I thought about it more and more, and I wanted the ability to upgrade my computer as the years went by if I needed to, and PC's the only one to allow me to do that now.
Yeah, and the money you spent on that PC, man, you could have bought a nice Mac.
I mean, honestly, editing. I looked into it. I think what he got is going to do more than a Mac. Specs wise, it blows a $3,000 Mac out of the water.
Yeah, the Mac that I wanted was $5,500 to $6,000. I think is the Mac Pro.
Well, and when I looked up the specs, dude, the PC you're building is better than that.
But you can't beat their editing software, man. That's industry. That's industry standard.
I use Adobe Premiere, and it's on both. It's just the one benefit.
Yeah, but Final Cut is like industry standard. That's what a lot of that and not Avast. I can't remember what the other one is.
Final Cut, a lot of like it's used often, but Adobe Premiere, the Final Cut, that's the movie editor, right? Adobe Premiere is a close number 2. Close. Adobe makes a damn good product, and I use Adobe Premiere on my Mac, so I'm more comfortable with it anyways. But a lot of the sound engineers, they use Windows as well. Like the thing with Mac over PC, the thing that Mac has above PC is the keystrokes. The keystrokes are way easier, like as far as how quickly to get to things in your design software. You can milk anything, huh, Matt?
I didn't say that.
Oh, Max said that. Dirty. Believe me, I wanted
you gotta
a
do,
Mac.
just make your nips available and just.
I wanted a Mac, but it just not feasible, dude. The one I wanted was $6,000, and I was able to spend less than $4,000 on this one. Mac's ridiculous, dude. How much they charge like for their computers, man. And then to be so proprietary.
That's what I don't like about the Apple software. I had an iPhone. It worked. I mean, it worked great. I'm not going to say anything.
Avid. Avid is like Avid and Final Cut are like the industry standard. That's what most Hollywood editors use. Like if you go to editing school at Scottsdale, they teach you Avid, but Avid and Premiere kind of go hand in hand. They're essentially
But you know how much those programs are?
Avid is like super expensive.
Yeah, I'm not
like stupid expensive.
I'm not paying them. I get the Creative Suite because I use Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign. I use Premiere, Audition. I use this whole Creative Suite, Adobe calls it, and it's $160 or $200 a year or something like that. So I'd much rather pay that. In Adobe, you can do some cool shit, dude. On Premiere, I've done some cool stuff.
All I know is that the guys who did the deep fakes of Luke Skywalker and like made better ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think Corridor Crew is one of the channels that I saw do it. They used PCs, so I mean it's a viable tool. I mean their PCs are way better than even the one you built. Like they had 3090s in there. It's like a $1,400, $1,600 graphics card alone. But I mean, you got a 3080, like a 12 gigabyte, 3080. That thing is baller. Your PC, it's really good, dude. And he has way more RAM than I've got in mine. That's part of the reason that yours is more expensive. And we got you a better CPU than mine. I mean, I think yours is only like 9% faster than mine, but it's like double the threads and stuff. So it should be even though it's only like 9% faster.
Well, what do you run? Intel or Ryzen?
Ryzen is what he's going to be running. I looked into the Intel. I helped him like build it since I know like more of the background on PC.
I bought everything he told me to buy.
I know, and if it sucks, I'm going to be like, oh boy.
I did not go outside of his recommendation whatsoever. I had no idea what I was doing.
But I looked at Intel and they were just way more expensive for the CPUs. And I was just doing some research online and people were like, it's not that big a difference for a graphic design, video editing. It's just get a good CPU and you'll be good. And the AMD ones, dude, they're great.
Yeah,
I think I might be team red when it comes to CPUs. I'm definitely team green. NVIDIA for my graphics cards. But to be fair, I know Lance is going to say to be fair. I've never had an AMD GPU. Not against trying it. I haven't ever had one. So I'm sure I would enjoy it.
I've owned a couple AMD computers.
Well, when I meant just the graphics card. So like now that I've gotten more into like building my own, I've only ever had NVIDIA graphics cards. I've never had an AMD graphics card. One of these days I'll try one out, but they weren't available when I was looking. So
I was going to ask Ish to come on tonight.
He is going to come on. He said a little bit later. He said he's going to be a little bit late. So I already talked to him. I already took care of that.
Awesome.
Sweet. Oh, you know what though? You know what happened this week that made me quite upset? Ish said live long and prosper on my May the 4th post.
Dude, I never gotten so many Star Trek updates in one day than I did that day from Ish. He
Really?
must have invited me to like some Star Trek group, and he kept posting like these like little episode reviews or something. I don't know what they were. But yeah, dude, everywhere I looked, Ish, live long and prosper. He's such a fucking troll, dude. I love him, but he's a troll.
Oh, 100% trolling. 100%. He knew what day it was. And I know Ish likes Star Wars. He's just messing with us. I
Does
get
he
it,
though?
I guess I should say I think Ish likes Star Wars.
Oh, Patrick's throwing the heat, man.
Uh-oh.
When Patrick
Is throwing the heat.
Oh,
what a dick
geez,
move from a
Patrick.
fan of a dog
All
shit
right.
franchise.
We're not getting into this again. But your mom says you do realize he's first and foremost a troll, right?
Yep.
You're okay. You know what? Your mom and I are friends on Facebook. She posts way trollier stuff than Ish does, and I love it. Her posts are like the highlight of my day half the time. They're hilarious. I'm going to say this right now, since you guys don't live that far from us. I think I was telling Matt or Lance this. Your
Where do they
mom,
live?
you guys and Ish. Well, they live here in
They live in
Arizona.
Scottsdale.
I want to do a double
Oh.
date with you guys. I want to go out with your mom and Ish one of these days. You guys got to reach out. We'll hit up dinner or something. Oh man. Well, what are we talking about this week?
Oh, we got a lot of stuff
Doctor
going on this week.
Strange.
I mean, I know what
Doctor
we're talking about. I'm just
Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah.
We're gonna see if we could do a spoil-free review of Doctor Strangelove, but it's probably not gonna work. I only said spoiler-free because it just came out, and like there's an embargo on it until like Tuesday of next week, where you're not supposed to be posting spoilers online. I know
Oh,
people
really?
still are, anyways.
I mean, we didn't sign a freaking embargo.
no, you don't have to. I just know that there is one out there.
They've been spoiling it for the last 2 weeks.
They spoiled it with the trailers, but
I agree.
anyways,
Yeah, we'll get more into that.
yeah, let's get into a little bit of geek news tonight.
Geek news.
There,
Put your
yeah.
fucking headphones on and listen to some geek news.
Okay.
I don't know.
Anyways, starting off tonight, the creator of The Room and all-around mystery man Tommy Wiseau is back in the news, making a play for another franchise. He started by saying, "I want to book her in the next Batman movie," and now he's moved on to reaching out to Marvel and requesting to be put into the Star Wars franchise.
He reached out to Marvel.
Well,
To
Disney
request-
Marvel, yes.
Oh, okay.
But he reached out to Disney because he wants to be in the Star Wars franchise.
You know what? I'm going to reach out
You're
to DC.
killing me, Darth.
I'm going to reach out to DC and ask if I can be in the Marvel universe. Let's see how that goes. I mean, reaching out to Marvel
Now-
is a little bit better.
When he says he reached out to somebody at Disney, was it like one of the people that work at the park, or
He didn't really reach out to someone at Disney. All he did was tweet at
Tweet.
him and say,
Hey,
You're-
yo, Cinderella.
all he didn't know, he tweeted, "You're tearing me apart, Star Wars. Don't be chicken. Put me in your universe. Love you all. TW." Tommy.
You know
Wiseau.
what?
Oh, hi,
I
Darth.
don't think he's a very good actor, but
Oh no, he's not. That's why
Put
we
him-
love him.
well, yeah. I was just
Dude,
going to
The
say, put him,
Room is an
put him in anything.
iconic cult classic movie.
make
It
him
makes
a freaking
me
stormtrooper.
sad that Film Bar is gone because there was nothing better than going to Film Bar and watching this film and interacting with the crowd. This movie is like right there with Rocky Horror Picture Show as far as like crowd interaction. So
I've never seen this movie.
You've never seen The Room?
I
Oh,
have
did you
not.
watch Did you watch the James Franco? What would you call that? Not a parody.
I didn't because I wanted to see The Room before I watched the.
It's an
parody.
absolute train wreck of a movie, but it's so good.
The Room
Is it-
or the parody?
But the Room itself, the movie The Room itself.
Yeah, which I've heard.
Such a
What's the
bad
parody
train-
called?
train-
Disaster Artist, I believe.
Yeah, The Disaster Artist.
Such a great movie.
It is very good.
No, and I've heard The Room is one of those like it's so bad it's good kind of movies. I really need to check it out.
But it's so bad that it's fantastic. If you ever want to watch a man fuck a chick's belly button, check out The Room.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
all right.
there's supposed to be a sex scene where he's having sex with his girlfriend, but he's so high up that it looks like he's like humping her belly button.
Oh, and like
Because
the camera's like not. Yeah.
yeah, well, because he was so adamant to get his ass in the shot for the movie that he's like humping her belly button. It's
Really?
so
Jeez.
bad.
Jeez
It's
Louise.
great.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's almost like, how can you make something so bad and not have done it on purpose?
Well, dude,
Like, he really thought he was making Citizen Kane.
yeah,
Well,
he,
hi, Mark. I know that. I know that much.
Oh, hi,
but it's
Mark.
it's the yeah. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Johnny. You're my favorite customer. So good. Or she got so beat up by a couple guys and they had to take her to a hospital on Guerrero Street. Funny story, Mark. A chick getting beat up is a funny story. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's so good. If you have nothing better to do this weekend, dial up The Room. You can find it pretty much anywhere online.
You can find it on the interwebs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why they call it the best worst movie ever made. That and Troll 2. Troll 2 is another one if you've never seen Troll 2.
I
don't
haven't,
think
but
I don't think I've seen that one. I thought you said Trolls 2 for a minute.
that's
No,
what I was
Troll.
thinking. I was like, I mean, I don't think I saw Trolls 2, but it can't be that bad.
Anna Kendrick is a treasure.
Nah,
That's
it's not
true.
that one.
I figured as much.
You don't piss on hospitality. That's all you get to know from that.
So is there
But
a
yeah,
Troll 1?
Yeah, Ish.
yeah, but it's like, yes. See, your mom knows. Your mom knows. Troll 2 is fucking magical. Yes. You don't piss on hospitality. I'm gonna have to tighten my belt one more notch so I don't have to feel the hunger pains.
So you like those movies better than what's the other one that Ish loves?
Oh, Hudson Hawk.
Yeah.
Hudson Hawk's a dumpster fire dog shit.
So you can't find any redeeming qualities in that one?
No.
See, but you compared it a minute. I guess you only compared it as far as fan interaction. Rocky Horror Picture Show is a good movie.
No, Rocky Horror Picture Show is a fantastic movie, but I'm just talking like the interaction. Like when you go to a viewing of The Room, it's every picture frame in the movie. There's no pictures in it. They're all spoons. They're all pictures of spoons. So every time you see a picture frame in a shot, people throw spoons at the screen.
Oh, okay. So that is like Rocky Horror. You throw a toast in Rocky Horror.
Yeah, and there's always there's 5 or 6 tracking shots of the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's the same shot used every time. So when they show it, people will go, 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 and start cheering as it's panning across. So yeah, there's all kinds of it's like
So it's an
very
experience.
fan interacting movie. Yeah, it's
I
an
used to-
experience.
I don't know if I've ever said it on
I
the
feel
show,
like.
but
Go ahead.
I used to be a part of a Rocky Horror Picture Show group. It was called Come As You Are.
Oh, nice.
And I probably seen Rocky Horror more than 350 times.
Wow.
I love that movie. I can
Yeah.
quote most of it.
I was about to say that I would I would probably love going to a group screening of Princess Bride. Now I know Princess Bride is a very well loved movie. Not
Princess
because
Bride
it's bad,
is
but
largely
because it's
considered
good.
one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yeah, I agree. I was
As
just
far as story, it's just a complete
yeah,
film.
yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's not a really apt comparison because you guys are talking about Rocky Horror isn't a bad movie.
Rocky Horror is a cult classic.
It's a cult classic.
It's a
Whereas
good
Princess
movie.
Bride is a cult classic, but also a well-renowned movie at this point. Anyways, I would
I'm
love
just
to go
saying.
to a public screening of that.
Do yourself a favor,
Everyone,
man.
inconceivable, and yeah.
Watch The Room. And
Have you ever
report back
seen
to us.
Have you ever seen Phantom of the Paradise, Matt?
No.
Dude, okay, so Phantom of the Paradise came out a year before Rocky Horror, and I may like that movie better than Rocky Horror. It's Phantom of the Opera, but it's a spin on it. It's a rock, it's very very similar movies, but it's
Well, now I
this,
want to see that. That sounds great. I love
it's
Phantom
this
of the
rock
Opera.
club that this guy creates this hit song. Someone steals it. This guy Faust steals it. Phantom of the Paradise is. I have it, Max, on Blu-ray. You should come watch it.
Nice.
I don't have it digitally, but it's so good. I want to say that that the two movies share like producers or something like that.
He's just trying to hold on for all he can and stay in any franchise. But
It wants to be relevant.
dude, if I saw Tommy Wiseau as a stormtrooper, I'd be stoked. I would lose my mind. So I'm all for it. Let's go, Tommy. Get Tommy Wiseau in Star Wars. Start a petition for that. Fuck this Amber Heard petition to be removed from Aquaman 2. Who cares about that?
Yeah. You can't
Start a
really
petition
remove
to get
somebody
Tommy
from a
Wiseau
filmed
in
movie.
Star Wars.
Did you just ask Max to Netflix and chill? I think he did, Solo. Matt's trying to steal my man.
No, I'm good.
Get in on your territory.
I'm good.
Yeah, look how fucking. Let me show you this real quick. Can I share my screen?
No, you cannot.
Well, I'm doing.
It's
it
against the
anyways.
rules.
Look how fucking awesome that is. This is Phantom.
What the
of
fuck
Paradise.
is that?
Yeah, that
It's
looks
the
awful.
Phantom. It
That
was the
looks
70s guy, or no? When did this come out?
Fair enough. It's an older movie. I can give it a pass.
It's very old. It's not. It came out 2 years before, or a year or two before Rocky Horror. Yeah, 1974. This movie, 1975 Rocky Horror. But this is Brian De Palma, who's a very renowned director. It's a great movie. But because it came out so soon before Rocky Horror kind of overshadows it. So it doesn't get the same. Like Rocky Horror just became like a mainstay in like American culture. And
Your
this
mom
movie
likes
kinda
Phantom of the Paradise.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's so fucking good, so good, and the music is fucking dude. The soundtrack is so fucking good. I don't know what else to say. It's a great movie.
But all right, moving on. We got a first look at the deep Obi-Wan trailer.
I haven't had a
coming
chance to watch this
on
yet.
It's not that deep.
May the
It's like
4th.
20 seconds longer than the original one.
Oh, then fuck that.
I mean, it does give more detail, and I think
Doesn't
it looks
come out in like a few weeks.
few
or
weeks.
something?
Yeah,
The
first
same
2
weekend as
episodes.
Phoenix Comic Con. Or sorry, Phoenix Fan Fusion.
Yeah, don't get us sued, bro,
Yeah.
by the San
But-
Diegos.
I'm still afraid like this show is going to be like 15% of him off-world gallivanting. The rest of the time he's going to be on Tatooine watching what Luke Skywalker through his little binoculars. And then Uncle Owen checks in every day to tell him how much he sucks at his job.
Yeah, dude. After
Yeah, that
Moon,
was
go ahead, Max.
the most crushing part of the trailer is when Obi-Wan's basically telling, Uncle Owen, I need to train Luke. And he's like, well, how did that turn out for his father or something like that?
Just like you
oof.
trained his father. And I was like, ooh, sick burn.
Ow, that is a burn.
Let me get you a Darth Vader suit, sir.
I don't know, man. Like after Moon Knight, I don't know. Disney Plus needs. They promised us these big cinematic moments, so I hope this delivers. I really do.
Well, I think most of their stuff has. I think
Moon Knight was
one
bad, dude.
I know one bad show doesn't mean that Disney Plus is.
What? Two bad
Bad.
shows.
What was the
You're
other?
forgetting
show?
Book of
Boba
Boba
Fett.
Fett.
Oh no, Book of Boba Fett was mostly bad, but they had some amazing episodes.
As soon as Mandalorian season 3 starts,
I know.
Yeah.
I saw someone talking about that, and they were complaining about it. I'm like, but those were the 2 best episodes. Like
right?
the ones that he's not in are the 2 best episodes.
Right?
No,
We
I
got a
like the
series
finale,
called Book
but-
of Boba Fett, and the best episodes are ones he's not even part of.
It's Book of
Well-
Boba Fett featuring Mandalorian.
Well, that's what it was. People were comparing it to, and we're not going to talk too long about Halo, but the fact that this episode didn't have Master Chief in it this week.
It did,
I'm
but
like-
like a hallucination.
Yeah, but it did, but didn't. But just the idea of, yeah, it's annoying when you don't have the main character in the show. I'm like, yeah, it's worse on Boba Fett though when the show is named after him and he's not in it. Halo is not the name of Master Chief.
It's like Zelda.
It's okay to have other characters. Like Walking Dead does spin-off episodes all the time, and that's fine.
The game is called Zelda, and she's in like 20% of the game, I think.
It's true. I think it's because it always started as him going to rescue Zelda. But yeah, it is funny.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're gonna play as Zelda. No, you play as Link.
Yeah, I still think that's funny. Out of over all these years, how people still think that
Link,
Link
is named
is Zelda. Yeah,
Nope.
And how is it the legend of Zelda if Zelda's still alive?
I mean, it can still be a legend while you're alive.
But what did she
I
do
mean,
to
Elton
make a
John's
legend?
a legend. He's still
What?
kicking.
John Legend's a legend.
There you go. Even better.
No, but what did she do that's the legend? She's just a
I don't know.
hot princess with elf ears?
I don't know. I really don't pay
She's
attention to Zelda lore.
She's a hot princess.
Well, she's 2D computer generated, so I that's why I put hot and
And it feels like every game Link wakes up with like some sort of amnesia, doesn't remember who he is. So
yeah. Yep.
Can I just say, I haven't looked in the comments for a couple of minutes. Your mom is being so aggressive because we
Wow.
said we didn't like Moon Knight. I
Moon
love
Knight-
it. Keep up
Moon
that
Knight-
passion.
Moon Knight had some good episodes I liked. It had mostly bad episodes.
we'll talk
though.
about it when we get to Moon Knight.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
But
we'll get more into it.
I figured Max would have more on Obi-Wan, but we'll move
No,
on.
I'm excited about it. Well, we kept getting sidetracked.
It's true.
I'm super excited about Obi-Wan. I don't feel like the trailer showed much new that we hadn't seen in the original trailer, personally. Unless there's some other trailer I didn't see. The one I watched was 1:28.
How bad
So-
how bad the Inquisitors look,
Yeah, have I not talked about that on the show?
and how
I'm
when
not a
they
fan of
play
how they
like
look.
the Darth Vader breathing noise, it looks like Obi-Wan's about to shit his pants. He's got that like he gambled on a fart and lost look on his face.
I don't know. I'm really excited for the show.
How many episodes is it?
I think it's gonna be
6.
6. First 2 are coming out on the
wish they would
27th.
stop fucking doing that. Oh, they're releasing 2 at
On the
once?
on the 27th, and then I think there's going to be a week break before they release any more.
Oh.
And then it'll be once a week.
Your mom says maybe we'll get an Obi-Wan musical number. I'd be okay with that.
You know what? The man can sing. Let's do it.
I mean,
I don't
every
know.
show has to have a musical number now, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When our musical number will be in a few weeks.
I mean, we did one last year, so we do need a musical episode this year.
There you go.
What's our musical number in a few weeks?
No, I'm saying-
we're gonna talk about it.
Oh, all right. We can talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Or
Matt's
maybe
gonna-
someone else online can call us liars. Who knows?
Yeah, what was that about?
Yeah, I still don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably because you put title that Elon Musk was buying us for 45 cents. You fucking liars. I tuned in to see if Elon Musk was actually buying your show.
Everything I read on the internet needs to be true.
There's no such thing as sarcasm and jokes, you fucking liars. But if I would see you in public or at a convention, I'm gonna tackle you, you fucking liars.
Oh, I really wish they would stop doing the 6-episode thing.
I love
Yeah,
the
because it feels
6-episode
raw.
thing.
It really feels
Moon
rushed.
Knight's-
But I can understand like the budget. Like,
It's Disney.
yeah, but still,
Budget constraints should not be a thing.
you're not getting a shit ton of money from Disney. I mean, they're putting what Hollywood-sized budgets into these 6-episode shows, and you're not getting that return on investment. You don't, you don't have people flocking by the thousands to your local theater to pay $15 to $16 to watch this movie
Disney
on Disney Plus.
Disney has had more subscriber growth than any of the other streaming networks, I think.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, their subscriber monthly subscription fee is far less than watching paying for a ticket at a movie theater.
Yeah.
So you're not making that return on investment isn't made through theater sales; it's made through merchandising.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So
It's a
Which you
different way
don't
to
think Disney
capitalize.
you don't think Disney's going to make a ton of money off Moon Knight merchandise now?
maybe, but it shows you that merchandising is the name of the game when it comes to Obi-Wan. Because on Star Wars Day, what did they announce? A new Vader helmet and a
did
new
they?
Force Effects Obi-Wan
sure.
lightsaber.
You know what's funny? You know how
And,
little
and an Ahsoka special edition lightsaber that was only 6,000 made, and it
Okay.
sold out instantly.
I think you all know I love Star Wars, but you know how little I pay attention to like certain details? I didn't know until like a week or two ago that there are different Vader costumes in every Vader appearance. I had no
I didn't know
idea that it was slightly
know that
different,
either.
like every time. Yeah, it's like slightly different in every movie. And I mean, they're not big differences, but it's like I don't know. I think like his cape
One
goes
movie he's
over his
leather-
shoulders in one, and it doesn't go over his cape in
Oh.
another. And his, I don't know, like
I
the
thought you were gonna say one movie he's wearing Spanx, the other movie he's wearing
no.
like black
See,
jeans. Next
I
he's
agree
gonna
with
be wearing
Solo.
like jorts.
Solo says, I'm okay with 6 episodes long as long as each episode is a solid hour of content, not 20 fucking minutes and then 10 minutes of credit.
Yeah, I agree there.
Or like make it 6 episodes, but make every episode like count for something. Like I felt like Moon Knight, 3 of the episodes probably could have been condensed into 1, and then we could have gotten more Moon Knight in other episodes.
Would you quit calling it Moon Knight? It's
It's the adventures
it's Mark
of Steven
and
Mark.
Steven's excellent Egyptian adventure.
There you go.
Featuring
Bill
We
and
will
Ted
talk
sequel
about
should be
that more later.
featuring Khonshu. That's what it should be. But Obi-Wan, May 27th. Be there unless you're at Phoenix Fan Fusion, then watch at your leisure. The Wonder Twins movie that got announced a few weeks ago and
This
had
cracks me up, dude.
This is funny to me too.
JK, I think his name is J.K. Appa, the kid who plays Archie in Riverdale, attached to play one of the twins, is dead. The Warner Brothers.
No,
discovery-
Appa's not dead. The movie.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Yeah, the movie. Yeah, sorry. Let me rephrase. He's not dead. The
Archie
movie
is
And you
alive
wonder
and
why
well, folks.
you wonder why we get comments saying liars.
I know.
No, but it's hysterical because just 2 weeks ago, Max and I spent 15 minutes talking about the casting news,
Yeah.
and then
Well,
2 weeks later canceled.
You know what?
Which
though?
we
I
were
see-
actually looking forward to it because the girl from 1883 was also cast in it.
But I
Yeah.
mostly see this as an absolute win. You want to know why?
Because you're on
One
the
of my-
Absolute Geek.
No.
it's in your contract that you have to work the word absolute into as many things as you,
You know,
can while you're on the
that's
show.
actually just a funny coincidence. I was quoting Hulk from Endgame. But no, the reason I see this as a potential positive is because, you know, DC has this habit of announcing too much crap and like really far ahead of time, and it doesn't come out, or it's really bad when it does, or whatever. And I feel like with Discovery taking them over, maybe they're kind of trying to get rid of that crap and just let's only announce quality projects and only release quality projects. Like, I know not everything they come out with going forward is going to be good. I'm just hoping that this is like a turn in the direction of DC.
Yeah,
Well-
I think it is because I was just reading an article the other day about so J.J. Abrams. I think they were doing a movie with a black Superman. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'd heard
Yeah.
something about that. Yeah,
And
Michael B.
the
Jordan
guy
wasn't- yeah.
turned in the guy or whoever wrote the script turned it in, and now they're saying that same script could be actually used for Henry Cavill.
oh really?
Yeah. So
I mean,
Warner
I'm fine
Brothers,
if you want to do a black Superman, but we need
Dude,
Bro,
I
come on,
don't
Henry
think
Cavill, man.
I don't think
Bring
Henry
back-
Cavill's coming back, dude. I think that's done. I honestly think that's done.
I don't know,
if there was,
different
they'd say
bosses,
so.
dude. Like they could, maybe they see the value in it. Like everybody, I've never met one person. Like yes, there's people that don't like the Man of Steel movie, but I don't know one single person that doesn't like Henry Cavill as Superman. I've never.
I
met
don't.
him. You didn't like him as Superman?
No.
Oh, I love
I
it.
knew as soon as you said that, Matt was going to say he didn't. I knew that was coming.
Can you tell me why?
I don't like the movies. I don't like his portrayal of the character. I feel like his tone, his portrayal, and the way he approaches the character are all vastly inaccurate.
I love
Yeah.
his
Like, if-
portrayal.
If
I like it.
I
I don't
like-
like the story. I can agree with you there. I don't like the story.
Christopher Reeves has been the essential Superman, and nobody has come close to touching the character.
Oh, okay. Okay. If that's the argument we're using, then I completely agree. Christopher Reeves is the best Superman that's ever played Superman.
I wish I grew up watching those movies. I didn't see the Superman movies until I was an adult, so I just don't have that attachment to Christopher Reeves. Like,
It's
my first like experience with Superman was the cartoons, and then Smallville.
yes,
so
but
I
if you
just,
watch
like-
the cartoons, you should see the similarities to Christopher Reeves because it's like literally the same. Like as far as the way the
Oh, I do, and
characters-
I like Christopher Reeves. I'm not trying to say
Cavill
that
See,
say he's bad. I like Cavill. I love Cavill.
I like
think he does
Cavill.
great.
But what I like about Tom Welling, because Tom Welling was obviously more Clark Kent than he was ever Superman, is they kind of wrote Smallville in a way to it kind of bridge that gap.
Matsukami. Proof
It's
on nice,
it's
nice.
kind of a bridge between the Christopher Reeves and the it has more of that campiness feel to it, and you can see kind of the same demeanor
I
between the two.
disagree. I think the kid who's playing him on Lois,
Tyler Hoechlin.
yes, he's the closest thing to the Christopher Reeve Superman we've got, and he should be the Superman that DC is moving forward with on the big screen.
I would love that. I would dump Henry
I like
Cavill for
him.
him.
I would,
Lois
I
and
like him.
Superman. Lois and Superman is fucking awesome. I love that show. I may like it better than Smallville, and I was a big Smallville fan.
These comments are depressing me.
Well,
Freaking-
Cavill is
freaking
not
love
against
Cavill.
Superman, dude.
I like Cavill as Superman.
Lance or Max and Lance, your bias is showing.
Why?
My bias is showing.
I'm just saying.
I have agreed with everything you've said.
Even before I say it, sometimes.
Fuck you, dude. Tyler Hoechlin's fantastic. I liked Tom Welling. I like Christopher Reeves, and I like Henry Cavill. I like them all. The one I didn't like so much was Brandon Routh. Until he was
Kingdom Come.
I don't
Yeah,
even
that
get
was
a
awesome.
He didn't even get a fair shake at it, though.
That's true.
Yeah, but that whole movie, it's hard to like him in the role when the whole movie is by far the worst Superman movie.
Thank
ever
you,
made.
Patrick. Finally, someone with some sense.
I haven't watched Witcher, but I
Cavill
really
is
like
a great Superman. He is dope as Witcher,
Dude,
and
he's
he's
so
the most
broody.
handsome man on
He's
planet.
not-
I'd potentially go gay for
But
that man.
that's Zack Snyder, dude. That's not
No.
Henry Cavill.
What is?
But still,
broodiness.
It's just the whole dude. He's broody in everything. Like,
No,
I don't think I
broody
can
in
do
The
Man
Witcher.
from Uncle. The Man from Uncle's a fucking awesome movie. I don't find
Same.
him broody at all.
He's
And then
not
even
that
when he
Boy
was
Scout.
in like Enola Holmes, like I don't see him
and I
as
fucking
broody.
hate Superman, and I'm sitting here defending this,
See,
and I
you know
hate
what's
Superman.
funny?
I
I don't
like
really
Superman.
like Superman, and I think that's why I like Cavill so much. Because the thing I don't like I liked the show Smallville, but the thing I hated about it the most is the Boy Scout nature of Superman and the unwillingness to do anything slightly like gray. Like he-
That's the part that I compare to Christopher Reeves is that
That's
he
what
was
I
such a Boy
don't
Scout.
like.
I love it, dude. I love that he's like Captain America in the movies, but without like Captain America has a little bit more edge to him in the MCU.
Yeah, and that's what I've never liked about Superman. He's just never been
I
realistic.
love it, dude.
But
He's
I love that's why I
all-American.
like Henry Cavill, because Henry Cavill's take and the way it's written is more relatable because he feels more human. He's actually
be
followable.
all
He's
American.
fallible.
Superman is a hero for the people, not all American.
I understand, but what I'm trying to say is that you have so many superheroes that have these like personality flaws and like things about them that just don't make them perfect, and you can have one that is simply perfect. Like he's supposed to be like Christ practically. Like that's kind of how he's written, you know what I mean? Like a
Yeah.
savior.
Yeah.
I love it, but I don't think I would love it if every superhero was written that way. You know what I mean? But I think there's room for one that's just infallible. I don't know. I've always loved Superman. Superman's one of my favorite heroes.
But Wonder Twin sadly isn't the only one feeling the knife when it comes to the Warner Brothers Discovery merger.
What else?
Apparently, they're canceling. Batwoman is done.
Oh, the show.
Legends
We
of
talked
Tomorrow
about that last
is
week.
done.
Not apparently. That's gone. Both of
It
those.
looks like all Flash is fine. It sounds like Flash is going into its final season.
Yeah, Supergirl is over.
Supergirl's over. So
I think
the
all they're
only-
left
But that
with is
wasn't
Lois
Discovery.
And
the
that
only-
was
no,
Discovery.
but that was
no,
just.
that was before the Discovery.
I mean,
merger, but
yeah, Supergirl had a decent run. If you look, I think it was 5-6 seasons. Like that's not bad.
the only show that's surviving is Superman and Lois.
Well, and Doom Patrol, Titans.
Well,
That's I'm
CW.
talking CW only.
Yeah, and Superman and Lois is probably the one show that is furthest connected to the Arrowverse out of all those shows. Well, I don't know about Batwoman. I never watched it, and I frankly don't. Batwoman is just a bad show. But Superman and Lois, like, they could move that to HBO Max, no problem. Not make any reference to Arrowverse. They haven't yet. It's been completely standalone, and it works. And even the tone is different in this show than the other Arrowverse shows.
All right, guys. If this is a current event I should be aware of, let me know. What the F is Solo Wiki talking about? My Superman can fall off a horse.
Christopher Reeves, dude. Fell off a horse.
Right.
He was paraplegic.
That's right.
Paraplegic. Thanks, dude. I knew I wasn't saying it right when I said it.
That's right. He fell off a horse and okay.
That's why in that Smallville episode he's in the wheelchair and stuff.
Yeah, no, I knew that. I just forgot. I was like, is there some current event thing about a horse? Now I get it. Not current event. That was like years ago.
We've talked about the merger before, past couple weeks, but with the merger, they say they want their own version of Kevin Feige. They want more singular movies that are not connected, like the Batman and Joker, movies like that. They don't want. I don't see them continuing this Snyderverse. Like, I think you're gonna get Flash, and then that'll be done. You're gonna get Aquaman 2, and I think that's gonna be done.
They don't want to get off the Jason Momoa train.
I don't think Jason Momoa is going to not play Aquaman. I think they're going to continue having him play Aquaman, but it's not. I think they're going to change the tone, and it's not going to be it's not going to follow this Snyderverse storyline.
I think they've already started moving. I think that's happening with the Flash. I think the Flash is going to reset everything and give them kind of like a fresh start, because why else would you start with basically the Flashpoint paradox as your first Flash movie?
Well, because they wrote themselves in a corner when they did Batman v Superman and Flash is showing up in it.
I think it's going to reset everything, because they don't want to ditch Zachary Levi. They don't want to ditch Jason Momoa. They don't want to ditch. Well, they may want to ditch Ezra Miller.
Well, yeah, but, I think they might want to.
He's threatening to choke him, so they're all scared of him.
And of a few articles I've read, sounds like they want Henry Cavill.
Walked into the meeting and said, "You want to fire me?" and started throwing chairs. And scared.
But I think Ben Affleck's done. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, Ben Affleck is super done.
I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that wasn't the case, but
his final.
Yeah. I'd be okay. Like, I don't know. The Batman with Robert Pattinson was really good, but there have been so many freaking Batman movies and there's so many other characters. Like, how many Batman movies are there?
A lot.
4 from Tim Burton and Schumacher, right? Or 5?
Well, there's the 2 Burtons, and I want to say there's 3
Batman and Robin,
Schumachers?
Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin, Batman Forever, and what else? I think there's only 2.
I thought that was it.
So you got those. So we'll just
say it's
4.
Yeah,
we'll just say it's 4. Then you got the 3 Dark Knight, so that's 7.
No, it's only 3.
And you got Adam West.
Or 2 Schumachers.
You got an Adam West movie in there.
Yeah. So okay, so
Batman.
now we have 8. Then you have Batman versus Superman, which you could pretty much call a Batman movie. Then you have The Batman. So we're at 10 Batman movies. And we haven't had a single Flash movie. Like, think of all the characters. Yeah. Think of all the characters.
Give Green Lantern another shot. Flash. I mean, there's a lot of characters out there that haven't been given a fair shake.
And I love Batman.
And Batman's like my favorite superhero, which I know is super cliche. But I love Batman. But let's give someone else the stage.
I'd say after this Robert Pattinson trilogy, I'd be okay with a break for a while from Batman.
Yeah, I was really kind of surprised when they announced the Pattinson one. Like, I wasn't surprised about the Batfleck because he was in, Batman v Superman. They were trying to build this universe. But then when they came out, we were like, yeah, we're just rebooting. I'm like, wait, what? I couldn't believe it.
It's not a reboot because he's going to be on Flashpoint. Or I don't know.
Not Pattinson.
No, Ben Affleck.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, they rebooted. Well, the Pattinson thing is a reboot.
The Pattinson thing only came about because Affleck walked away.
Yeah, I know that does, like, the Pattinson thing isn't part of the, Snyderverse or whatever, but it's a reboot of the Batman character. That's what I mean.
Their track record, though, you look at track record, man. And the Joker did really well, won an Oscar. The Batman did really well. Who knows about Oscar buzz for that? We'll have to wait till next year. Until
I
next
think
year.
it'll get some cinematography
But-
buzz at least.
Yeah, but not best actor.
They're
Even as
universally
good as Robert Pattinson
loved
was.
movies. Those are universally
Probably.
loved movies where Justice League, controversial. Batman v Superman, controversial. Not, and I mean controversial in the fact that like it's so split on love and hate. I love Batfleck. I love Ben Affleck as Batman. Like
He's still my favorite Batman.
it's just
I love him. as
dog
Batman.
shit writing and dog shit direction.
I
But
got really Phoenix Fan Fusion. They did. I want to say it was Anthony did a panel about who is the best Batman, and all these fucking people that don't know what the hell they're talking about. Christian Bale, Christian Bale, Christian Bale. The movies were good. Ben Affleck is a better Batman than Christian Bale.
I'm here to tell. I say it every chance I get. If Heath Ledger never died, those Batman movies would not get the clout they get today.
Well, I think the Dark Knight.
All right, I've got admin privileges. Come on.
What do you mean?
Come on.
No, The Dark Knight Rises. I don't care for that movie because I think Bane is bad. I don't like what they did with the Robin narrative. There's a lot of things I don't like about that movie. I like The Dark Knight simply because Heath Ledger did an amazing job. Whether
Exactly.
he died or not, I think he did a great job. But he is the reason why that movie is good. None of these movies are good because of Christian Bale. And Christian Bale is a phenomenal actor. I don't know if you've seen, was it The Machinist he was in?
Listen, I'm a huge Christian Bale fan.
Bale fan.
He's a great actor. But when I look at him, I don't see Batman.
No,
Ben Affleck is, when he put on that suit and when he was dressed as Bruce Wayne and everything, that's everything I picture Batman being. He had the size, he had the demeanor perfect. Like he took shit writing, and you walk away from that movie and you're like, oh yeah, Ben Affleck was the best part of that movie, despite the shit writing.
Yeah.
That scene
I
when
love Ben Affleck as
they go
Batman.
into like the drug house or whatever, and he's up in the corner
Oh man.
and he pounces
That
on
was
people.
cool.
It's one of the coolest fucking scenes. Or the scene when they're in the train station and all
I
those
really-
people are shooting at them. Those
Yeah.
are cool scenes, man.
I really
But you
think
notice there's very
Snyder
little
could have.
storytelling in those.
I really think Snyder could have done a good Batman movie, like a solo Batman movie.
No.
Zack Snyder.
I don't. Yeah,
No.
I don't. I understand he wasn't the right fit for Superman, and for Justice League, but a Batman movie, like with how dark
His-
of a tone he goes for, I think
His
he could have done a
writing-
good job.
His writing just comes off as corny as shit, man. Like Army of the Dead works. I like Army. Is it Army of the Dead?
Yeah,
I like Army of the Dead because it has a certain amount of campiness to it. So his shit writing actually lifts the campiness. But he's a campy writer. Like the stuff, that whole Martha line, and I know that that's picked up on a lot, the Martha line. But that is bad writing. It's horrible writing. And that is the most egregious example of it in those movies. But all the writing kind of follows along that same just people don't say things like this. He doesn't understand the human condition very well, in my opinion. And that's the same with Sucker Punch. That's the same with Watchmen. Watchmen pissed me off. I hated Watchmen. I love the show, but I hated the movie.
should we have a weekly segment where you guys just hate on Snyder and I have to
No,
disagree?
it's not hating.
'Cause we
on,
talk
like,
about it all the time.
because it's easy. It's low hanging fruit, man. It really is. But at this point, it's hating on the Snyderverse is just low hanging fruit.
What I
Easy to
will
pick.
say is that visually, a lot of his visual stuff is stunning. Sucker Punch, to look at, is a stunning movie. Like Batman versus Superman, there's some stunning scenes in it. So cinematically,
It's one of my
like,
favorite movies to watch on 4K because
Dude, his best superhero movie he did, hands down, is Watchmen. And after that, everything else has been shit.
but
Sorry,
you,
not
you have
sorry.
to you have to admit, as far as like behind the camera and visually speaking, like if you took out the storyline and you just saw the visuals, they're very visually appealing movies.
That's done with a
But
good
he's not a
cinematographer.
storytelling. No, but he is operating the camera a lot. Like if you watch him in the Army of the Dead, he shot every scene. If you watch the behind the scenes, he's sitting there with the camera and he is operating the camera. It's not like other directors that are sitting behind a chair and other people are operating the cameras and he's watching everything on the screen. He's operating the camera. So that's him. The cinematography stuff is him.
Movie
And
magic.
he's
Well,
very
he's involved
good.
in it, but yeah.
He's
Unless
very
you're not,
good
unless
at
you're
it.
there to watch it and see with your own eyes, don't believe it.
Well, I mean,
All I
half
know-
of what we watch in most of these movies isn't there. It's digitally rendered.
Yeah, but all I know is that a lot of his movies have that same visual aesthetic to them. Like they're very similar and it looks beautiful. The storytelling is shit. If he made a movie where somebody else wrote the story, I think it would potentially be a very good movie. And he doesn't he doesn't lean on like Michael Bay, who has visually like expensive movies, right? Like he always puts explosions in his movies and stuff. They're not like cheap visual effects like Michael Bay does, where he uses the same car scene in like 3 movies and then just CGI's different cars in them and stuff. Did you know that? Did you know that he reuses scenes from his other movies? Like
I
movies
did
that we
hear.
saw. Transformers has the same car scene, I think, as Bad Boys.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He reuses scenes. I don't know.
Again, low hanging fruit, dude.
What's next?
I'm trying to give a little bit of
All I'm trying to get at is it's boring podcasting. We talk about this all the time. Let's just move on.
Square Enix up for sale. Thoughts, Max?
Yeah. So, point of clarification:
PlayStation.
it's not all of Square Enix. It's basically like, I don't know. I think it's like they're Canada and like, I don't know exactly where all the studios are based, but it's the studios that make Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, the ones that made Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like a few other studios, the ones that made the
So they're
Avengers
good
game.
games.
No, I mean those are there are some good games.
It's Crystal
for sure.
Dynamics. There's Square Enix Montreal studio, and that's pretty much it.
So
They're
Square
the
Enix
ones
is
who make
basically consolidating and selling off their
They're selling off
different publishing
their
arms.
AAA IPs.
yeah, and the ones that they've consistently over the years said aren't profitable for them, which is crazy because they're really, or maybe they don't say unprofitable. They say they underperformed. So basically, what Square Enix is keeping is like their Japanese stuff, is what it seems like all the Final Fantasy stuff. And I'm trying to think of what else Square Enix does. That's my favorite stuff. Is the Kingdom Hearts, like Final Fantasy is my favorite thing that Square does. But yeah, I'm trying to remember the company that bought, because it's not just that they're for sale. Like they've been bought, other than like it needs to go through legally.
Who?
Square Enix, like these studios were purchased. It just needs to go through legally.
So was it Sony? Because the last thing I read was
No.
Sony was buying them.
With some other company. I cannot think of who it is. I'd have to Google it. They're a company that owns a ton of other studios.
Like,
But it's not
studios?
Sony, it's not Microsoft. Yeah, they own some good studios. Let's just see here. Who bought
Embrace.
Crystal? Okay.
I think it's Embrace.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Embracer.
Embracer Group acquires, Embracer Group. I'm just trying to think of what else they own, but
So
They own
Sony,
Gearbox.
Sony apparently was
that's
making a
it.
play
That's
for
huge. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they? They're good IPs. I mean, it's stuff worth having on your platform, and they're talented studios. Like this doesn't buy them Guardians because that's like a license thing, but it
they
gives them the
sold it.
studio that made it.
I mean, I'm
It
just
would give
saying,
them.
Square Enix must really want it out of the Western gaming, because $300 million for that, all this is those studios is a steal.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to get at. When I was
Elon
trying to
just
say
bought
American and
44
Canadian, but
billion.
Western gaming. That's the right way to say it.
I'm surprised Microsoft or Sony didn't make a play for it.
They might have, and I don't know. Maybe they just didn't want to pay for it.
Because they seem to be the ones that are just trying to snatch up everything they possibly can.
And I'm especially surprised Microsoft didn't make a bigger play and like end up winning, because Crystal Dynamics right now has been helping significantly on the Eternal Perfect Dark. There we go. That's the word. The Perfect Dark game. So I'm kind of surprised that they weren't just like, you know what, let's just buy them out and have them, be one of our studios. But I don't know. Microsoft's bought a lot, so maybe they're taking a little bit of a break from buying so many companies.
Like Legacy or Tomb Raider, like that's a huge property.
It is.
That they just sold.
And so is Deus Ex.
I don't even know what that is. I've heard of Legacy of Kain.
But
Deus Ex, right? Or
Deus
is it
Deus
Ex.
Ex.
Deus
It-
Ex.
Yeah, it's like a cyberpunk vibe type series. I've played a little bit of it. It's pretty good. I like it.
So Square Enix also stated that it would remain publisher for Life is Strange, Outrider, and Just Cause, implying that they are not included in the sale. Interesting.
I don't know what studios made those games.
Square Enix.
Well, Square Enix is the publisher,
Yeah.
Oh,
and it's only certain studios that were bought. So I'm not sure which studios those are. Well, Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics, but I don't know why. But with these are studios that I can't, like, off the top of my head, name every game that they've made. Like, and I don't know which studio is, which studio makes
I
Just
like-
Cause. and
Well,
stuff
off
like
the
that.
top of my head, the most recent Avengers game,
Yeah, Avengers,
of the
Guardians,
Galaxy,
Tomb Raider, Deus Ex.
the Deus Ex series.
so
yeah.
the same people that made Avengers made Guardians?
No,
No,
Oh, what did I just hear then? What did I
they're
just hear
different
you say?
studios under the same umbrella.
so Crystal Dynamics made Guardians or Avengers. Eidos Montreal made Guardians.
Oh, I was gonna say, how does one suck
And
the other one's
both
good?
of those were bought. Well, Crystal Dynamics that made Avengers also made the Tomb Raider games. Like, they're a very good studio, but they did a horrible job on Avengers. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with that game, trying to make it this game as a service thing when they should have made a story driven single player game. Like,
So it says here, Crystal Dynamics partnered with the Initiative to work on the upcoming Perfect Dark
Yes.
reboot. So,
that's what I was just talking about.
but yeah, I was expanding on what you said.
Yeah,
But
fair
does the Initiative, is that the one that owns the rights to Perfect Dark, or does Crystal Dynamics and
No,
they
no.
pull in the
Microsoft.
Initiative?
Microsoft owns Perfect Dark, and the Initiative is one of their studios that they created like 5 years ago.
Okay, so Crystal Dynamics could just leave the project.
I don't think so, because there's like a contract, I'm sure. But yeah, like I think the studio head for Crystal Dynamics is now the studio head at the Initiative, and so since he has all these friends over there, he brought them in as a partner to help. Although I've heard that the development on that game is very troubled.
Is it?
Yeah, Perfect Dark. It's a brand new studio. I mean, I think it is like 4 or 5 years old. So this will be their first game, but I don't know, just some former employees have left and I guess given interviews to some gaming outlets and said development is going very slow and not well, and
Oh,
hopefully
dude,
it turns out good.
It was announced in 2018. So it's
Yeah.
The studio, yeah. It's a,
yeah,
I mean,
it's
they've
new. It's
yeah.
a baby.
But moving on, speaking of Legend of Zelda and still in video game news, Stone Cold Steve Austin, that's right, the Texas Rattlesnake himself, has declared The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild the best Zelda game in the franchise. For all you those wrestling fans out there, on the Stone Cold podcast, he interviewed the returning Cody Rhodes, American Nightmare Cody Rhodes. He asked Cody Rhodes, who's a huge fan of the Legend of Zelda franchise, what is your favorite Legend of Zelda game? Cody Rhodes said Ocarina of Time, which
Cody Rhodes is right.
I somewhat agree with, but then Stone Cold said, What? And said Breath of the Wild is the best Zelda game in the franchise so
Ocarina
far.
of Time like broke molds, man. Like think about
Such a
what
good
that
game.
think about what that game did to the future of video games, like everything that preceded it or everything that followed it. Right? Think about what that game did. It was kind of open. It was like a first array into like an open world type.
Yeah, that was a new concept back then.
Yeah, like
It was
Ocarina of
awesome.
Time. And I'm not a huge open world fan. I'm not even a huge Zelda fan in general, but
Open world is my favorite type of game.
I can like, because they first got their first touch with it with the Super Mario 64. That was the first kind of like not really open world, but kind of. And then Ocarina of Time just expanded on it. It's a revolutionary game.
I don't even know if I would call Ocarina of Time an open world game.
Well, you gotta
think
understand like the limitations.
Open world
of
means like you can roam anywhere. You know, you're not set on you're set on a singular path, but you can deviate. You can venture off that path.
Yeah, that's what you could do. I remember spending days just on a horse, just running out into the freaking wilderness on Ocarina of Time.
Like, I think Breath of the Wild is an open world game because you
For
can
sure,
go anywhere,
but
do anything, find anything.
yeah,
You
but
know,
There were
dude,
console limitations back then.
yeah, Ocarina of Time for that period in gaming was pretty open world. I mean, there were other open world games before that, like Final Fantasy. All the Final Fantasy games have
But
been
nothing
like,
with
open
the
world.
impact like Zelda. Like
No,
Ocarina
not
of
3D,
Time,
not 3D like that.
in Ocarina of Time, like I remember I wanted that game and it was sold out everywhere. Like it was the first game that I remember that you could not find.
yeah,
I
I
remember
mean,
they
it was
had the
definitely
gold
a
cartridge.
smash hit for the.
Yeah, we had the gold cartridge.
It was definitely a smash hit for the N64. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I love them both equally. Like, they are both top tier Zelda games for me. Like, maybe 1 and 2. It's hard to edge them out.
I don't know. It might be that I just have this affinity for those retro games because even though I'm not a Zelda fan, I spent many hours on Ocarina of Time, and I have an affinity for retro games and just the impact that they've had on games today. Like think
Yeah.
of GoldenEye. Like GoldenEye, like N64 had so many like revolutionary games. GoldenEye, like that spawned, all these first person shooters and stuff. Like GoldenEye was huge. Ocarina of Time. They came out the sequel. What was it, Majora's Mask?
I
Or
love
whatever.
Majora's Mask. It wasn't as good, but I liked that game.
They just, I don't know. Nintendo was doing some amazing stuff back then.
Yeah, I'm also just the worst person to ask about this because I played a couple hours of Breath of the Wild and thought it was hot garbage. I do not. I do
You
not
didn't get that
understand the
far
hype.
into it then.
I didn't. I got off the Great Plateau and I was like, this game sucks. It's not for me.
Man. Once I started playing, I lost hours in that game. I couldn't stop putting it down.
I own it. I own it, and I don't think I've ever put it inside my Nintendo Switch.
You're doing yourself a disservice, sir.
I'll play it, dude. I bought a Nintendo Switch and really I probably shouldn't have, because I never play it. I'm just not a handheld player.
Yeah, your kids use it.
My kids use it. Like, I love the idea of being able to play games wherever I go, but then I just realize I don't have the time. But Oracle of Ages, what is that?
Play it while you're taking a shit.
Oh, mobile game. Well, that means it sucks.
A Link Between Worlds is good too.
I liked quite a few Zelda games. I mean, Wind Waker was fun, and Twilight Princess was good.
Which one's the one that looks really like cartoony?
Wind Waker.
Is that Wind Waker?
Mm-hmm. That was a fun game.
It looks kind of like anime-ish, like like Pokemon almost.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Which one's Oracle of Ages? I understand it's a Zelda game, but I'm trying to remember which one that is.
It's
what console was that on?
Yeah, I didn't play that one. I'm not familiar with that one either. I wonder if it's one of the Wii U ones.
It's a Game Boy game.
Game Boy.
What year?
Let me check it out. It is 2001. It was released in 2001 for the Game Boy Color.
Oh yeah, I don't even recognize this.
I never played it.
Cover.
I never played Oracle of Ages. IGN gave it a 10 out of 10.
I don't even recognize the cover. Like I'm looking at the box cover. I don't even recognize it.
Because they had
There's
Oracle of Ages
Oracle
and Oracle of
Seasons.
Seasons.
Yeah. I don't recognize this at all. Nintendo, dude, their business model is so fucking smart, dude. They come out with two games that are nearly identical, call them two different things, and people buy both of them for full price. Like they have Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu. Same fucking game, just different Pokemon in each one.
Oh, dude, I remember
Yeah, if you want to collect them all, you gotta
red
have them
and
both.
the red and blue versions of Pokemon back in the
Yeah.
day, and then the gold version. They were
Dude.
all the same, but you
Different
just could
Pokemon.
only get different. Yeah, it was.
Genius.
That was before microtransactions. Nintendo knew how to make money.
Dude, they still know how to make money. Like Nintendo.
Well, I know they do.
Nintendo is one of those, like Sony could come and go, Xbox could come and go. Nintendo will always be. Just because their IP is like no one's been able to match Mario.
Yeah, Nintendo ain't going anywhere. They're not for me, but they're not going anywhere.
It's
They're
casual
huge.
gaming.
Well, it can be hardcore gaming. It's just I don't know. None of their IP really speak to me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can go out and buy a hardcore game on a Nintendo, but I'm more than likely going to buy it for my.
Well, I would
Xbox
say
or
that
PlayStation.
like Breath of the Wild is pretty hardcore.
I'll tell you-
Yeah, but
the-
it's still speaking to that IP, right?
The one
Yeah.
game I'm waiting to come out on the Switch is the Cowabunga Collection.
Yes,
That I'm gonna buy on the Switch.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Cowabunga
should buy that on
Collection.
the Switch. I
Looking
was gonna
forward to
get it
that.
on my Xbox, but I don't know. I'll probably buy it on my Xbox, and my boys will probably want it for their Switch, so I'll probably get them both.
But
No, what Nintendo does that's genius. So, like, I don't know if you guys remember Super Mario Galaxy and Odyssey. These games were created without Mario. Nintendo says, "Oh, that's not going to sell. Stick Mario in it," and they changed it and put Mario in it. So that's why Odyssey, like, none of the characters are recognizable. He has like a talking hat and shit. Like, it's completely deviates from like the Mario lore or whatever. And they stick Mario in it, and it sells buku bucks.
somebody
You don't
fact
see-
check that because I don't think that's right.
I saw a fucking Netflix documentary on it, dude. I kid you not.
What's the
It's for
Netflix
real.
documentary
I
called?
don't fucking remember.
Mm.
But
It's a
when
good
it comes
The
to
documentary.
games
retro
that
game-
made us or something.
Yeah, it might have been that. But you don't see fucking Xbox saying, "Oh, this game's not going to sell. Stick Master Chief in it." You don't see Sony saying, "Oh, this game's not going to sell. Stick, Ellie or whatever in it." Like Nintendo, I don't know, dude. That's a smart company.
Your mom says that Netflix would never lie to you.
No, and then what do? They come out with the Wii U. The Wii U is hot garbage. Nobody buys it. And then literally, like, the Switch is nearly an identical system, except
The
you can
Switch
take it
just
further.
simplifies it. It's just a portable or a console. It's not this movement thing or this. It's
No, but the Wii U had that. Like, I have one sitting right here. It had the pad,
I know, but
and you could
that's what I'm
play it
saying.
like around your house, but you couldn't take it away from your house. They added one simple little thing, and because the Switch has that movement stuff. The controllers do all that, and like you can do Just Dance and all these things, and it's pretty much the same system.
yeah.
Well, essentially, all they did was take the Game Boy and their NES and stick it in one console, and you get it the best of both worlds. Like that's why they don't make game. I'm sure they still make them, but like they're not mass producing Game Boy DSs anymore or anything like that. It's all Switch based now. So the Switch
Yeah.
is their answer, so they don't have to have new handhelds all the time and new stationary systems. The Switch was their answer to the best of both worlds.
Well, then look what they did. They came out with a Switch where the controllers don't. It's only portable. The controllers
Yeah.
don't come off. What do they call it? The Switch Lite or
Lite.
something? That's
Yeah, I think
essentially
so.
a DS. It's essentially Game Boy because you can't plug it into your TV.
It's a glorified PSP is essentially what it is.
Yeah.
I liked the PSP.
And then
Speaking of-
PlayStation comes out with the PSP that nobody buys. And they came out with 6 different iterations of this. And
They came out with the
nobody bought
PS Vita. Yeah, it wasn't very successful.
it. Nobody bought
I
it.
liked them
but yet
both,
They still
but
came
yeah.
out with it.
Well, it's because we're a fucking ass backwards society. Like for the longest time, we were like, we want everything smaller. So you get the PS Vita that's smaller than the PSP.
Yep.
You get, and then we turn around, we're like, we want bigger smartphones, bigger screens, bigger
Yeah.
everything. So
I remember like the cell
no,
phone.
you don't. Stop lying.
The what was it? The StarTAC or the. And it was cool. It was a flip phone, but it was like maybe 2 inches tall or something like that. And everybody was going crazy about how small it was. My iPhone barely fits in my pocket. Like it's kind of cumbersome to carry around.
But moving on, let's talk a little bit. Give me your guys' rundown of Halo this week.
It sucked. Move on.
Yeah.
It
So
was horrible.
Max has been. I like the show. This episode, not so much. Max has been on this thing about I hate Quan. I hate Quan. I hate Quan. Right. Oh, thank goodness this episode was here. There was no Quan in it, so I like this episode. And I'm like, Quan's all right. Then they came out with this episode. And I was like, Quan sucks.
Chief is not in the episode. It's just Quan. Okay, I said I hated the episode. I like Soren overall. I think he's kind of a cool character.
I think he's cool. If I could see him and Master Chief go off on adventures together, that's a show I would subscribe to. But this episode, Soren was barely in this episode.
If Master Chief is the Mandalorian, then Soren is like our Boba Fett.
And then do you even understand the storyline that's happened on Madrigal, the world? Because I don't. Like, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the whole Halo thing? Like the main storyline. It's like this totally deviant storyline that has nothing to do with anything.
It has a little. There was one thing in the episode where Madrigal appears to be connected to the Forerunners. And if you remember from the original Halo game, you know that like robot thing that flies in the air and kind of just looks like a big eye?
Yeah.
They're called monitors. They showed a monitor in this episode.
That's
the connection.
So we could do without all that.
I agree.
I'm so glad about watching this show.
There's some cool parts, dude. Last week's episode was fucking awesome.
How many episodes is this show?
This is the 7th episode. Just played eighth. Because it started
that was the 7th.
Before, oh yeah, it started a week before Moon Knight, and Moon Knight episode 6 was this week, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this was 7th.
How many episodes total is it?
I think it's going to be 9.
9 episodes, too fucking long.
Dude, there's a lot of cool parts in this show. I wish I would have waited till all 9 were released, because the last episode ended on such like a cliffhanger, and they don't touch on any of that story in this episode. I honestly think you could skip this whole episode.
In the grand scheme of things, you may. Yeah, never mind. I don't think you'll need to watch
this whole review, which I'm going to do right now.
Because I think in the grand scheme of things, what was important in this episode will be recapped in the 30-second last time on Halo.
Yeah, yep. And it kind of touched on some recap things today on this episode, and which, by the way, they haven't done that once. The whole choir thing.
Yeah, the Halo theme song for the show is not nearly as cool as the actual Halo theme song.
Why would they like? That's like if the Super Mario movie comes out, which got pushed right to June or something, and they don't at one point in the movie say dun 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 dun. If that's not there, wasted opportunity. Halo's most recognizable thing is Master Chief in the choir, right? Or the little aliens go.
Well, the music, yeah,
and Cortana.
There's some very recognizable stuff.
Yeah, no Cortana in this episode. Master Chief was just a hallucination. Couldn't really tell you what was happening, except they killed the guy that was trying to take over the planet, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. It was not that good.
This episode of the Absolute Geek Podcast is brought to you by Manscaped. Summer is coming, the sun is shining, shirts are off, and your balls are smooth. You heard that right. Your friends at Manscaped are here to make sure that your beach balls are as smooth as Floridian sand.
Yeah,
in summer, you want to kill some cold beers and barbecue, not kill the vibes with pubes peeking out of your swim trunks. That's why Manscaped has their Performance Package 4.0 that keeps the party in your pants looking crisp and refreshing all summer long. Not only do they have the Manscaped 4.0, the Lawnmower 4.0, they re-brought back their Ultra Smooth package. That's right, it's back, baby. So many good things coming back to Manscaped. I'll tell you what, I bought some more Manscaped product. They just released a new body wash. The body wash is really good, smells amazing, leaves your skin feeling silky smooth. And I bought their nail care package, and it's probably the best set of nail clippers I've ever owned.
And that comes with like little scissors in it.
It comes with scissors. It comes with a file. It comes with the clippers. It comes with tweezers. It comes in a magnetic case to keep all of your products sterile and clean and looking good. And even I got the nail clippers in the mail. I was like, wow, these are really good. Erin snatched them from me. She's like, let me try them. And she's sitting there going, and she was digging them too. So not only Manscaped products are not just for the men in your life. You can definitely get the nail clippers and some of the other products for the woman in your life as well. So make sure to.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say my mom just bought some stuff for my dad. He loves it. I bought the foot spray and the body wash because we're going into Phoenix Fan Fusion in a couple weeks and feet are gonna get rank. So I bought the foot spray, the body wash. All of it's fucking awesome. I'm gonna get the nail clipper set now that you said that because I had nail clippers, so I was like, I don't need these. But if they're as good as you're saying they are, I'm gonna pick those up.
They are. They're probably the best pair of nail clippers I've ever owned. But Father's Day is right around the corner. I know Mother's Day is on Sunday. Father's Day is right around the corner. Get Manscaped for the father or man in your life by going to manscaped.com and using promo code AGeekPodcast for 20% off plus free worldwide shipping. Your balls will thank you. So
I think
get ready for hot guy summer by going to manscaped.com using 20% off with our code AGeekPodcast and getting free shipping. Like I said, I went there because I saw that they had a new body wash, and I'm tired of using the bar soap and the way it makes my skin feel, and it feels like it dries it out. And the Manscaped body wash smells amazing. It smells like you're a lumberjack chopping down those trees. It leaves your skin silky. Leaves your skin silky.
You've been doing that a lot tonight.
Silky,
lactating.
Smooth. I am. leaves your skin silky smooth and just refreshing to smell. I came out of the shower and Erin was like,
"Ooh,
I
baby."
asked Erin to smell it, and she was like, I don't know if I like that. And I took a shower, used it, got a shower. She goes, damn, it smells really good in here. I was like, that's that new body wash, baby.
She was like, let's make baby number 2.
Yep. Exactly what happened.
Wow, wow.
That came out of nowhere. It scared me a little bit too because it was like brown chicken wow wow. What the fuck? And Alexa was like, I got you, bro. Manscape it up. It's all right.
Dude, I bought the body wash. I only spent $9.
Yep.
Like that's what you would spend at fucking Walmart.
Sir.
On cheap, Old Spice or some shit. Like this is way better.
Ish just got home. Your mom announced it for him. Good stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah. Don't let your crazy, wild downstairs ruin your hot guy summer. And make sure to Manscape.
And don't be ashamed to take your man out in public. Get him some.
Don't be releasing your man in public. All right. Don't be condoning that.
What's that? The blue collar comedy. The fat guy that talks about tater tots.
Larry the Cable Guy.
No. The one that's like kind of more polished.
More polished.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a redneck.
Oh, Ron White.
Yeah, he talks about how he got arrested for
public?
He was like,
Yeah,
I
he got
wasn't drunk
arrested
in public. I was drunk and they threw me into public.
I was drunk in a bar and they threw me in public. Yeah,
this is the best joke ever. And no one's laughing, so obviously that's just
it's just old, dude. It's like 2003.
I don't get
Fresh
it.
off the heels of the success of Jackass Forever, Paramount Plus is saying we're going all in on Knoxville and the boys, and they are reviving Jackass, the TV series, with all new episodes for Paramount Plus.
After these guys said no more?
I know. I thought
think
they were
you're
done.
but I think money talks, man. And
Johnny Knoxville almost died on the set of that movie.
If you listen to Steve O's podcast, you've got an awesome podcast called Wild Ride with Steve O. They didn't get a lot of money for doing the original Jackass series. Like they made pennies on the dollar. So I'm sure that a lot of these guys are willing to go back and do it again. Some of the older guys, but I think you're going to see more of like the newer, younger cast that they just added, like Poopies and Jasper and Zach and some of the guys the newer guys that are there.
The younger guys in there.
More with them.
Their bodies
Knoxville will probably just be more of the. I'm sure you're still going to have like the Chris Pontius in the background, doing the Buffalo Bill or making jokes. Steve-O will still be there, I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of these older guys will still be there in some capacity, but you're going to see the newer guys taking most of the hits.
See, and I hope that this whole thing, because I follow Bam on Instagram or TikTok or one of those things, and
That dude's lost it.
he's looking pretty good last couple months. Like, he's in the gym every day and like he's cleaning up, post pictures of him and his family, like he's looking better. I hope that whole situation, fixes itself, because Jackass without Bam, Jackass already feels weird without Ryan. Jackass without Bam just feels even more weird.
Well, Bam dropped his law. He was suing Johnny Knoxville for being cut from Jackass Forever, and he's since dropped the lawsuit. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's working that he's going to be in the show.
I hope
he is in Jackass Forever, and
the thing is, they're probably also
scene.
creating a new audience, so people aren't going to care as much that Bam's not in it, because maybe all they've seen is this latest one, and they won't care.
Yeah. So
I don't know. It's just Bam. He's been making a lot of headlines lately. So with the whole thing that happened with Jackass Forever, like, I think people know the situation. I don't know. I don't think this is made for like this new audience. Like, I think the people that went to the theater to see this were like Matt and I. Like,
maybe.
I've probably watched it at least twice since it's been on Paramount Plus.
Yeah,
that's funny.
I don't know.
I saw that it was available.
Knoxville's got to be careful, man, because like he was doing an interview about he got like 3 concussions during this movie or something ridiculous. Like, he's gonna die, dude. If
his biggest one was when he got hit by the bull.
Yeah, and Steve-O is a lot more cautious. I've noticed he doesn't look like he hasn't been on drugs in years.
Yeah, so, he's the best looking one of them all. Him and Knoxville. Well, Pontius is too. But
yeah, but I think Pontius has always been pretty clean. Steve-O was the worst one. Bam and Steve-O were the worst ones. Bam after everything ended. But I don't know.
I'm here for it.
I love these guys.
Yeah, I'm all good with Jackass, so I'll watch another Jackass show.
Don't you admit though it's weird without Ryan there? Doesn't it feel weird? I don't know. Ryan Dunn was always like one of my favorites, man. That scene where he puts the toy car up his butt.
I mean, I like Dunn and what he did for the show and what he brought. Yeah, but like, I feel bad for people like Danger Aaron. That dude gets picked on all the time.
Yeah. Was he the one? Was he the one that the bear salmon skit?
Yeah.
Is that him? Yeah.
Yep.
Some of those guys, like the B cast, I guess you could call them. Like, I forget who's who.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, I know Knox, I know Pontius, I know Steve-O, I know Preston, I know Wee Man, I know those were all like the higher ones, but some of the B cast, like, I forget who they're like. Who's the guy in the usher costume? What's his name?
God, I can't think of his name right now. Fuck.
Yeah. See, and he's been on like everything.
No, it's not. No, God damn, I can't think of his name. And I know it too. And fucking drive me nuts. But like, if you watch Jackass Forever, while I think of his name,
it's Dave England.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think of his name. If you watch Jackass Forever, a lot of these older guys aren't taking hard hits. Like Steve-O does the skit with Machine Gun Kelly where he gets backhanded into the water. I'm sure that knocks the wind out of you, but that's not that big a deal. If you watch, like, David or Danger Aaron takes a lot of abuse in that movie. Like, he does the cup test where he gets a hockey puck shot at his cup. He gets a softball pitched at his cup. He gets a UFC heavyweight fighter whose punch force is the equivalent of a Ford Escort hitting someone to punch him in the nuts. He takes the chancla to the nuts. Like, a lot of these younger guys or the older guys aren't taking as many of the big stunts as the younger guys are. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is, where it's the younger guys are taking the reins and the older guys are still there for the namesake and the drive of the show, but you don't see them taking as many big hits.
I'm trying to figure out who Bam Margera is like working out with one of the guys, and I think that he's probably a big reason why Bam dropped the lawsuit, and I can't remember.
I don't know. Bam Margera is just like, I don't know, man. I used to like Bam a lot, but it's kind of hit irrelevancy. But I hope he comes back. Like if he can make it back, that's cool. But
I love Bam, dude.
I just I don't know. But moving on.
Bam, it kind of started with Bam, right? With CKY.
Yeah, well, CKY and then a lot of them came from the Big Brother skateboard magazine, Thrasher skate magazine, and a lot of them came from that big scene. So,
yeah.
But moving on here, Cobra Kai season 5 got announced today.
Ooh, it's coming out early.
A drop date of September 9th.
Wow. Didn't season 4 come out January 1st?
It did.
Wow.
Every season's come out like around
That's
that time, I thought.
Great. This makes me really happy because the Suns got their asses handed to them tonight. Gosh.
Bam's
Sorry,
been working
pissed
out with
about that.
Brandon Novak.
This is great.
Yeah, Novak wasn't in Jackass Forever. Novak's one of like Bam's OG boys.
Yeah. So Brandon Novak's been trying to smooth the waters from what I was reading. But yeah, dude, this is awesome. September 9th. So I would thought we were waiting until January.
Yeah, I figured we were too, or January and then some. This is great.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
sure it has a lot to do with
Blue Beetle.
No, the dropping of how much they're reporting losses for people on like leaving the service.
They lost like 200 million subscribers or some shit.
Yeah,
I've been getting close to doing it. I'm like, screw it. When Stranger Things is over, I'll cancel.
I go back and forth. I'm like, because I don't watch Netflix. It's cost me more than any of my other streaming services.
Netflix is my Coco Melon subscription for my
Son's
kid.
Lost.
Didn't you just hear me say that?
You just said that.
I didn't hear that. I think I was reading this article.
I was surprised he didn't say anything.
Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, the 200 million subscribers. Like, it cost me more than any of my other streaming services, and yet I go in it probably like 2 times a month to see what's in there, and there's never anything in there.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll okay. I was going to say I don't watch it much, but I did watch. I'm still watching Ozark, which I know you hated, Matt. We don't need to get into that.
Yeah, the final episode of Ozark.
Yeah, and I haven't watched that yet. I got like 4 episodes to go. And then I did watch Nightcrawler earlier last week. I'd never seen that movie before with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, that
Yeah,
movie's
where he's
awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like the photographer.
Yeah, it wasn't what I
Reporter or
expected though. For some reason, because I watched Seven for the first time, which that was great. And so I looked up what are movies similar to Seven, and they said Nightcrawler. So I was expecting more of like a murder mystery movie. That's not what Nightcrawler is at all. So I'm like, the whole movie, I'm like, when is he going to start being a serial killer? When is he going to be a serial killer? And he's just like a really, really creepy guy.
That's when Jake Gyllenhaal was doing a bunch of like artsy type movies.
Yeah, it was good though.
That time.
It was really good.
Hey, real quick, can I make a amendment to our Jackass conversation real quick?
Sure.
So we don't get called liars again. So Bam did not drop the lawsuit. A settlement was reached.
Okay, well, I don't think he'd be a liar because all the headlines said that he dropped the lawsuit.
Probably because a settlement was reached.
So
I'm just saying there was something else in that.
the settlement was probably like, you want to be in the TV show, drop your fucking lawsuit, retard. And he was like, okay. And so he did.
All right.
But
Keep going, Max. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I find myself going into Paramount more often. Peacock has a great show on it called The Killing with what's Daryl from The Office? What's his name?
fucking Craig Robinson,
Yes.
where they kill pythons in Florida.
Fucking awesome show. This show is so funny. Have you seen it?
No, I've just seen the trailers for it.
Oh, that show is so good. Max, you would like that show. It's the same guy that wrote Parks and Rec. and
What
The
show?
Office.
I was reading an article.
The Killing. The Killing? Is it The Killing?
I'm sorry, I can't. Anybody know who's talking? All I see is a brick oven pizza. oven.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was off camera. What is it called? The Killing with Craig Robinson?
Something like that, yeah.
I've
Dude,
heard
the
of
show's
it.
so fucking funny, dude.
But I mean, Netflix. I think a lot of these streaming services are set up well. I think Netflix is in a rude awakening because Netflix feels like they got greedy. You got a pandemic where we were all locked inside for 2 years. You had nothing better to do. They released all this content. People were subscribing because they couldn't go to the movies, and then they were like, "Oh, we're going to keep jacking up our prices." And then they're like, "Well, we're going to stop people from sharing passwords." So you can't,
You're the most expensive,
yeah. So
and you have the content I care least about.
So they're going to start losing customers, and they're going to be, well, why are people dropping us? Well, there you go. But
Well, and all these other streaming services, like, we don't care if you share your shit. You pay for it.
yeah, HBO Max, we're cool. You want to share your stuff? That's cool.
YouTube
cool with it.
advertises
Now-
that you can do that. YouTube
Yeah.
TV, they advertise that you can have 3 people or 5 people on your plan, and they can watch it at their house. You can
Here's
watch
the
it at your
difference.
house. Huh.
Here's the difference, and I'm not defending Netflix, but HBO is owned by a massive corporation, and Disney is Disney, so they don't care. YouTube is owned by Google, a massive corporation, so they have so much in like cash reserves and so many other ways to make revenue that it's not a big deal. But Netflix,
But like, you
that's all
got
they do.
Peacock, you got Peacock and Paramount that are probably in the same boat as Netflix.
No, they're I mean they're owned by big companies too. Netflix is just Netflix, so that's why I think they care more.
But think about how much money, like, they were spending more in their stream, like the stuff that they were. Hey, Ish.
Wait,
Hey, what's
No one
going
said
on?
hi.
No, keep going, keep
Oh.
going.
They were
doesn't even-
spending. They were spending
Where's
more
the beard?
on.
Where's the
Man, looking a
facial
little
hair?
clean.
There's an explanation.
All right,
Uh,
I'll wait to
bet.
hear it.
They were spending more in production costs than any of the other streaming networks, like in producing their movies and TV shows.
Yeah.
They were spending billions in production costs. Disney, HBO, nobody was doing that. HBO really doesn't come out with shows very often. It's a lot of old stuff. I think they come out with shows less than Disney does. And they're $15 a month, but they're not losing subscribers. $5 less than Netflix, and they're not losing subscribers.
Who, HBO?
Yeah.
Well, they've also got all the content people want to watch.
Yeah, but
They-
Netflix has a shit ton of content. Like,
Yeah,
think of all the
but-
Yeah, but
contracts they have.
HBO Max has like newer movies than Netflix does, and I think that is another draw. I mean, they have the new shows and they have the HBO shows, and so I don't know. I think it's a little bit better value proposition at this point.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
I don't know. As much like Netflix is rolling in the dough, dude. Like, they just got greedy.
My understanding is they've never operated in the black though. Like they're always in the red. They've always been losing money. So I don't know how they're still even open. I don't know. I don't
'Cause
really care. But we're talking about Netflix. I'm just excited Cobra Kai season 5 is coming out. Go ahead and move on to that.
I am too. Super
Very
stoked for Cobra
excited.
Kai season
Very
5.
excited.
Give me more. Give me more. Moon Knight. Let's talk Moon Knight. Final episode of Moon Knight. The best part of this episode is it fucking over.
Best part of this episode is actually lived up to the name of the show. It actually had Moon Knight in it. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. It's my least well, no, What If is my least favorite, but the best episode of What If is better than the best episode of Moon Knight. But
Yeah.
the shitty episodes of What If are shittier than the shitty episodes of Moon Knight. So Moon Knight kind of floats in the middle of what If is.
I'm overall pretty disappointed with Moon Knight. I liked the first episode. I thought it was really intriguing, and it just didn't really deliver to me. We're doing spoilers, right, guys?
Yeah, you can
We put the
Yeah.
spoiler tag up here.
My thing is that they pulled all these threads, right, with Moon Knight. Oh, did you guys want to give a synopsis real quick? Jumping into it a little bit.
Basically, the synopsis.
You know what? I'm going to
is-
jump out for a couple minutes because I have not seen it. I don't want to.
Oh, then please.
Okay,
jump out.
I'll come back in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, essentially, the synopsis is Mark's
Did you see
alive.
Ish's
Comes
name?
back to life. Yeah, Hudson
Yeah,
Hawk.
the Hudson Hawk.
Yeah, so um I don't even know how to describe it, honestly, because it's all. I felt like this episode was all over the place. You get more Moon Knight. Essentially, what happens is Mark's wife is propositioned by
Tallow what?
well, I was gonna say Khonshu first, and she turns down Khonshu because she said she's gonna kill Ethan Hawke's character on her own, and Ethan Hawke's character releases the alligator headed lady, and she's sucking souls down, and essentially you at the end of the last episode you see Steven fall off the boat and turn into basically sand or cement or whatever you want to call it. Mark Spectre kind of has this epiphany where he needs to go get Steven, and he doesn't want to be in heaven without Steven, so he goes back and their scales balance, and big gate opens up, and Mark and him come back to life, and they're now able to switch between Mr. Knight and Moon Knight when they're fighting, and
Now they
finally
have
his
synergy.
wife accepts the proposition from the hippo woman to be her avatar, and she becomes the MCU's version of Scarlet Scarab, which is a dude in the comic books. I'm
Completely different costume and stuff.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the original Scarlet Scarab is going to be her dad, essentially based on what the comment by the hippo god made of, your father would be so proud of you.
Oh yeah,
So,
I didn't even catch that. That's a good call.
Yeah.
You finally get your Moon Knight action as they're fighting in the streets, as a big kaiju fight goes on behind them between the alligator woman and Khonshu. All while Mark still says, "I'm not gonna accept you, or I'm not gonna deal with you anymore, Khonshu. We made a deal, and you're gonna free me, and I'm not gonna be your fist of vengeance anymore." And it just, and the big reveal of Jake Locke at the end was like, okay.
Well, because they didn't even, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in Doctor Strange. Like, Doctor Strange had some end credits that were actually like more surprising, right?
No,
because
stupid.
Well, they were stupid, but it didn't have all these things hours before it letting you know that eventually this thing was going to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Jake Locke, which is the end credit scene, they've been teasing Jake Locke since the third or fourth episode.
That's one of the biggest disappointments I had. He's been teased forever, and he's like the post-credit scene.
Yeah, like the red sarcophagus, the blacking out where Steven and Mark don't know what's going on. Like, you're like, oh, there's a third personality. Who could the third personality be? Oh, there's only one option. It's Jake Locke. And then, hey guys, look, it's Jake Locke. Aren't you surprised? No, the fuck, I'm not surprised. You told me Jake Locke existed in episode 3.
It's Lockley.
Lockley, whatever. You told me he existed in episode 3 or 4. So your stinger wasn't a stinger.
I thought the one-liners in this were stupid when later Gators.
Poor writing.
And when he's like talking to Ethan Hawke's character, and all of a sudden he just sort of switches into this Bostonian accent out of nowhere.
Yep.
And then he goes from Mark to this Bostonian accent, and then to Steven, which I'm not sure if he was trying to do a British accent at that point, and it was an accident or what, but
I caught that too. I was like, why is he talking that way? And that's when I thought, is Jake Lockley coming out? When I heard the Boston thing.
And I like,
but in the subtitles it says Mark.
Yeah, well, Jake Lockley is a cab driver, but he's driving a limousine that says Spectre on the front of it, as Khonshu's in the back in the Mr. Knight outfit. It just, a lot of this didn't make sense. And I think really the show where its weakest is this. I think if you got to see this other personality come out and take over, and then they have you questioning why that's happening, and they're not picking up on it, is better than it just all of a sudden cutting to everybody laid out, and you're not explaining what's going on. And I don't think a lot of people connected the dots with that after credit scene of Jake Lockley being brought in, but it's clear that Marvel wants to move forward with Jake Lockley, but the way they could, the only way to get there is going through Steven and Mark first.
Yeah, I just
Like-
they're go ahead.
It's clear that Jake Lockley is their pick to play Moon Knight moving forward.
Because he's the more ruthless one.
But like Mark and Steven wouldn't exist anymore.
They would.
Well, I mean, they would still exist, but they've kind of denounced the Khonshu using them. So now, really, the only way Khonshu would continue to use them is
Through
through
Jake.
the Jake Lockley personality.
Which he says in the end, this is the one I wanted anyways, or something, or he said something to that effect. My thing is that there's so many inconsistencies, like with the whole existence of Jake Lockley, right? So they die, they're on the boat, Steven's there, Mark's there, they're weighing their hearts, right?
But they're the same fucking person.
They're the same person, so how do they have two spirits? I don't get that. They have their hearts there, they're unbalanced. You could have easily said you're unbalanced because you're missing a third of you or something like that, and that could have been the
That's what I
introduction.
thought was happening.
Yeah, but not at one point does Talawat or whatever her name is say you're incomplete or anything. Like, it just seems like really like they weren't connecting the dots in an appropriate way, because if they're on a ship and they're balancing their scales, don't you think that they would need every essence of their person to balance that scale? Like Jake Lockley died too.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. Like,
No, it made no sense.
It makes no sense.
When she talked about the balancing, I'm like, oh yeah, they have to find their third personality. I was 100% sure that was the case, and then nothing happened. I'm like, well, maybe next episode. Nope. Maybe next episode. In the post-credit scene, yeah.
It just makes no
It
sense.
was,
And
it was just dumb.
what I will say is I liked Ethan Hawke, but it's impossible not to really like Ethan Hawke.
See, I liked him for episode 1 and 2, and then I feel like he fell apart.
I feel like he kind of fell apart too. So I've said it before when we're doing these 6-episode Marvel shows. I'm like, how are they going to wrap this all up in one more episode? This one, it was true. It was just like, how are they going to wrap this up? And it was just rushed and disjointed and poorly written. It's just, I was really disappointed by this.
All the shows have been like that. The WandaVision last episode wasn't very good. The Hawkeye last episode needed some work. Like,
well, after Doctor Strange, I don't think you you can't compare WandaVision to any of these shows.
Yeah,
yeah, I think WandaVision was fine, and I think Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty good. I think Hawkeye.
What happened
was
in the last episode?
A little
of that?
better. Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah, that one tied up with a nice little bow, didn't it?
Yeah, he embraced Captain America.
Yeah.
They took down the bad guy. And then where did Bucky? I don't remember what happened with Bucky, but they're moving forward.
But Loki is the only one that we're like at the end of the show.
Loki
we knew
was
for certain.
great.
Yeah, we knew for certain that there was more story to tell, right? Because at
What
the
up,
end of
Corbin?
the show, it says season 2's coming,
Yeah.
right? So you don't feel this emptiness. WandaVision's was not continuing. It did kind of, and we'll get more into that. But WandaVision, no season 2. Falcon and Winter Soldier, no season 2. Hawkeye, no season 2. This one apparently no season 2. So I don't know how they're gonna. tie
Well,
up the Jake
I saw
Lockley
earlier
story.
today they want to do a season 2.
Look at what you just said, though. Is no season 2 of WandaVision. You had Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness. No Loki, you're getting a season 2, right? No season 2 of Falcon Winter Soldier. You're getting Cap 4. So essentially, the movie is the season 2.
Yeah, but years down the line.
Yeah.
I'm
It doesn't
be-
matter. That's still their season 2 because it's going to be
I mean,
years down the line before you
WandaVision-
get a season 2 of Moon Knight. It's years down the line before we get a season 2 of Loki.
Wasn't
I think
WandaVision last year?
Last January.
WandaVision was two.
I think it was last
I wanna
January.
say-
So that's not that long.
yeah.
But I get what you're saying because Cap 4 is not coming out for a while. I don't even think they've started filming that.
But
And we have no idea what Oscar Isaac said. He hasn't signed on for anything else.
yeah, he has no contract to do any.
Would you guys
Anything
want to
with it,
see a
really.
season 2?
No.
I'm not
Honestly,
impressed.
not.
I don't really want to see any more of this.
I would be okay if the character was in like an ensemble thing. I don't want to see just his story.
I think you're gonna see him pop up in the Werewolf by Night Halloween specials, but I don't think we're gonna see him standalone series again. And I don't.
But if you wanted to go with this deep, dark subject, because that's how they sold this show, right? This dark subject material. Why would you not go with like Ghost Rider or something, like a character that people are actually clamoring for? Who asked for Moon Knight?
Well, Moon Knight has a big fan base because he's essentially Marvel's version of Batman in very similar ways.
Which in this show, I do not see any similarities with Batman.
Very similar ways.
Me neither. But
I
mean, he's an interesting character. I just think it wasn't well executed, or maybe I just don't really like the character.
Well, the show gave him powers he's never been able to fly before. Like when he's fighting Ethan Hawke's character in the air, and he hits him with that flying knee, and he's essentially flying all over the place.
Yeah. I don't know. I would have much rather seen a Ghost Rider show.
I mean, he has, because they made him more so Batman as far as like the personalities go. Like you have the trained assassin in Mark Spector, you have the billionaire and Steven.
That's true. I know in the comics
Steven is rich. Yeah, he's a rich guy. He doesn't work in a gift shop. He's rich.
But apparently Mark's the rich guy. Or I wonder if it's Spectre because Jake Lockley. No, that doesn't make sense. Forget I said anything.
But yeah, like
why does it say Spectre on the back of the car?
Just like Corbin said, in the comics, the similarities are much clearer between him and Batman.
Yeah,
Disney went and did their own thing with this series. Essentially, yes.
It's a shame too because I'm a big fan of Oscar Isaac, but so far he's come out with 2 comic book properties that I'm like, you ruined it. Like X-Men, he's by far probably the worst part of that movie. And
there's worse things in that movie.
Apocalypse. I think that movie overall is bad. I don't think he was a bad Apocalypse.
I didn't like it. I didn't like the.
I thought his acting was fine. The freaking costuming was terrible.
But his accent was bad. Like he had like this. What was that accent that he was using? Like the way he spoke, that was kind of like a little soft spoken. He wasn't big, for instance. That's one. He just looked like a regular dude.
Yeah, his look was awful. Apocalypse is still one of my favorite Marvel villains. Him and Magneto are probably like up there for me of my favorites. And I was so excited when they announced Apocalypse, and it was just that was not good.
But it's, I mean, there's like this show is really dividing the fandom because I hear a plethora of people shouting from the rooftops how much they love it. Like I think your mom said she liked it. She liked it a lot. And I've heard people like IGN's given almost every episode like a 9. Not that I listen to what they say, but
they're in Disney's pocket.
They love it, and I've heard a lot of fans love it, and a lot of fans that hate it. It's
because they have no familiarity with the source material.
Funny how just split this show has made people.
I don't remember so much divisiveness when it comes to, unless you count Captain Marvel or Black Widow, I don't remember so much divisiveness when it comes to a Marvel property.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't think. I think it was a swing, and I applaud them for stepping up to the plate. But for me, it was just kind of a miss. And I think it was essentially what made it a miss for me is that the show's called Moon Knight,
and he's in 20% of the series.
Yeah, he's in 20% of the series, and I've had somebody go, well, Matt, Mark Spector is Moon Knight, so therefore he's in every episode. But that's not the case because he's not in the costume. He's not going under that moniker. They've got the whole like thing about what is
I got in an argument with someone about
the people who cross at night, or and they don't show any of what Moon Knight does or why Khonshu has him in, what he stands for. It just.
Think about if they said, okay, we're coming out with a new Batman movie, but Batman is only going to be in 10% of this movie.
Yeah,
and it's going to be all Bruce Wayne.
I mean, granted, that's what some people complained about in Dark Knight Rises, to be,
There's too much Bruce Wayne or too much Batman?
Too much Bruce Wayne. There's very little Batman. It's not
And-
10%, but it is. He's like not in the whole entire second act.
And then you have Smallville, which is pretty. Most people like Smallville. I don't know many people like comic book fans that don't like Smallville. They said this isn't a Superman show. This is a Clark Kent show. So you go into it and you're like, okay, it's a Clark Kent show. It's not a Superman show. You're going to see some Superman-esque qualities to him, but it's a Clark Kent show before he becomes Superman.
See, but I would
And everybody
say
forgave it.
Clark Kent is more Superman than Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Yes, they're not as they're
Those
not as
personalities are
differing
so different.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
he
I
doesn't
know,
take up the
it's-
Superman mantle. So you literally the only time you get to see him like in any semblance of the suit is when
Is
he
the
opens his
finale.
shirt. The last scene, he's opening his shirt and flying away.
Yeah.
That's all you see of it. And people, I don't recall. I mean, it's been a few years since that show came out, but I don't recall a whole lot of people being upset about that because they told you
I
from
was.
day one.
Well, I think the thing with
Anyways.
the Dark Knight Rises is the symbolism. Bane broke the Batman. The
Yes.
Batman was broken. Bruce Wayne had to rebuild the Batman. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's kind of the Batman's broken and done, and it's Bruce Wayne rebuilding the legend of the Batman at that point. So
Yeah.
the symbolism there works for me as far as the Batman goes. Like this, it just doesn't. I think it was so rushed. It's so all over the place. It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
Well,
And-
and let me touch on that point you just made about the Batman. You got 2 episodes with that version of two movies with that episode. So you've had a lot of Batman. So by the 3rd movie, it's okay to have more of a character study type Batman movie because you've already been acquainted with the character for 2 movies. Moon
Yeah.
Knight, there's no acquaintance. Literally, you have Moon Knight, and then for 4 episodes, you don't have Moon Knight, and then you get
And he's
Moon
not
Knight
very
again.
likable.
And really, what
overall.
was Ethan Hawke's character's motivation other than being rejected by Khonshu?
He's just crazy.
Like it just didn't feel like there was any motive. It really felt like he was being a whiny little bitch who got rejected by Khonshu and was butthurt, so he wanted to go find a different Egyptian god to be an avatar for. That's it. And the whole
Well,
reason
then-
he put glass in his shoe was so he could feel pain, and as his punishment. It just
Yeah, because
Didn't
he
make
was
sense.
unbalanced, right? So this
Yeah.
whole time he was trying to make himself balanced. But for the fact of, Amit, is that the alligator?
Yeah,
Amit
or whatever. Yeah.
is supposed to be infallible. You're either balanced or you're not. If you're not balanced, you die. And she's like, "Well, I'm going to use you as my avatar, even though you're unbalanced." Well, that just goes against her entire reason of existence.
Well, she's a villain.
It just
Villains are hypocritical.
it was just poor writing, man. Like,
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. So speaking of the Batman, by the way, I want a really quick bit of trivia. My brother and I just researched this. The Batman from the Batman, Robert Pattinson's Batman, has been the Batman for about as long as Christian Bale's was before, by the end of Dark Knight. I guess
the Batman.
there's
is
only,
mostly
like-
Batman.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, I guess it's only like an 18-month, 2-year period. So it's just kind of funny to
Yeah.
think about that, because it seems like Christian Bale's version of the character is so much more technologically advanced and
Yeah.
capable of being the Batman.
no. I think there's a big
Anyway.
time. I'm pretty sure there's a big time jump between the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Rises.
There is. That's why I said between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight,
Okay.
because then he retires for 8 years, and then he comes back in The Dark
Yeah.
Knight Rises. So, anyways, I'm just saying it because in the Batman, one of the whole things is, oh, he's early Batman. That's why his Batmobile isn't as cool. That's why he can't fly around the city. But Christian Bale's Batman did that from 2 weeks into the job. Anyway,
Well, listen, if we're not anything, we're fair here, and we want to hear your opinions too. So, if you liked Moon Knight, or you thought we were missing the mark on Moon Knight, let us know in the comments section below. Let us know what you thought about Moon Knight or the series overall, the episode.
I wish
We're
one of
definitely
us
open to
liked
hearing your
it,
opinion.
so our conversation would be more of a debate. But none of us really liked it.
There
so.
were points that I liked, but for the most part, every time a Marvel show comes out, I'm so anxious about the next week's episode, right? I'm so excited about seeing what happens next week.
Yeah.
Never once dude, I was more excited about watching Halo, which let me down. I was more excited about watching Halo every week than I was Moon Knight.
Yeah.
I think Halo's a better show than Moon Knight. If you remove the Quan stuff out, it's a way better show than Moon Knight.
I think it's a slightly better show, and it's not even that good of a show. So
Yeah, I'm not saying it's groundbreaking or anything, but
I
I
know you're
definitely
not.
have more fun watching it because there's
Yeah.
actually Master Chief in it.
yeah,
I don't know.
Moving on. I want to do a real quick
I gotta
review. I
read
didn't
these
have a
fucking
top
books.
5 this week, because there's not a lot of books coming out. But last week, since I wasn't on the show, last week issue 5 of The Last Ronin was released, finishing up the series, and I want to say, by far as a turtle story goes, I thoroughly enjoyed the story The Last Ronin told.
Would you say it's the best turtle story you've ever read or seen?
I think it's right up there. Yeah.
What would you put above it? Anything?
I mean, other than like the original number 1 issue and kind of first story arc, not really. Like I think it told a turtle story we've never seen before. And I like that it picked a character that everyone thought it was going to be Raphael. It was going to be Raphael. I think the fact that they went with Michelangelo made it more interesting.
That's
Because
Michelangelo?
Yeah.
Why is he
You're
not orange?
Because he's the last of them. So he's the Ronin. He does not don the orange mask anymore. It's just the black.
and so you don't know which turtle it is?
You find out at the very
Till the
end of
end?
the first issue. That's
Oh, okay.
Michelangelo.
That's cool. He looks so dark.
But you get
That's
to so you get to meet. It's set in this futuristic dystopian New York. The Shredder's grandson is kind of like running everything, and you get to see every issue, like issue 2, 3, and 4 are dedicated to seeing how each turtle dies. So you get to see how Leonardo and Casey Jones die. You get to see how Raphael dies. You get to see how Donatello dies and Splinter dies.
That's
And
cool
you
how
get
they
to
included
see-
Casey Jones in that.
You get to see that April is still in it. You get to see Casey and April had a daughter. You kind of just get to see the grown-up Michelangelo as he's on this quest to avenge his family and take out the Shredder's grandson, and kind of that final battle and conflict in what's to come. And they're clearly set to build a expanded universe out of the story. So there's more to come set in this world. And I'm definitely here for it. When the trade comes out, if you don't want to try and go out and get each 5 individual issues, when the trade comes out, I would definitely recommend picking it up. Like I said, it's probably the only downfall I have for this story is how long it took to come out, because they were releasing books every 3 months, and then it started getting pushed. And I think the book 5 was supposed to come back out in January, and then it got pushed to last week. So the release time frame was, I think, the only Achilles heel to this story in this book. But if you want to see what it would be like to have Michelangelo being serious as he's the only turtle left, and fighting for the honor of his family and his clan, Last Ronin is the story for you. It's probably the most fun in a long time I've had reading a turtle story, and it's way more interesting to me than the main IDW run that's going on right now.
So this makes me happy because I kind of feel over the last maybe 6 months or so, Turtles in general has been having kind of a resurgence. Like it's like Nickelodeon finally realizes that the Turtles is a viable property, and they're actually treating it. I mean, they brought Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg. They're doing their Netflix movie. Like, there's a lot of interesting projects coming out. And this book kind of solidifies that a little bit, because Rise of the Turtles is absolute dog shit.
It's an abortion of a turtle story, yes.
Yeah. And like we as fans, I've been a turtle fan my whole life. I mean, I have turtle fucking posters on my wall. You can't see them, they're on the other wall, but I love the Ninja Turtles. And we haven't really gotten a solid Turtles adaptation really since the first live action movie. Like Secret of the Ooze is good, but I watched that as a kid, so that has there's some affinity there. But the first Turtles movie stands up still to this day. It's still a great movie.
Absolutely. I love that movie so much.
Turtles 3 was dog shit. The TMNT computer generated one was decent, but it still lacked the appeal that the original live action movie had, even though this was supposed to be a sequel to the 3 live action movies, that computer generated one. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it's just called TMNT.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the 4th movie of that franchise. And it's decent. It's better than the 3rd one where they travel in time and shit.
Actually,
But the second one, huh?
Actually, don't mind the 3rd one.
Oh, I hate it, dude. I can't even watch it.
Thank you, Matt. I love that movie.
It's unbearable.
I love it. I have so much fun with that movie.
Why they felt the need, like, first of all, the travel in time shit was beyond stupid. But why they felt the need to like make even the suits that the actors wore.
Why do you have to take a dump on my childhood, Lance? I swear, it's
out
every
of all
four,
those movies,
every
it's
4
the least.
episodes. You have to tell me how much you hate this movie that I adore.
Out of all the movies that have come out, that one, I just can't watch it, dude. Like, I have such a fucking respect for the Turtles, dude, just because of the memories I've had with my brother watching Ninja Turtles and that movie. I don't know, dude. I can't watch it to this day. I bought the box set, and I don't think that's ever been played.
I'll watch Turtles 3.
I watched 1, then I watched Secret of the Ooze, and then I watched the computer generated one. I completely skip over the 3rd one.
Yeah,
I just can't watch it.
I actually
they
really
change
like
their
it.
suits and they add like their suits look bad compared to the first one. Like their suits were so fucking awesome in the first one, and then they add like freckles and shit in the 3rd one. Like I don't know why, still to this day, why they felt the need to like make them look so much more cartoony. Like these are suits.
I
that
actually
people are
really
wearing.
like how they look. I like the freckles and everything, and I enjoy that movie. I also just really love like samurai stuff, and
Yeah.
it's just fun.
Maybe that's
it's
what
dumb.
it is. I don't like the samurai stuff.
I
like,
love samurai stuff.
One of your favorite movies that you've told me 100 times is The Last Samurai.
I love The Last Samurai.
Don't like that movie.
Oh, it's so fun.
I just like that movie humanizes Raphael a little bit instead of being a massive prick. Like he takes Yoshi under his wing, and he kind of has that fatherly figure towards him, and it's just I like the 3rd one. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is, or it's definitely not. The first one is the best in the bunch.
Yeah,
I have my issues with Secret of the Ooze. The first one is the best in the bunch. The first one I really have no issue with across the board.
There's
the
nothing
third
bad
one,
about that movie. The
3rd one is like okay, like it's. I don't think it. Like I'll watch it. It's not unwatchable.
Do you like the 3rd one or the 2nd one the best?
Out
of the
I
two?
like the 2nd one better than the 3rd, but
And then do you
watch
like the
3rd
computer generated one better
I
than the
didn't
3rd
really
one?
care for the computer generated one.
I just felt it was more true to what
Yeah.
the Turtles.
honestly, they go in order for me of release for what I like the most to the least.
The
I agree.
computer generated one just it feels more connected to the first 2 than, even though I think there's aliens in that one, if I'm not mistaken, right? Does that have something to do with aliens?
Yeah, the 4th one I think has like aliens or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I've
feel
only
like it's in the
watched it
same
once,
universe at
and
all.
I've never watched it again.
How do you think it's not in the same universe when in the 3rd one they go back in time?
I'm just saying it doesn't feel like it's in the same universe.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's part of the original 3.
It might be the artwork too. As far as
I like it, by the way. It's just not my favorite. I've seen it twice, I think.
Yeah, it goes 1, 2, 4 for me. And then I like the 3rd one better than I like the Michael Bay bullshit that came out.
Yeah, I can't do those movies.
So
I think
there's
I've only
that.
seen each of those one each.
So it's my 4th favorite Ninja Turtles movie. The 3rd one that came out is my 4th favorite. So I mean, it's not like it's an absolute travesty. The Michael Bay movies are a travesty, and the Rise of the Ninja Turtles is just
Yeah,
garbage.
they're an abomination.
But
I don't know.
all I
I'm
can
excited
say
to
is
read
that
this.
if you're a Turtles fan, you're an old school Turtles fan. Like this story was pitched in the 80s. and it took all these years to come to fruition. I'm glad we got it. I love the last Ronin. I love the story. I was invested, even with the time break, the span of it coming out. I'm invested in it, and I'm stoked for whatever they do more in this universe.
You think they're going to continue it in some fashion?
Absolutely. The way the book ends, yes.
So is there ghost turtles in it, judging by this cover? Like,
So he carries with him the memory of his brothers. So he has conversations with his dead brothers in this.
Gotcha.
Oh man, I really like this. Just seems like an interesting story. They should adapt this into a movie.
It is. You should definitely.
Well,
It's usually
Netflix
top
is
3
supposed to
seller
come out
of the
with a bunch
year.
stuff. Is
Yeah.
it?
Oh yeah, it was a mega hit. I think
Nice.
usually that and what was it, King Spawn or whatever, were like the 1 and 2 biggest sellers of the year last year. So yeah, they'll continue it. IDW
Netflix-
is also now doing the same thing with Transformers.
Yeah, the last.
So they're doing like a
Transformer.
final, they're doing a final War of Cybertron, and then after that is going to be the last Transformer. So this is
interesting.
kind of like a new like storytelling paradigm.
I think people are just clamoring for like more true story. Like when it comes to some of these nostalgic franchises, Transformers, Turtles, and stuff. I think people, like especially our generation, are clamoring for some more adult storylines. You know what I mean?
Well-
So when something like comes out like this, that is definitely not meant for kids, like just because the subject material might be a little hard for kids. This is what we've been asking for, right? Like we for years have been saying we want a rated R Batman. We want an adult Batman, and we kind of got close to that with this Robert Pattinson thing, and everybody loves it, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
Like we want more adult storylines.
I don't know if it's necessarily that, but I think this one hits on kind of like I said, they picked Michelangelo to be the last runner, and I thought it was a perfect pick because you're a Turtles fan. You grew up reading Turtles, watching Turtles. He's always kind of the jokester. He
kid.
never takes anything seriously. So now the person who never takes anything seriously, was kind of carefree, is the last one alive to carry this burden. He is the last one that is basically responsible for defending his clan, defending his honor, and defending his fallen family. And just seeing that progression and what he becomes and what he, how he handles that and how he faces situations now versus what he did in the past, and just his tactics and the fact that he carries his brother's weapons with him. And no matter what shape he's in, no matter how close to death he is, he's going to continue to fight. And I think that's what really makes this interesting, is that element of, you expect that from Raphael because that's just who he is. You didn't expect that from Michelangelo. And just to kind of see character development and the progression of how they took Michelangelo from that carefree jokester to now he's thrusted. His whole world is gone and he's got to defend them all.
Yeah, I think you could see Raphael in that role. I think you could see Leonardo in that role because Leonardo was always like the leader and the stoic one, and you know what I mean, the one with always had the like level head on his shoulders. Really, Donatello I think could fit that. What you were saying, like that, be surprising that it would be Donatello would be the last one. Donatello was always my favorite too, so I might just be defending him. But Donatello was like the behind the scenes, the smart one. You know what I mean? And to have him thrust in the forefront like that. Michelangelo is much more intriguing just because of what you just said. Yeah. As far as he's, cowabunga, like all of the quotes come from Michelangelo. Every quote that you can think of from the movies or the cartoons is Michelangelo. Yeah. Pizza Man's late, got 30 minutes or whatever that line is
30
from the movie.
seconds.
30 seconds and the free pizza or whatever.
Wise man said, forgiveness is divine, but you never pay full price for late pizza.
What did you send me the other day? How the hell did the Turtles get money for the pizza?
Yeah, I was sitting there the other night and I couldn't sleep, and I was like,
stealing.
How the hell did Michelangelo get $10?
It was like a text at 2 a.m. from you
for that pizza.
Was that to both of us or just to you? I don't remember
both
that.
of you.
They were hooked.
It was off, like out of left field, dude. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. This text. I was like, "This is why you're up."
Are you out drinking, Matt? What's going on here?
No, I was just sitting there. I couldn't sleep.
Their pizza hookup is from Pizza Papa.
That reminds me of that
Your
meme
Pizza
format
Papa,
where
yeah.
the girl is under, like facing away in the bed, and the woman's like, he's probably thinking about other women. And then, Matt, I wonder how they got $10 for pizza.
Right?
And Ninja Turtles.
Like, how do they afford their pizza in Ninja Turtles? Like, how do they afford
It's
half
that
the stuff
meme.
they have in this?
They're in the sewer.
It's totally that meme.
Things probably get washed down there all the time.
You know what? That's
how
probably
often are
a
you
good point.
flushing a 10 spot?
Yes.
It's true.
I don't know.
I never
that movie's
thought
just
about
great.
that.
I really hope that Seth Rogen, because the Seth Rogen thing is supposed to touch back to the roots of Ninja Turtles. I hope it's not slapsticky, but Seth Rogen has written some not slapsticky stuff.
Preacher.
I'm hoping that this lives up to my nostalgia,
I'm sure it will.
like Michael Bay's movie was supposed to.
But moving on to that, tomorrow, if you're watching this now, tomorrow's Free Comic Book Day. Make sure to hit up your local comic shop, pick up some free comic books. There's some good ones out there this year. For everyone, you got Stranger Things, Buffy, Archie. There's a Turtles free comic day book. There's a Spider-Man Venom one. Bunny Mask, the hit
Avengers
from
and X-Men.
Aftershock. Avengers vs. X-Men, Avatar,
Avengers X-Men
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Eternals.
Ooh, yes, and Eternals. I forgot
I
about
think
the
the
Eternals.
origins of the X-Men will be rewritten in this big event that kicks off in that.
Clementine, if you're a fan of The Walking Dead and The Walking Dead Telltale games.
Dude, that's a super thick one. I was like, whoa, for like a free comic book. The Clementine one is like, it's nice paper, it's extra thick.
Can I say it's really
I like
cool that they have
Clementine.
Free Comic Book Day?
That's what she said.
It is
Like
really,
it's really cool. This is a really cool thing that they do. Like
It is.
The Stranger
Because my
Things one
kids-
is also Resident Alien.
Oh, nice.
what?
Yeah.
Okay, I got to go get that. Resident Alien is one of the best TV shows I've ever watched. That show is so fucking good.
Ever.
But not Resident Alien, the TV show. Resident Alien, the comic book from which the TV show is based off of. Or is it going to have Alan Tudyk in it? Like, are they going to
No,
have a
it's
likeness of
probably-
Alan
No,
Tudyk?
I think it's the Dark Horse comic.
The Dark
Yeah.
Horse comic?
Yeah.
Have you guys watched that show?
I watched the
not.
first season. I thought it was that great. It was a riot.
Oh, dude, it's so,
Alan Tudyk is
just
yeah.
the second season.
But
was
everyone,
out.
all like all the characters in that were fun.
Yeah, but Alan Tudyk makes it, dude.
It's like Northern
But,
Exposure with Alien.
Yeah, it's so fucking good. Go watch that, Max. It's on Peacock. Anna loves it, so I think Kelsey would
I
like
thought
it
you
too.
were gonna cancel our Peacock.
I
What's going
didn't
on?
because my parents use it.
I don't care. I don't want it anymore. I'm
You
not
don't have
paying
to
you
pay
for
for
it
it?
anymore. Not paying anymore.
By the way, have you paid me for cable? When was the last time you paid for
Oh
cable?
my god. Anyways, but they have a Three Stooges book, and then they have a Nottingham. Nottingham's a pretty interesting book too. It's kind of a darker retelling of Robin Hood. So
Oh,
Nottingham, for those who collect that, this actually takes place between issues 6 and 7.
cool. Oh,
I
interesting.
find those. I want to get into it. Like that's one book I've had to read online because I can't really ever find it. Like I missed out on issue 1, and it's hard to find issue 1. But so yeah, if you're in the Scottsdale area or any of you don't live in Phoenix, make sure to hit up your local comic shop tomorrow for Free Comic Book Day. Pick up some books. Are you guys doing any events at your shop
Yeah,
tomorrow?
there's a specific one that they should.
Well,
be
I don't know.
visiting,
Giving
right?
away 49 different free comics is a pretty big event.
That is a big event.
You
in
know, it was a
itself.
challenge to even find the space to lay them all out.
That's really awesome.
49.
I wish they
that's a
had.
lot.
I wish they had a comic book store like close to me. I can't even think of where the closest one is.
Probably
Right
Atomic
Lives,
Comics in
Samurai
Santan
and
Mall.
Gilbert's or Atomic.
Yeah, I think Atomic is the closest one, and that takes like 45 minutes to get to.
No, how far is the Samurai and
Damn.
Gilbert or Chandler? I mean,
Where is
It's
that?
probably like 30 minutes.
Where in
Um,
Chandler is it?
It's right down the road from Greg's.
On Dobson?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's way farther
mean the
than
new
Santan
Samurai?
one.
yeah, the new Samurai out there.
That's way farther than the Santan Mall.
there's,
The Santan Mall is probably the
Gotham.
closest.
Yeah,
Gotham is on Main Street, right? In Mesa?
I think
Yeah,
so.
it's over in downtown Mesa. I like
That's-
And
Gotham.
there's
That's probably
Apache
35
Junction.
minutes.
The
40
one in
minutes away.
Apache Junction, I forget what it's called.
Mr. E.
That might be the closest.
No,
AJ's
Mystery is in Maricopa.
not too far.
Oh, that
That was
no, there is
solo
one in
with-
AJ. The one in AJ. I'm sorry, Ish. I don't mean to be selling other comic book stores. while
No,
you're
it's
on.
all right.
yeah.
The one in AJ is cool because you walk in and it literally feels like everything's just gonna fall on top of you.
Nice. You know, can I
It's
can I
just
tell a
comic
story
boxes
about
stacked.
That shop. I don't know who owns it now, so I apologize, whatever. But this was in the news, so it's fact. The previous or whatever, the owner of the store got cut up in some sort of meth ring,
Yes.
and
Jay
he
was telling
ended
me
up.
about
I
this.
guess he ended up being involved in a double murder, and they came to the shop to arrest him. And as he was coming out with his hands up, I guess he walked by like a Green Lantern poster. So he disappeared from their sight momentarily, and they just fucking blew out the whole store and then nabbed him.
Damn.
Really?
that's
Yeah.
insane.
But I
Man.
guess I know someone who shops there, so the store recovered, and I don't know what the ownership
Jay and I
situation
have
is
gone
now,
there.
but that actually happened. It was in the news.
Jay and I have gone there a couple times when it was the old owner that got arrested. Jay and I have been there, and they had some cool like figures and stuff, like stuff other than comic books. So, but yeah, the one thing I remember is you literally walk in the front door, and there's stacks of comic boxes, like 12 high, and it just feels like the whole store is just going to collapse on top of you. It might not be that way with the new owners. I have no idea.
Phoenix
But,
has a lot of comic book stores.
I
We
know.
do.
I think I saw
sucks.
we're like top 5 in the nation for, density and
That's
I
crazy.
guess the vibrancy of the comic book community. 'Cause,
It sucks that there's not more out here because I think the problem out here is that rent out here for like the
Nobody wants to live
commercial
on
buildings.
the
No,
FE.
because if like Santan Valley, for instance, it'll be the 4th largest city in Arizona, so there's a lot of people here. The problem is that everything costs so much more out here for like commercial buildings to rent and everything. It's just
It's
not
also
viable. Is some of it. There's some old parts of Santan Valley, but yeah, most of it is new. It just costs so much. It's not viable to run a comic book shop when they're charging you the kind of rent that they're charging you. That's why they're in
Welcome
AJ.
sticks.
That's why they're
Well, I
in
don't know.
AJ and
Try running a store in Scottsdale. That's not exactly.
but you're
Cheapsville.
probably getting a lot more traffic because you're in a town like Scottsdale, which is centralized.
Well, it helps that we're the only one in Scottsdale, so that
Oh yeah,
works
that
in our
makes
favor.
sense. But like the one in Gilbert, it was Sky High Comics or something like that. I forget what it's called. That one's gone. There was one on Williamsfield and Higley. That one's gone. It's a bike shop now. There's been out here, but they don't last long. But there's a shit ton of people out here. Max
There's a lot
could attest to
clustered
this.
around that like 60, 101, 202 area. There's like 5 or 6 shops within.
I think
probably
it's
a 10-minute
because of
drive.
the college is so close to there. That
The
probably
college, the
adds to it, huh?
accessibility. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably adds to it. Like we don't have those kind of draws out here, but as far as population is concerned, there's a shit ton of people here. They're building like 4,000.
There are a lot of people.
They're
They're
building
building
like
apartment
4,000 new
complexes,
homes.
and people are very mad about it.
Yeah,
They're
So
just-
Sticks Boy.
People are up in arms.
sticks on.
people are always mad about something.
All right, what's next?
Sticks Boy mentioned the free Doctor Who comic, and I wasn't aware that I guess Guinan is now going to be the new Doctor Who, and that is
Who?
revealed
What?
in the comic. That's kind of a half Star Trek joke.
Oh,
Star Trek joke, Doctor Who joke, I guess. Wah, wah.
aren't they releasing a new Doctor Who? Like, is it Jodie Whittaker that's Doctor Who now?
No, I don't know the actress's name. She kind of looks like Whoopi Goldberg, so that's why I said it's Guinan is now Doctor Who.
Oh, so they do have a new Doctor Who.
They have a totally, from
Comic.
what I can tell, according to this comic, and it's a photo cover, so not an art cover. I was like, okay,
But that's
this
the
is
one from the
definitely
show?
A very new Doctor Who. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right, we getting into Doctor Strange.
Next up, Doctor
So what-
Strange.
What do you want to do here? Do we do 10 minutes non-spoilers? Are we doing non-spoilers completely?
Dude, I don't know how to handle this. Like, I don't know if we should do spoilers or try to do non-spoilers because
I think if we give adequate warning,
What if we all give a very short synopsis? Like, everyone
I
give a
think it's
very
easy to
short,
confine the
non-spoiler
spoilers
review.
into one section.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
just
we can do that.
everyone give your quick non-spoiler review. I'll start. I thought the movie was good, not great. I think there were a lot of missed opportunities. But I also think that like there was a lot of great stuff in it. Again, without spoilers, since this is the spoiler-free part, there were some surprises I didn't see coming. And while I didn't like watch all the trailers and I tried not to watch like the TV spots and stuff, I was expecting there to be more. Like I feel like Spider-Man No Way Home had more big moments than Doctor Strange did, and that was surprising. I thought Wanda was awesome, and her role in this movie was not quite what I expected, and I was very happy with that. And I thought it was a cool journey through the multiverse. I thought there was a lot good here, but it just wasn't great. It was a little underwhelming. I did think though, you mentioned in your post, Matt, that I think you said you didn't think it was that hard of an R, and then Ish disagreed with you and said it was a really hard, or a hard PG-13. I mean, I would agree with Ish in that regard. I thought it was a very hard PG-13. They took the violence quite far, and at times I was giggling because I'm like, holy crap, this is pretty intense for PG-13.
I think it could have gone a little farther.
Well, I mean,
It's-
I don't know how much
I'll
further it could've
clarify
gone.
what I mean by that too. 'cause
Like
I'll go-
I would have loved to see an R-rated cut of this, but I feel like they went pretty far.
Well, and so my review of Doctor Strange is that it was a good attempt to tone down PG-13 horror. So when I say that, I mean like most horror movies are R-rated. It's the blood
the
and
good
gore.
ones
So,
usually.
so I mean, it's toned down to meet a PG-13. So it's a good attempt at toning down a horror to meet the PG-13 rating. I enjoyed it for the most part, minus the fact that it offered a very little new additions. To me, it was pretty much like I said, the season 2 of WandaVision. The trailer spoiled way too much, especially the later trailers. It spoiled
I can agree
way
with that.
too much for me. Some of those surprises I felt would have been better left not knowing.
I totally agree.
But you have to admit there were some surprises.
And I
Not-
feel
not
like
many, but there
calling
were.
this movie the multiverse, it doesn't do it justice because you're only really getting to see 2 universes.
I would say Loki is more multiverse than Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, once we get into the spoilers, I have some questions on the Loki front, so we'll get into that.
But what about you, Lance? What's your synopsis?
So I like this movie, and I agree with you. As far as PG-13 horror is concerned, most PG-13 horror movies, in my opinion, suck.
This might
they
be one
don't
of the
push-
best PG-13 horrors ever. Then
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Based on
think
that
so. I
specific
think
The
so.
horror elements were really good. There were some really
And-
cool horror elements.
And Sam Raimi directs it, and Sam Raimi's like one of horror royalty. Really, I mean, he did Evil Dead, and like Evil Dead is considered one of the greatest horror movies of all time, right? I mean, maybe not so much horror, but there's an affinity towards Evil Dead, Ash and the Evil Dead, and
it's a classic.
it's a classic, right?
So nice they made it
There-
twice.
There's a scene in this that reminded me of a Spider-Man 2 scene, just from the music and stuff. So you definitely feel Sam Raimi's fingerprints on it. I mean, it definitely feels like a Sam Raimi movie. A little bit more, and they could have pushed that they could have pushed that wall a little bit further as far as PG-13 is concerned. But it definitely is better than other PG-13 horror movies I've seen. America Chavez, I loved America Chavez. I thought that was a fantastic addition to the MCU as a whole. And
She did awesome.
yeah,
and
I think this was her first acting role, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not
or is that
sure.
Miss Marvel is the first acting role?
I'm not sure, but I looked her up because I was curious. I was like, she's playing a teenager, but I'm going to guess that she's like 20, 21 or something. No, she's 16. And
Wow.
she did a really good job. Like, I was very impressed. And I'm excited to see more of that character.
we've seen this from the trailer, so I don't feel like I'll get in trouble for saying this. So
This is not her first acting role. She was in Babysitter's Club reboot. She's been in a couple of movies. So this was not.
So
her
then
first
it's
role.
it's the girl playing.
Yes, Kamala Khan.
Yeah, that's her first act. I knew it was one of them. I just couldn't remember who. The boys are in this from WandaVision. Wiccan and Speed, right?
That's a spoiler.
No, they're in the trailer.
I don't remember seeing him in the trailer. I know
They're in at least 2 trailers.
I don't know if you're right about that.
I don't think you're right about that, Lance.
They are in the trailers. I promise you, they're in the trailer.
They're not in any
I don't
trailer
think
I've ever
they are.
seen.
I don't think they are.
I'll show you guys after. I know for certain they're in the trailer. Well, what I'm saying is that their existence in this movie kind of felt lackluster.
But
I was expecting more.
I guess for a brief synopsis, then before we let Ish go, if you're wondering about it, so if you really have to watch WandaVision to get what's going on in this movie, and so it's basically America Chavez is this character who's able to jump through the multiverse, and Wanda is searching the multiverse for her lost kid, Wiccan and Speed, and she's got the Darkhold, and Strange is trying to stop her. So that's pretty much the synopsis for the movie. So what's your spoiler-free take on it, Ish?
I had a good time watching it. I enjoyed it. It's kind of, it falls under a lot of the same typical Marvel tropes we've been seeing lately. And I know I complained about some other movies before. It's
This is
like,
from
is
the
this
trailer,
movie
by the
about
way.
this movie, or is this movie about cameos for another movie? And it kind of, that's why I guess we won't get into that part yet. But there's a certain part of that movie was like, okay. And then I was glad they kind of dispensed with it. It's good to see. Yeah, I thought Sam Raimi was kind of on top of his game, brought his horror game back with him, and that was neat to see. I don't know if it needs to be an R-rated movie. It was for PG-13. It was pretty scary. It had the scares. Some of the deaths were pretty kind of like people screaming, being burned alive and stuff. Kind of disturbing.
Yeah. No, it was. Also,
and definitely, and it is definitely a sequel to WandaVision. So if you hadn't seen WandaVision on Disney Plus, I don't know how any of this movie makes any sense.
So I'm really glad I didn't see the final trailer that was released on May 4th for this movie, because it spoiled a lot.
Yes, it does.
I tried
and
not.
Kevin Feige actually came out.
Then.
Kevin Feige actually came out and said that he thought the trailers gave away too much.
Yeah, there was something that I didn't know going into the movie that I'm watching the trailer. I'm like, well, that's obvious.
What?
I don't want to say until we get to spoilers.
Okay, but
so
you guys see that Speed and Wiccan were in the trailers?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't give a spoiler. I'm trying to be really careful, guys.
Yeah, I thought the Scarlet Witch was really badass.
She was Elizabeth Olsen.
It was really cool
fucking
to see
awesome,
her
dude.
just fucking go.
And
all
this
out.
is like in WandaVision, she's kind of like, for the most part, kind of what's the word, like just toned down quite a bit. And in this
until
movie,
the final
like,
episode, but yeah,
till the final episode. And in this, because she's like mostly like a mom housewife in most of the series.
Yeah.
And this one, she flourishes, man. Like, I really hope there's more WandaVision or Wanda-centric storylines in the future.
My favorite scenes in the movie revolved around her. Like, she was amazing. Not every one of my favorite scenes. There's one we'll talk about during spoilers, but she had some of my favorite parts in the whole movie.
In the trailer, there's a scene where she has the blood running down her face, and I'm not going to say what's happening.
Oh,
but that scene was awesome.
Oh, so good.
You really understand, like, the grief and everything that she's feeling. And if you watch WandaVision, like, none of that, like, you understand the grief that she went through with WandaVision. Like, you really understand it in that scene.
I think you should see WandaVision before you go to the movie.
Yes.
But if you didn't watch WandaVision, I think you could.
Absolute prerequisite.
I think yes, but I think if you don't watch WandaVision, they try to give you enough backstory to help a viewer kind of understand, but it would definitely be fairly confusing without seeing
Stick
WandaVision.
Boy says, I like how they did America Chavez's powers and the character differently than in the comics. Patrick says it was a solid 8 out of 10. Aaron says, I haven't seen WandaVision, but still really enjoyed it. But that helps when you have a fiance that has seen WandaVision and is very efficient in comics and what's going on in
Can
the Marvel
explain it all
universe.
to you.
It can explain it to you. Yes.
Yeah, Anna saw WandaVision and repeatedly like, hey, what's going on here?
Stick Boy
kept having
says
to
that's the
explain
new
stuff.
Disney media machine where Feige has no control over the trailers. And then Aaron says, I feel like I understood it. All right. So
I liked America Chavez too a lot.
I did.
Yeah.
I did also.
I didn't
She
really
was
have
awesome,
any
man.
preconceived
And-
notions as to I'm ready to hate her. I was like, whatever. And I'm glad we didn't get bogged down with an origin story. It was very brief. Yeah, she was kind of cool. Also, what we touched on, so the title, Multiverse of Madness, and you guys mentioned we really didn't get the multiverse stuff. Like Matt said, we got 2 different verses. You know, they could have gone all like into the Spider-Verse with this, with animated scenes. The one
The
multiverse
Spider-Verse
where they're
is
all
a
made
better
of
multiverse
paint.
movie than this.
I could have taken like 20 seconds at least of,
Yeah.
the paint
I agree.
multiverse, just some craziness. And then I really felt there was no madness per se. The madness was Scarlet Witch, you know, but not, I don't know, not in the.
All right, I think we
multiverse.
need to
I
get
thought
into
they were gonna
spoilers
go
because you guys
crazy.
are you just said like 6 things that are spoilers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I was gonna put it like this. Before we tear this movie apart and get into spoilers, what is your score on it? I know we don't normally give scores, but I think this is justified. Like I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
I'm with Pat.
8. You're
Like
gonna
Patrick.
go 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Yeah.
I think 7 to 7.5 out of 10.
Which is pretty high praise.
Yeah,
If you think
yeah.
about it.
Like I said, it was good, not great.
Ish.
What about you, Ish?
I don't know. I'm almost thinking of giving it an 8, and that's kind of high for me.
Okay, let's think about post
Maybe a
or
7.5.
pandemic era, right?
I think
So it
Sam
started-
Raimi really elevated it, his directing.
Yeah.
In most hands of the typical Marvel directors, it would have just been that. But Raimi really he
was
made a
inspired.
spectacle, you know,
Yeah.
that you could get into. Yeah.
Let's think about like since the pandemic happened. So we've had Black Widow, we've had Shang-Chi, we've had
This is
the
better than Black
Eternals,
Widow.
we've had Spider-Man, and
This is better than
this.
Shang-Chi.
Spider-Man's
better
the
than
best, right?
Not
Spider-Man's the
better than
best.
Spider-Man.
This
Yeah.
would be number 2.
Yeah,
Like, I enjoyed
can do that.
Shang-Chi.
It'd be close between.
So let's
Shang-Chi and
say
this.
since Endgame, because I think this is better than Far From Home.
It is better than Far From Home. Yes.
I think
Okay, I'm
it's better
trying
than
to
Far From
think.
Home.
I don't
If
know.
after
I'm trying to-
Endgame, I'd go No Way Home, Doctor Strange, Far From Home.
Okay,
Far
I'm
From
gonna-
Home and this might be even for me.
Shang-Chi.
I'm
Shang-
gonna bump my score to an 8 because the only reason I said it's good, not great, is because it didn't meet my expectations. But when I really think about it, I do like it better than Shang-Chi. So I think
All
I
right.
think 8. All right.
Well, I just wanted to see. I wanted to throw that out there so the listeners can see. I think it'll be interesting for them to see where we fall after we talk about the spoilers. So,
Who was it that
Full-
commented on Facebook that this didn't add anything to the MCU?
That was Matt.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
see, I
yeah.
disagreed with that. I feel like Moon Knight adds nothing to the MCU. This
Oh,
I do
well-
feel like adds
well,
to the MCU.
We'll get into that. So,
Does everything
spoilers.
have to add to the MCU though? Can it just be its own good movie and its own?
If
good
it's all
Doctor Strange
connected, it
story?
should.
I think
their whole
movie
mantra is all
needs to
connected.
add
I think
a
we're
new
getting-
piece.
We almost get bogged down with all this. It has to be so overly serialized and connected, and yeah, we love it. The connected, especially, has to be consistent. But I don't know.
I
Sometimes
expected more
it's-
connection
it's at
because
the
it feels like
expense
this.
of what we're actually watching.
Well, it feels like this whole phase. Which, by the way, if you're not watching, we're spoilers now. So
Yeah.
this is your warning.
Hold on before you.
Yeah, let's
go,
say
Max.
that
Just
periodically.
Give it a minute.
Oh, the ticker's
Spoilers
on
from
there.
this point on. We gave you our spoiler-free review. If you haven't seen the movie yet and you're watching it on live or you're listening on the playback, stop now. Have a great night. Enjoy your weekend, whatever.
Tune in
Um,
after you watch the movie.
Come back and hear our opinions on it after you watch the movie. But from this point out, we are spoiling it. It's free reign. No whining in the chat. No bitching. No pissing. And no moaning. No comments. We're warning you. It's being spoiled. Go ahead, Max.
I don't remember what I was going to
This
say.
is like the
I just know it
Salisbury
wasn't
steak at
spoilery.
Golden Corral. It's spoiled.
So can I just start with the bit with my most favorite?
Mephisto.
Sorry, hold on. I remember what I was going to say really quick before I forget.
Okay.
What I was going to say was simply just that when it seems like this current phase of the MCU is about the multiverse, like that's kind of what this phase is trying to accomplish. This movie felt like it didn't give us enough multiverse. Like I felt like Loki gave me more exciting aspects of the multiverse, even though I have questions on that, which we can get into, than this did. Like you guys said,
Well,
there were like only 3 or 4.
the Marvel
universes.
machine.
Spider-Man felt more multiverse.
Everything
Yes.
connects.
Yes.
So I think every Marvel movie has to add more to the next story they're going to tell and where they've been. And like I said, I felt like this.
But that should be secondary to telling the story it's trying to tell at the present in your face.
Other than, I mean, it's really just a continuation of WandaVision. Like
I feel like this added more. Not take away No Way Home, but out of all the movies that have come out since Endgame, I feel like this added more than any of those other movies outside of No Way Home. Shang-Chi doesn't add anything. Black Widow was the only thing it adds is Florence Pugh, which could have been introduced in Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Black Widow just didn't need to be made.
well, because that should have been made before
Like, Eternals adds a lot.
Yeah, I think Eternals is the building bricks for it.
I mean,
It opens up the
that
universe
adds
a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it
not
does.
to the multiverse.
No, but it's other threads.
But to the
To a new direction that they're wanting to get more into the celestial galactic, which they kind of did a little bit with Guardians, but this is supposed to be like a whole nother level.
Well, here's the thing Marvel's shooting for now. Marvel is trying to split this off. So they want to have movies that focus on the multiverse. They want to have your street level heroes, and then they want you to have your space stuff. So that's, they're kind of differentiating these things because they're trying to run with these 3 different themes.
Well,
Four
eventually you're
different
going to have
themes.
this one big mashup, which this is probably leading to.
Six wants to know what Eternals added.
It opens up the universe to like the
Celestials,
celestials,
the creation
and
of the
stuff.
universe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But this actually
like-
ties into an FCBD comic for tomorrow, the Judgment Day one, AXE, Avengers, X-Men, Eternals. So I don't know, they want to make the comics kind of help promote the movies. And in this comic, it turns out that the X-Men, the mutant gene, is actually the deviant strain of the Eternals.
Oh, really? I didn't make that connection before.
Yeah, so that turns the Eternals against all mutants. Because now the mutants are, turns out there. So that's kind of like a retcon of their origin, I guess, in a way.
yeah.
But I don't know if that has any impact on the MCU. But I always feel like kind of the comic books kind of
they've kind of been aligning more and more a little bit, unless you count like their one-off stuff like Dark Ages and things like that. Like that, I don't think those add.
Which was
anything,
out of continuity, which was out of canon.
Yeah, But can I just
not 616?
Can I just say, I've been wanting to say this like since I saw the movie, and I've been trying to keep my mouth shut. But there was one moment in the movie that I literally wanted to get out of my seat, and like I was just so happy. And again, this is spoiler territory. John Krasinski.
Yeah.
I was so fucking happy. I don't think it is.
Wasted.
Yes, he dies pretty quickly.
I was glad
without
he
even
died
putting up a
because
fight.
Yes, Mr. Fantastic against the Scarlet Witch. Like, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Him to be
That was the whole
things
point. That was the whole point.
fucking outsmarter. He's the smartest
Right,
human in
exactly.
the entire Marvel universe.
But at this point, she's
smartest human. That's a fact. That's on the stat sheet.
But he doesn't even. First of all, he doesn't even have a second to really use his intelligence to outsmart this person because he has no idea. Because just sitting in the Illuminati hall, they're saying, "Oh no, Doctor Strange, you're the biggest threat. Like we'll take care of WandaVision, or we'll take care of Scarlet Witch, no problem." Right? They delegitimize her from that point. So he walks into that situation kind of arrogantly, right? And that's what
Strongest
makes
mutant
that
in the world came from his nutsack, and he just gets destroyed by Scarlet Witch.
because in that moment he let his arrogance overcloud his intelligence. Like I thought it was completely believable. And that was just that, like, it introduced John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic. That was that Earth's version of that. Like, I think that's
why I'm glad they got rid of
door.
him, because that's not the FF we're actually going to get, even though it might still be John Krasinski, obviously. Because he even says, he goes, I have children plural, which means he's in the final FF story, not the origin story, not the first 100 comics of Kirby, not
and he
even
looks
John
weathered,
Byrne.
right?
He's a 90s FF at the end of the FF run when they have 2 kids. So I'm like, they better not have skipped all over that. And then this is what they run with. So when he died, I was like, thank God. When we actually do get the FF, sweet, it'll be Krasinski, but hopefully, like, we'll get a cool origin story and good.
I feel like
not just
all
skip
these
over everything.
I feel like all those characters are towards, like, because they've already had fought Thanos. Doctor Strange was with them. They killed Doctor Strange. Professor Xavier's there. You know what I mean? It felt like they were all towards the end of their storylines. So that's why I do think that when hopefully it's John Krasinski, if they recast him, I'm going to be fucking pissed. But if it's John Krasinski is Mr. Fantastic, 616 is Mr. Fantastic, it's going to start from the beginning. And what's cool now is that Doctor Strange is already going to have a little bit of knowledge as to who this person is, right? So it kind of just it introduces them, but indirectly introduces them, which I thoroughly enjoyed.
I'm also going to push back on they didn't portray him as smart thing that you said, Ish, because I think they did. Like, they didn't give him a ton of screen time, but in that small amount of time, he was speaking like very intelligently to Doctor Strange and about all these things. And I'm like, all right, I feel like Mr. Fantastic here, Reed Richards, is speaking to a peer, because Doctor Strange is also really smart. You know, he's got,
but if you look at everybody on that panel,
smartest, Max, the smartest. There was no one smarter than Reed.
No, Richards. I know.
So
but he had like 4 minutes of screen time.
Yeah. I don't know. I think John Krasinski is the unanimous favorite to be Mr. Fantastic. Like, I have not really seen anybody throw forward another viable option in that role.
What's the dude, Glenn, the dude from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and AP Bio?
Oh yeah,
he looks the part, but
and he's definitely he plays a great arrogant bastard.
I will agree though that I was a little like I expected Reed Richards to get his butt kicked.
Glenn Howard,
but I do wish he would have put up a little bit of a fight. I wanted to see him use his powers more.
Well, I'm probably to tell you that it's going to be Krasinski moving forward, because once Marvel signs you to play a character, you play that character moving forward. So it's probably going to be Krasinski. Let
me put a caveat to that. It's not going to be Patrick Stewart.
Maybe not. It could be.
No, it's not going to be Patrick Stewart.
Probably
that guy's
not.
84.
Patrick Stewart has already come out and said that his Charles Xavier is going to appear in another Marvel movie outside of Multiverse of Madness.
I don't understand how they could cast Patrick Stewart if they're planning on doing
did your guys' audience have a reaction? Because our audience actually laughed. We all laughed at Charles Xavier.
What?
Why?
He came out in the because I get it, it's the cartoon version, but the fucking wheelchair looked like a roller coaster unit. And he had his arms. His arms were draped all over.
I did not laugh
at all.
He
was like, there's an intense battle and all these crazy superpowered people, and they're like, hello, I am here to save the day. Literally the whole theater burst out. I felt bad.
Yeah, that wasn't.
But I was like, oh yeah, it's bad.
That wasn't. No, I didn't feel that at all.
I
like the fact that he came out with the X-Men theme music.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then when he uses his powers and like the stuff comes out of his head.
That wheelchair was ridiculous.
But he's supposed to be the animated version.
I grew up with that cartoon, though. That was how I developed a love of Marvel.
The X-Men cartoon might be one of the greatest cartoon series ever made.
Yeah,
But see,
that
that
made
should
me
have
so
been
happy.
in an animated multiverse.
But it's going to come. It's going to come with X-Men 97, the continuation that they're coming out on Disney Plus.
No, because we already showed it, and he's dead. They snapped his neck. So cartoon.
Well, I'm sure that
Xavier
the
is
cartoon's
dead.
probably going to happen before. I don't know what's going to happen, but the show's coming out. Like we
No, I'm
know
talking about the
show's coming out.
MCU though. In this movie, as they're going through the multiverses, there could have been an animated multiverse where we get that.
Yeah.
I agree.
Get those
And
X-Men
that
with
is
the music. Not
that
him
is
rolling out
something-
on the Illuminati in the yellow fucking ghoster coaster.
That is something that I said about Into the
Coaster.
That is something I said about Into the Spider-Verse too. I said, if they do bring Tom Holland into this movie, into the Spider-Verse, because Tom Holland has said repeatedly that he's interested in doing it. I want Tom Holland to be non-animated and have Miles Morales come into his universe being animated.
That'd be badass.
Yeah. I do like the paint scene when they're flying through the different multiverse or the different universes and they turn into paint. I was like, that is fucking awesome. Or when they turn into
us like
cubes.
20 seconds of that. I would have loved to have seen something.
There was an animated scene in there. You saw that
Yeah,
where they were all
very
animated.
brief. Yes. Yeah. It's
Very
couple
brief,
frames.
yes.
Yeah.
I
But
felt like that could have been explored a little bit more.
They left a lot on the
I
table
agree.
as far as the cool multiverse stuff. The way
And-
what
yeah.
Into the Spider-Verse showed us is possible.
Yeah, and that was my biggest disappointment. Like, I understand that you're trying to tell a story, and like the story should come first. But like, could they not have added a like 10-second, 20-second, 30-second scene where they maybe meet like the X-Men movie X-Men? This is like an infinite multiverse, like or something. Like they just didn't tie it they didn't tie it into any of the old Marvel content. And I thought that would have been really cool to bring in something. of
Well,
an old
I thought
Marvel
that was
movie.
going to be Deadpool because, like, Deadpool, you can like it looks like he's on the movie poster. Like, you've
Deadpool
seen-
was supposed to be in this, but he was cut.
You think?
Yeah,
is that
so
what
Sam
you're
Raimi
Raimi
saying?
came out and
was-
said he had 2 hours and 40 minutes, and they cut it down to 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, there was two other cameos in the movie. Deadpool was confirmed to be one of them, and they cut it because they said it just didn't work.
You don't know what the other one was?
I can't remember what the other one was,
Hugh Jackman.
but
That's what I
Let's-
was hoping.
I don't
but-
know. I don't think it's. I don't.
it wasn't
I
Hugh
don't-
Jackman.
I think.
So-
you know what I
it's
dug?
dude.
Black Bolt was very cool.
Did Black
Did
Bolt-
you
And
see
I
that
was
was
so
the same
glad
actor from
it was-
Inhumans?
Yeah,
Yes, and it's fucking Captain Pike from Star Trek.
Yeah. From the new Star Trek show, right?
Strange New Worlds just dropped on
Yeah.
Thursday. It was amazing.
Yeah,
but
I thought that was
I won't get into
awesome.
that.
And then his death scene might have been the coolest death scene.
Yes, that was.
So again, we're in spoiler territory. So if you're tuning in now and you haven't seen the movie, turn it off. Turn us off and come back later. So
wanna talk-
sealing his mouth shut and then having him blow his
Oh,
brains out was
dude, yeah.
fucking awesome.
That was crazy.
That was
yeah.
shocking.
And him executing Strange too in the other scene.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
shocked me too.
He whispers sorry.
It was dude. That was what he should have been in the fucking TV show. But yet they made him into this, like, wasn't he wearing a leather jacket and shit? And they gave him hair and he just looked bad in the TV show. And then he totally redeemed himself with this movie.
I thought it was a great redemption for that character.
But I still can't get over John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic. Literally,
Yeah.
my theater clapped.
yeah. One
You know,
dude
he didn't
screamed
have the,
stood up and screamed,
silver.
"Fuck yeah, in mine."
He didn't have the silver tips on the sides though.
He did have
I
a little bit. It wasn't drastic, but it was
Yeah.
a little salt and pepper.
Well, I guess because Strange has it, so maybe they can't have two
Yeah.
guys in the same
Which-
movie with that.
Okay, if I had to say any bad thing about this movie, like firm bad thing, why does Doctor Strange's face constantly look like he's a Ken doll?
I don't.
Like he's a what?
Like
don't
he's all
understand.
it looks like like the hair looks definitely fake. My wife turned to me and said, "Why does his face look like plastic?" When he's in the wedding in the beginning, Christine's wedding, his face looks so polished and the hair is so like it looks like a wig.
I guess the
It looks
makeup.
so fucking fake. But he's looked like that in the last couple movies where when he's in the whole suit and he kind of cleans himself
Maybe
up,
because
he
he's
looks
just
like
so
a fucking Barbie
crazy.
doll.
Pasty white, and they got to fucking slap on a ton of
I'm just saying with the
flesh
amount of
tones onto him.
they can make Hank Pym. What's the actor's name? that Michael Douglas? That's Michael
Yes,
Douglas.
thank you. Good job.
Yes. They make him look 30 years younger. They make, Robert Downey Jr. look 20 years younger when he's in Far From Home. They make all these guys look great. And yet Doctor Strange looks like a fucking Ken doll.
Well,
next time you watch it, just look at his face. It looks like plastic.
My biggest thing with this movie is we've all been waiting since Spider-Man No Way Home to see what the ramifications of that was.
Well, I knew that wasn't going to happen.
We
Per
got
the
it.
spe- Per
and it
the
was
Spider-Man
stupid.
spell, is he allowed to remember that
So
he just
that's-
helped
that's
Spider-Man
my-
with the spell?
No, that's my whole like issue with this. I was like, that whole Spider-Man stuff, it's mute and stupid because the event still happened. He remembers that it happened with Spider-Man. They
Yeah.
just don't know who Peter Parker is.
So I
Yeah.
I have an answer to that. This movie was originally supposed to come out before No Way Home. They had to go in
Really?
because I don't know why they decided
No,
to
I don't
release
think
No.
it was. I think
No,
Way Home.
there's
I
not-
think it
you
was
want me to pull
always
it up?
supposed to be.
No, it was originally supposed to come out before. You remember the original release dates had this coming out before No Way Home. It was all Benedict Cumberbatch last week came out and said they had to do extensive reshoots after the two movies were flipped. So they added those things to give it a little bit of continuity from the previous movie. But the whole movie was filmed with the intention that this was going to happen before No Way Home. All those things were after the fact.
It's still stupid, and they should have just undid it all because the fact that all the events still took place makes his sacrifice of I want everyone to forget who Peter Parker is dumb and no point to it.
Yeah, I think this
And it
movie
makes me
would've hit
think
a
he
lot
didn't
better
really break open the multiverse.
Right.
It had obviously already been there. America Chavez is the one who breaks through multiverses. All he did was break it open for the audience, But in reality, it was all there. It had all been happening the whole time.
All he really did was break open Spider-Man's universe.
Yes, correct. All he did was attract some Spider-Man villains.
Yeah. It didn't. It was like that's stupid. It didn't make any. I don't know. I still am having trouble getting used to Wong being the Sorcerer Supreme. And
Yeah, I don't.
it connects. Yeah, it
It's
connects.
just the only way to
WandaVision,
give him something to do,
probably.
other than show up,
connects
say a one-liner, and then you're done.
This movie connects WandaVision, Loki, and a little bit of What If. Well, actually, a good amount of What If into this movie because you got Captain Carter, you got the zombie,
Zombies.
and that's kind of like the Charles Xavier reveal and the Captain Carter reveal would have been so much more badass if they weren't ruined
Yes,
in the trailers.
totally.
And the fact that-
Especially the Charles Xavier one.
And the
'Cause
fact that
that's
you got the I can do this all day from Captain Carter, and you got
what was the line Xavier did? There was one.
Wait, I didn't even
was
catch
like-
that. She said that line, I could do this all day.
yeah, when she's fighting Wanda, she said I can do this all day.
He,
and then she
he
gets
said those who
outpassed.
stumble lose their way or something like that. That line.
So I'm looking up this. So
Xavier's
this is radiotimes.com. So it says, but that wasn't the while Doctor Strange 2 was originally supposed to take place before No Way Home, with the multiverse plot elements an after effect of what happened in the Benedict Cumberbatch movie. The release order was shifted.
But still, you could have had something in it towards the end where the Illuminati force him to undo it, or it gets undone later on. Just referencing it and being like, "Oh well, this happened with
It was
Spider-Man
an after.
before."
It was an afterthought. It was an
Like,
afterthought.
So you're telling me
Like,
that
Reed Richards figured out who Peter Parker was on his own, and then he's
Right,
like, something's wrong. There's a spell.
My thing was that they brought Sam Raimi in. They just had Tobey Maguire in the last movie. They couldn't bring him in just for a small cameo in this one.
I thought of that during the movie. I was like, come on.
I was like, no Kirsten
Bring in
Dunst,
the
no
Maguire.
Tobey Maguire, no,
That's what I'm
just
saying. Why wasn't there
satisfy that itch
something?
that we have after seeing that fucking
Because
masterpiece that just happened a few months ago.
Xavier was like a new version, like a deviant or variant or whatever. Like it wasn't even the one we're familiar with. I was really hoping for that like nostalgia hit, and there wasn't one.
Yeah.
Not really. I
There
mean,
was really
there
no
was because
nostalgia
the
except for
X-Men
Patrick
music from the
Stewart.
90s and
Yeah,
Patrick
you
Stewart.
got the X-Men music. Come on,
You did.
take that.
There was something.
Don't
but there
demand
wasn't.
more.
I am going to demand more because Spider-Man.
No,
No Way
don't
Home
demand
gave
more.
me
Be
so
happy
much.
with what you got.
There was a couple things with
No.
the
Lance
Illuminati.
Scott Krasinski. You got your cartoon.
Wagyu, okay? Don't give
The-
me no choice beef.
The one thing I would have preferred when it came to the Illuminati is I would have liked them to switch out Captain Marvel for Namor.
Ooh.
Because that's what the Illuminati is supposed to be. Iron Man, Namor, Mr. Fantastic, Charles
Created by
Xavier,
Iron Man, yeah.
and who else am I forgetting? It's not just the four of them, is it?
Black Bolt.
Black Bolt. Thank you. That's supposed to be the Illuminati. What sucks is that they didn't put Namor in this. Civil War would have been so much better if it came out after this movie. And they could have actually done the fucking storyline that is Civil War with the Illuminati, with the Punisher, with Spider-Man unveiling himself to the world. You know what I mean? And then No Way Home could have come after that, after he unveils himself to the world and now has to like defend himself, you know? I don't know. There was because Namor is supposed to be in Black Widow coming up, right? He's the main villain of the Wakanda Forever, right?
Black Widow, Black Panther.
I
Mhm.
just still
Black
think
Widow.
that when it comes to No Way Home, they should have just went the One More Day storyline and just gave up everything instead of the Peter Parker stuff. That just irks me about this movie. The other thing that bothers me is we get Reed Richards, but there's no talk about Nathaniel, his father, who is Kang the Conqueror.
Mm-hmm.
And so
And I
it's
believe
like,
also a
okay.
member.
King the
he's the,
oh, yeah,
he's the
yeah, I knew
Illuminati
that.
member is Nathaniel, not Reed, right?
Yeah.
Or it's when he's got
So-
the crazy helmet thing.
Mhm.
You
And
know what I'm talking
all
about?
the Illuminati are supposed to, you would think would be from different points in the multiverse, but they're all from the same universe, it seems like.
Yeah. So maybe there's more Illuminatis out there, or there's a bigger Illuminati, and this was just that particular universe.
And you couldn't have Robert Downey Jr. come back for a cameo
For what?
to be in the Illuminati? Like it just felt you're supposed to have the smartest beings in the
wouldn't
entire
make
Marvel
sense.
universe as the Illuminati. Well,
Well,
this
he
would be a
was an
different
original
version.
Illuminati member, wasn't he?
Yes, but yet they
You'd
pigeonhole
have to
Captain
add
Carter,
fucking Victor Von Doom.
Yeah.
which if they're going the Secret Wars storyline, they have to eventually, right?
Well, they don't
But
have to.
it
change
just felt
things all the
like
time.
it felt like you have Patrick Xavier, one of the smartest Marvel characters, Reed Richards, one of the smartest Marvel characters, Black Bolt, one of
The smartest. The smartest
I
human,
get you,
sorry.
Ish. But and then Peggy Carter and Captain Marvel just feel a little bit out of place. And I understand that if they take those two out, it becomes a man club. I get it. But
That's why they killed the men first, and those
Yeah,
two
Max
actually
brought up
had
this
the
point.
had the more extended battle with Scarlet Witch.
I noticed-
they
I
were
noticed
more
that if you wanna
powerful.
But Captain
they were
Marvel is
superior.
Captain
It
Marvel
almost
is
became
very
like an
powerful.
A-Force moment right there.
yeah,
And Reed-
you
and
could have
Reed
still
and
had
Black
them in
Bolt
it,
were
but
quickly dispensed with.
yeah, you could have had them still in there, but it would have, I think, had more of an impact if Iron Man was there, Namor was there, and who was the other one I was forgetting? No, they were all there except those two, right? Those two got swapped out for Captain Marvel and Captain Carter.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Xavier put up a little bit of a fight, though. He put up a little bit.
Well, he almost freed
That
her.
was kind of a cool scene where he went into
That
her
was
mind
cool.
and she was hiding
Well,
in
that-
like the little cave thing, and it was all
Yeah.
light.
That reminded me of the X-Men animated series. I remember Xavier doing stuff like that in that series
And
to
getting
break
his
people
neck,
free.
his death scene, the way his neck was snapped, was pretty kind of gruesome and disturbing.
Yeah.
It was.
And Styx brings up a valid point. Thanos was not snapped away by Iron Man. So in this universe, Iron Man didn't die. It was Doctor Strange that killed
Ooh.
Thanos.
Correct.
That's true.
So Iron Man could have
So where is Iron
easily
Man?
existed in this universe.
Yeah, but just in general, they showed the battle of Thanos because you saw his body there, nice and dead. There wasn't really any familiar heroes except for Captain Marvel. I think that's the only one that crosses over.
But that's a different Captain Marvel.
I know, but like as far as hero names, that's the only one that crosses over with our battle. Well, 616's battle with Thanos.
Or Doctor Strange.
Sorry, yes, you're right, Doctor Strange. Okay, so can I ask a question? I want you guys to help me understand something when it comes to Loki and stuff, because I don't understand, because I thought Loki was like related to the multiverse, the show Loki, but I just don't get it. Like, where's the TVA in all this? The TVA doesn't
that's
seem to
time.
care about
That's
these.
time. That's not multiverse. That's time variance.
You're right.
No, but
But
here's
like
the thing, though.
multiverse, but aren't when they don't clip the branches, doesn't it create a branch reality and that's a new universe? Or am I misunderstanding?
No, a new timeline.
So it's a new timeline. So it would be
So
a new timeline.
so we
within
might
616.
have two like big concepts button heads here: time and multiverse.
Okay, you know what? I was right then. When we were reviewing this at the beginning of Absolute Geek, not the beginning of Absolute Geek, but with the beginning when Lance and I joined, I was getting crap in the chat because people are like, Max and Lance don't get it. Explain the multiverse to them. And I was like, but I don't think this is the multiverse. This is like timelines. So that's how you understand it too. It's a timeline
Correct.
thing, not
See, but I don't.
multiverse.
But I'm having
No,
trouble.
Loki's
This
a
is
timeline thing. This is a
Loki
multiverse.
is a
This movie.
timeline.
Yeah,
multiverse.
this is clearly. But when we were watching Loki, I was trying to make the comment that this isn't a multiverse thing so much as it's
So all the
timeline thing.
multiverses have to go with this holy timeline, the one singular timeline. All the multiverses.
yeah.
So you'd
Okay.
imagine one of those little branches would also be branches grabbing multiverses with them.
Oh, okay. This is
So you're
starting to make
saying
more sense to me.
because so you're saying that a branch within 616 could impact 883.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it has an impact on the multiverse.
So okay, so the question
Sticks
I
to
was going to
explain
ask
right
was
there.
like,
It's like Back to the Future. It's a whole new skewed 1985 gets created when Biff gets the almanac.
see, but
Yeah.
I think it's hard for the general audience to disassociate branch timelines and multiverse, because I didn't realize that till just this moment. Because to me, a branch timeline seems, because the way they show the graphic on the TVA monitors is they have this straight line and then all these branches floating off of it.
Correct. Yes.
And that makes it look like there's different, like a timeline is associated with the multiverse. So it's a little confusing
We're
because
getting into some
the
hard
question-
sci-fi here. The question is time the consistent through multiverses? I'm assuming it is. I'm assuming time is the bigger thing that encompasses all the multiverses exist within time. They're subservient to time, if that makes sense.
So
But you can argue maybe there's a multiverse where time operates completely differently, which I don't even know really what that means. And then
See, and that's what I would.
In that case, the
yeah,
theory
it just
falls
gets
apart then.
confusing. It just
See, and
gets
I would
con-
imagine there is a multiverse where time
We
operates.
need like a
completely
string
differently.
theory physicist to like come on the show.
Right?
But
Well, it's all
you can
fiction.
understand my confusion, right? Because the way the graphic shows it in Loki, it makes it look like all these branched realities, because they call them branched realities, right? Makes it sound like multiverse.
Reality is such a vague
See, and I
word,
didn't
though.
think that. I thought it was just an alternate timeline. I didn't think it was
So-
a different universe.
So my thing is that
Yeah,
I
because
thought
it's
the
time
killing of
variance authority. It's time.
I thought killing, was it who? Is that what they call him in that? Kang. It's Kang, but in the show, what are they? Or He That Remains, right?
You
Yeah.
never-
So I thought that-
you know who.
Yeah.
I thought
Voldemort.
I thought that killing him created or like broke the multiverse, and then I thought the Spider-Man thing broke the multiverse, and now it's apparently Wanda breaking the multiverse. Like, what broke the multiverse?
A collection of all of it. I think.
I don't think America Chavez.
Yeah.
That's her power,
essentially.
is breaking the multiverse. They either exist all parallel to each other or all, in a cohesion together, or what does breaking the multiverse even mean? Here in the poster we see shards of glass, but the multiverses,
Yeah.
they didn't collide and combine, like they still exist independent of each other.
But
right?
it's
In America-
also the breaking
ahead.
of the multiverse for these individual characters, though, because I think it's breaking the multiverse for these individual characters, because the Spider-Man stuff has no ramification on anything going on in this movie other than, oh, well, Spider-Man tried to do the multiverse thing and, you know, da 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 da. And it,
Well, each multiverse should have
all
its own
that did for
Spider-Man,
his
right?
world is make everyone forget who Peter Parker is. So that ramification had more effect on Spider-Man than it had any on Doctor Strange. In fact, really, Doctor Strange in no way, shape, or form.
See, that's why I feel like these two movies would have made more sense if they were flipped. Because at the end of this movie, we get the reveal of Clea, right?
Killing Kang, or He Who Remains in Loki, is big because he is the keeper of that one singular consistent timeline. And when you kill him, he's trying to stop the evil version of himself from taking over that timeline. So when you kill him, that is free reign. That breaks that timeline. So now that's splintering off, and all these different versions of Kang, Rama Tut, you know, it gives way to all of the different versions of Kang throughout the history. So that's kind of focusing that. I think the time and the multiverse thing are kind of running parallel to each other. They're different effects, but they're very parallel to each other. And I can see where you're saying that it gets confusing, but like,
I feel like a lot of our questions are going to be answered with Ant-Man.
Probably.
And Loki season 2,
but
Ant-Man is the Quantumverse. The Quantumverse exists within the 616.
But Kang is the main villain of Quantumania, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that the Ant-Man is going to be kind of like that pivotal moment.
Sticks just in it. Chavez doesn't break it. She just is able to travel through it.
Yeah.
Because she's the only one that can't break it, right? Because she does not exist in any
exists
other
in
universe.
one.
Well, just the one, but not in any. So there's multiple versions of Doctor Strange.
That's the cool thing. Yeah, she says that she's unique, right?
She's the only one that
she says she's only aware of 78 multiverses.
Yeah,
and out of those 78, she's a unique being.
Yes. So
yeah.
So what I was saying before is like I think it would have made more sense if this movie came out before No Way Home, because at the end of this movie, the end credits is Clea comes. It was Charlize Theron talking about incursions. Terrible. They could have. I thought she looked extremely comic accurate. Like I thought
that doesn't mean it translates well to live action.
I thought she looked great.
See, I disagree. I don't think these two movies swapping makes any difference, because you only see two universes in this movie. They call it the multiverse of madness, but that's kind of misleading because they're falling through all the other ones. And
they go to three.
No,
but only two new ones. You're right.
But what I was saying is that you introduce Clea at the end of this one, and then that makes the ramifications of No Way Home that much greater, because all these beings being in this world are also going to create an incursion, right?
But they're only Spider-Man. They're only Spider-Man villains. And then you get the question of what, but how? Because you look at Morbius, and the end scene of Morbius is this 616 version of Vulture is somehow plopped into the.
It doesn't get shot
but
back.
The director of Morbius said it's not 616 Vulture.
But then how does he know who?
Well, that doesn't help make any more sense.
It doesn't make any
sense.
Morbius
just needs to be stricken from the record.
Well,
in my opinion.
It can make sense. It's just
to me
because Vulture looks the same in other universes, and he just happens to know who Spider-Man is.
His suit's completely different. I know I brought up that point.
Yeah, so it can make sense.
But how did he
get all Stark tech? Right.
Exactly. To me, like when they started all this stuff, they had that big whiteboard that said, we need to keep track of this stuff because this multiverse stuff is going to get very messy. And it feels like it's already very messy. Because
you know why it's going to be okay, guys? Because it gets messy in the comic books too.
Yeah. It does.
No, it's
comic books are were never perfect with all the crazy multiverses and retconning, and I mean, come on, what are some of the crazy things we've gone through in the comic books? It's going to happen in the movies too. That's just the nature of these stories.
I'm just saying that at the end of Spider-Man, it makes you feel like these people, these alternate versions, have to be sent home. Well, why do they have to be sent home? Because those things are opening up in the sky, right? They're going to be, that is an incursion, right? Because an incursion is when somebody is in a different universe for too long, and those two universes start to collide, and one overtakes the other, right?
Which is what happens in Into the Spider-Verse. Like that's what's happening.
Oh yeah, they start glitching and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So by introducing Clea if Doctor Strange came first, you introduce Clea and you introduce the concept of incursions. That makes Spider-Man make a lot more sense as to why these things are happening.
Not really.
How so?
Well, look at this. The incursion was created in this not by. I don't think it's by Strange. It's by Wanda. She destroys the Darkhold, and so therefore she destroys the Darkhold across every universe.
But that's not what an incursion is.
The incursion is two timelines crashing into each other, or two
From
universes
someone
crashing into each other.
From someone being in that alternate
Not
universe for too
necessarily.
long.
It's from someone affecting that universe. So she destroys the Darkhold across all these universes, and essentially doing that makes certain Marvel projects that are coming up mute, like Agatha. If the Darkhold's gone, why are we getting an Agatha show? It doesn't make sense anymore. So,
Well, we
I mean,
have
she
no
could
idea
just
what
be a
that's
dark
even
witch.
about.
and also strange dream walking, because remember, he had the Eye of Agamotto on his head,
Which my wife thought was the dumbest looking thing ever.
I agree. It
And
looks
then-
so
but
dumb.
that's how it happens in the comic. In the comics, the Eye of Agamotto wasn't a medallion around his neck. It was the eye on his head that allowed him to see basically truth.
I'm just saying it looked
See
really
through all
cheesy.
illusions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just
Okay, so okay, that makes more sense because in the beginning of the movie when he sees Gore, what's the thing that's attacking the one-eyed
Gargantua.
You know what I'm trying to say, the
No,
octopus thing with the one
Yes.
Yeah.
eye.
Star-Lord.
He uses the Eye of Agamotto and it kind of like removes the shield.
which he shouldn't even be in this movie because he's a fucking Namor villain. So he should have been in Wakanda forever, whatever.
Anyone notice when the creature was crawling up the building? It was exactly like Doc crawling up in Spider-Man 2. That was
That's what I
probably
was
very
saying.
easy
You-
for Sam
that's what I was
Raimi to
saying.
film that scene. He was probably like, I know exactly
that's-
how this one plays
He
out.
Michael Bay'd it.
So that's what it
Yes,
was.
yeah, you guys said that earlier in the show about Michael Bay recycling his scenes. That was
So
exactly kind of an example of that.
what's his name?
Okay, Sticks
that plays
is
Ash.
saying Agatha gets freed from Bruce Campbell. Agatha
Campbell,
gets
yeah.
freed after the Darkhold is destroyed. Her powers aren't directly created from the Darkhold. She already has powers like Wanda.
Yeah.
So when the Darkhold's destroyed, she gets freed.
Yeah, that's kind of how I take it. She's still a witch. She still has powers.
She was already when was she captured by the Darkhold?
She
She wasn't.
Wanda
She was-
at the
Wanda
end of
trapped her.
with the Darkhold traps her in
Okay.
this universe. Or
So-
in the
okay.
town. She's trapped in that town.
That's right. Yeah. But so Bruce Campbell's other cameo was actually supposed to be Mysterio, and they cut the Mysterio and Deadpool cameos, and then
man.
gave him the other part of Pizza Poppy, and that was a stupid after credit scene too.
Should
It
Pizza
made me
Papa
laugh.
be the new Stan Lee cameo?
Maybe.
No, I still think Deadpool
Not
should
Bruce
be the
Campbell.
Stan Lee
Pizza
cameo.
Papa.
Yeah.
I still think Deadpool
You know what?
should be the Stan Lee cameo.
I thought what Strange actually did to Pizza Papa was wrong. Like
This is fucked
for
up.
3 weeks, the dude was fucking
Pounding himself in the
assaulting
face.
Yeah, that was
himself.
messed up.
Because of what? He was well in his right to call out Doctor Strange. In his universe, it made no sense this guy just walked up wearing the cape. So he was like, "Where did you steal that cape?" It's like, come on, like
Plus, they didn't pay for the
his,
food.
he said something that offended Doctor Strange, and
Which,
they
by the
punished
way,
him with
pizza
physical
balls look
violence
delicious.
for 3 weeks. I thought that
I
was
thought they
kind of
looked
an
gross.
immoral move.
I'm with you, dude.
Pizza
They-
balls
they
Did
look
it
stole-
for a laugh. I was like,
Didn't
yeah,
even-
it's like, yeah,
didn't
it was
even try to
funny, but I was
pay.
like, oh, that's a little cruel. Like, what
So
they did
Bruce
there.
Campbell was supposed to be Mysterio in Spider-Man 4.
Yes.
Yes,
He was supposed to make that cameo in here, and they cut it.
Yeah.
that would have been
It's a
pretty
shame.
cool.
I don't know. I like this movie.
But then
Is it
everyone
my-
would have been, "Where's Jake Gyllenhaal?"
But see, so here's another thing with No Way Home. I know we're talking about Dr. Multiverse Madness, but here's another thing with No Way Home. When we get the multiverse ripped open for Spider-Man and start of Spider-Verse, really, it starts because of Mysterio. opening those two worlds, the Ultimate Universe and the 616 for Spider-Man, and where he meets Miles Morales and all that kicks off the leads into the Spider-Verse. They should have done that. If they were going to do multiversal stuff in No Way Home, they should have kicked that off in Far From Home and had Mysterio be responsible for that.
Yeah, but
Because they
Remember
talk
Far
about
From
him being
Home?
from another universe.
Mysterio mentions the multiverse in Far From
Right.
Home.
So they
But it's
should have
fake.
had him.
And they joke that it's
Yeah,
like,
fake.
oh, that who would believe that? And
No,
it's real.
that's the one thing I had an issue with because in I remember from Mysterio, like, he's a special effects coordinator, but he does have some powers, right?
No.
He uses like his special effects training as his illusions. He doesn't really have like physical powers.
Yeah, he's
So
super
how does
smart.
he open up the multiverse?
He's not Reed Richards smart, but he's super smart.
He creates a device that rips the multiverse and like a transporter essentially. Like he's trying to make an illusion.
I
and
don't
it
remember that.
rips the well, probably because you didn't read Spider-Man comic book, the crossover where Peter Parker goes into the Ultimate Universe and meets Miles, and then he comes back and decides, I'm gonna look up what 616 Miles is like, and it's like, oh shit, and you find out like he's some piece of shit. Then they do a Spider-Man 2 sequel, and then it leads into the Spider-Verse stuff. So, and
Yeah,
it was all
I didn't
directly
read that.
Mysterio's. It's worth reading. It was Mysterio's like direct involvement that caused them two to meet in the first place. But my biggest gripes is like the horror aspects of it were fine. They used a lot of jump scares. Like I thought the rolling red mist was cool, and then Wanda coming out and snapping Xavier's neck was dope. My biggest thing is like you call it the multiverse of madness. You really don't get any multiverse stuff. You get two universes, and they fall through like 30 more, and you get that briefly. Like they could have spent a little bit more time
It's teased.
making
yeah.
the in the multiverses and making it really feel multiversal. I love the introduction of the Illuminati, but I don't like how easily they were dispatched for the smartest, most powerful beings in this universe, put in place by Doctor Strange, that they're just easily dispatched by Wanda.
I think that
like
that just goes. I don't have a problem with that. I just think about because it shows their arrogance when they're basically putting Doctor Strange on trial, and
But
because
see, they're
of that
aware of-
arrogance.
Here's my issue, and I agree with Ish on this. They're aware of Wanda. They're aware of what Wanda can do. They're aware of the Scarlet Witch. They talk about the Darkhold. They talk about that. And Reed Richards would have come up with some contingency to protect them from her, being the smartest man in the Marvel universe. And he's just shredded.
But
instantly.
were they really aware that Wanda could do this? Because they say that line of, "You are the threat to the multiverse. We will take care of Wanda." Like, it just seems so.
They were able to design a cage to fucking imprison her and
Right.
I just
control her
think
powers
designed
with
the
the
cage that
fucking
Stop
handcuffs.
his power. Yeah, exactly.
it just feels it. I don't know.
I
I
don't
just
know,
felt
I
like they
think-
walked in that whole situation so arrogant and thought that they were going to be able to just handle this thing really quick.
I can see where the Hudson Hawk and Matt are coming from, because they were so aware of the multiverse. They had named at least like 800 and like something of them. So it seems to me that they should have been at least a little aware of the Scarlet Witch and like
Yeah.
her capabilities. So I didn't have that complaint going in, and I'm
Especially
still
when
okay with it, but whatever.
They talk about how the same events happen in these multiverses. The same events take place, so that
Like
you
the
know,
Thanos. Yeah.
right? The Thanos stuff, the Scarlet Witch stuff. So obviously they talk like they're very aware of what Wanda is and what she's capable, and especially their vast knowledge of the Darkhold and what it can do, since they have to obliterate their Strange for using it. You know, it's just
How come
don't
she
know,
didn't
it's
go
just-
try to find a Vision from another multiverse?
right, exactly.
That was one beef that I had. You have White Vision fly away at the end of WandaVision. This is technically WandaVision season 2. Where the hell was Vision? Why do they have all these
He was
scenes of
off
her?
making robot babies with someone else.
Why do they have all these scenes of her in her house with their 2 children, and Vision's not there? Why wasn't he
That's
there?
a good question.
And
I
why
thought the
doesn't
same
she
thing.
have? Why doesn't she have the same? The whole thing is that she wants to be with her kids again, which we see at the end of WandaVision too. That she wants to be with her kids again. She doesn't want to be with Vision again. Like, why is? I just don't get it. I don't understand why he wasn't there.
Well, here's a question: is she dead? I don't think
I
she
hope
is.
not, because this was the most interesting I've seen her.
I think this was kind of that final. If she comes back, it's going to be in the Agatha show, but this kind of felt kind of final. But again,
You
the
guys don't
multiverse
think she'll ever
opens
be
up.
an Avenger again?
I don't know.
It's tough because she's done some
She's an
pretty
Avenger,
messed up
come on.
stuff.
But guys, the thing we're missing here is death doesn't matter anymore because they open the multiverse. You can get a variant of Wanda to come in here and
Sure.
take take
Which
over
we
for
saw.
anybody.
Which we
So,
saw about what 30 of them.
Yeah. So you're never.
My thing is, I hope
dead or
she's
not. I
not.
don't know.
Yeah. My thing is, I hope she's not, because eventually we're gonna get Magneto, and I want to see that whole thing play out. Magneto is the father of Wanda and Pietro, and now they're both dead.
Richard Boner
Well,
now.
isn't
Speaking of I Am
Isn't
Your
it-
Father, wasn't when he met Baron Mordo, that was so fucking Lando on Cloud City greeting.
Yes. Yes, it was. I agree.
Yeah.
I was just throwing that out there.
so? I hope she's not dead, but in the comics, doesn't Scarlet Witch usually start as a bad guy and then becomes a good guy? Wasn't that one
She's
of
gone
arcs?
back and forth.
she's gone back and forth?
I hope she's not dead because I want to see House of M. I wish they would have saved like her psycho reality bending stuff for a House of M storyline, because how sweet would it be to see the No More Mutants whispered and the big screen and just poof gone.
Well, wasn't that the theory for a long time, that this was going to be an adaptation of House of M?
Yeah, it was. It definitely has House of M undertones, but
Yeah, I loved her though. Seriously, the scene that had me the most pumped the whole movie was at the beginning when she's at Comertage and just takes out the entire army of sorcerers by herself. I thought that was
What'd you guys
so
think of their
cool.
like magic cannons and stuff?
oh, that was dope.
I thought it was cool. Kind of cheesy, but it was cool. I mean, it's a comic book movie. It's going to be some cheesy stuff at times. And like her breaking the shield down by getting in their minds, and dude,
Yeah.
I loved her. I also just love Elizabeth Olsen. I think she's
I
a
don't
good
usually-
actress.
I usually don't find her that attractive. In this movie,
She
there was
is
scenes where she
so
was pretty
pretty.
hot.
Yeah.
Her nose looked a little less Michael Jackson-ish.
Well, I just think she's a really
Jeez,
powerful character. And
Lance.
I really enjoyed her portrayal. And then the way she was taking out the Illuminati was gruesome. And
She gives a good
was good.
performance.
she has
sure,
a very
her
good
acting.
performance. And she did
She
a
owns
very
that
good
role
job as
now.
a villain.
she's definitely not her sisters.
No.
She's
No.
a much better actress than her sisters ever were. I mean,
You know what I thought was interesting is as a sequel to the first Doctor Strange, yet not a sequel as far as Baron Mordo is concerned.
Right?
Yeah,
Remember
because
the
they
stinger
teased.
at the end of the first Doctor Strange movie, they set up a whole new Mordo storyline, and totally in my mind, this was going to continue that. And it was like, no, this was the other, totally other Mordo, and they went.
Yeah, I was surprised it wasn't.
So, are they ever going to
616's
go
Mordo.
back to that Mordo? Are we going to get? Yeah, are we going to get the 616 Mordo story back?
I don't think we are. I think Strange was essentially saying that Mordo has been trying to kill him because it's been 6 years since that original movie came out, and so that's 11 years. In
Now there's
MCU
two
time?
hanging storylines that bug me in the MCU: the Vulture and Mordo.
Yeah, I thought Mordo was going to be 616
And it's
play
like,
a
we're
better
going to go
part.
back and finish those stories.
Yeah,
Well, and then
The
at the
Vulture
end
being the
of
Scorpion in the prison.
at the end of Shang-Chi, we see him and Wong meet, how come there was no reference to that, like Wong in this movie? Like, hey, maybe we should call Shang-Chi to help us or something. Like, I
just
mean,
think Wong's in so many different places as a Sorcerer Supreme. He can't keep it straight, so they just don't even talk about it.
that was a really funny gag throughout the whole movie about the bowing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I giggled every time.
I
Okay.
also liked, does he shoot spider webs out of his butt? Speaking of Spider-Man.
Which we kind of
Yeah.
got that. We kind of got an allusion to that in the No Way Home, right? When they're asking
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire,
Did they
"Does it
come out of anywhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I like the Sorcerer Supreme jabs too. You're not Sorcerer Supreme in this universe because my Doctor Strange was Sorcerer Supreme.
yeah. Burrito Supreme and a Cutlass Supreme.
Stick Boy says
Tenacious
Mordo was
D.
fine. He turned out to be jealous of Strange, and that's why he voted to kill him.
Sure, but in the 616, the first Doctor Strange movie ended with a whole setup for a Mordo story.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this does not satisfy that.
At all.
No, it doesn't.
And it doesn't sound like the next
And
one
that's-
will either.
So that's one of the things the final trailer spoiled for me. I still thought Mordo was going to play a big role going in because that
Me
was
too.
what was set up. And then
Absolutely.
the final trailer shows us Wanda's the bad guy. I was going in just thinking, you know what? She's going to be teaming up and helping him. But that final trailer showed nope.
Or he'd be
she's the villain
manipulating her, using her.
or something.
I kind of
So
the
I
trailer
didn't
didn't
expect her to
ruin
be
the
the villain.
WandaVision. Like the trailer didn't ruin the Wanda storyline for me because I kind of assumed that she was going to be a bad guy based on the end of WandaVision when she's researching the Darkhold and knowing what the Darkhold does to people. I assumed that she was going to be the bad guy.
yeah,
I knew she was too at the end. Well, the way WandaVision ends, where she's sitting there meditating and she hears her kids' voices at the end of it and stuff. And they try to do the misdirect in the trailer, making it look like she was a good guy and Strange was going to her for help. But
No, it worked on me.
you know, I kind of got that feeling too. The thing that, like I said, all the trailers really spoiled for me was the Illuminati stuff, the reveal of
I wish that
Captain
would've been closer
Carter
to the
being in the
chest.
movie, Haley Atwell in that costume, the reveal of Xavier. Like, people were speculating on the Illuminati being in this for a long time, but they should have just left it at that. They shouldn't have showed any of that in the trailers.
No, they didn't
Like,
need to.
And even if they did, they didn't need to show Patrick Stewart.
right. They didn't even have to have his voice in the
Does
first.
this mean
the
you
very
guys
first
will be
trailer.
more wary of trailers now? Because I know people have completely
Well-
sworn off trailers for this reason. They're like, I just don't do trailers whatsoever.
Well, I can tell
I
you that
can't.
No Way Home was ruined for me because of the amount of articles that came out that I read. So this movie, I stayed completely away from articles.
Same.
I think if I wouldn't have watched the trailer, this movie might have been a little bit more impactful for me.
Well, look at it like this.
Well, the Reed Richards thing was leaked like a week prior to the release.
But I haven't
Yeah.
been reading
I-
anything.
I
That
hadn't
was
seen
all
anything
over the
about that.
internet.
Yeah,
I-
Yeah,
I-
who
I-
was sad? Who was sad that they didn't get Tom Cruise as Iron Man?
I
Six Boys pointed
care
that
about
out.
that.
Yeah, is Invincible Iron Man or the Ultimate Iron Man?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's
I
hard
think
not
the
to watch
reason-
the trailers.
I think the
Well-
reason that this movie was that so many trailers came out for this and spoiled a lot of things. I think that's the whole reason that Thor: Love and Thunder's trailer was pushed so long. Like, they had to get a trailer out to generate buzz for this movie that comes out in a month. So they had to give you something, and I think Thor's trailer does it right. Like, it gives you just enough, and it gives you that reveal of her as Thor, of Jane Foster as Thor,
which
but
we
you
already
don't know
everyone
Jane
knows is
Foster.
coming.
We already
right?
knew. Yeah, they said
Yeah.
that.
No big shock.
Yeah,
Right.
so that trailer's fine. Here's my issue. Here's why I say I can't not watch the trailers. I could avoid them at home, but I love going to the movies. And so unless I make a habit of always showing up 15 to 20 minutes late, I'm just going to see the
But
trailer. when
theaters
I'm
don't
sitting
show
in
the late
theater.
trailers. They always show the
They
first
show the
trailer.
first one usually.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
So I could try to
Because I
start
agree with
avoiding.
you. So if you stick to the theatrical trailers, I think you're good because most of them are just kind of teaser territory for the most part.
Yeah.
Though we
for the
got to
most
do
part.
Buzz Lightyear trailer that I felt like I just watched the whole entire fucking movie. I don't need to see it.
Well, that's the one I saw ahead
That
of the
was kind
movie.
annoying.
That's what I just saw.
Yeah,
ahead
that
of
was
Doctor Strange
particular.
this
I was like,
morning.
but I think they do that to kids because for a kid it doesn't matter. A kid wants to they got to
Well,
feed
and-
him like this is what the movie's going to be
Yeah.
about.
Oh yeah,
It
a
honestly
kid-
made me less excited. I actually don't like the direction they're taking the story. I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't really like that. Yeah.
Hey, the Buzz Lightyear movie is supposed to be the movie that Andy saw that made him love Buzz Lightyear. I'm there for it. I was excited by it, and I'm excited for Top Gun Maverick too.
I am not. Even though I'm hearing that
I
it's
might
pretty good.
boycott it. Any fucking movie about rah American patriotic militarism that lets the Chinese Communist Party actually edit production details, fuck that noise. That's just me yelling at clouds.
Or
Yeah,
like they
didn't
tried to
this
do
movie-
with
didn't
No Way
this-
Home and say we don't want the Statue of Liberty in it, and they
Yeah.
Disney basically said suck it.
I'm glad
Yeah,
Marvel
this
did.
movie's not playing in China either, from what I understand.
Yeah, and you know what's stupid? I wanted to
Yet
bring
China
that up earlier.
determined elements in the movie that were changed. Like they removed the fucking Taiwan and Japanese patch off his jacket. For
Off his
China.
jacket.
Top
a
Gun?
movie about a movie about American patriotism.
Yeah.
Oh, in Top Gun, you mean?
Yes.
No, but
Okay,
this
so-
movie's not
Right.
playing in China.
No, this movie's not playing in a lot of places just because America Chavez has 2 gay moms or something.
Yep.
Like that is so not like a big
Was that
part of
even
the
in
movie.
Was that even made clear in the movie?
Yeah, it's made
Well,
super clear.
other than when they're
Oh, yeah,
showing
she
them get
says my
sucked
2
in the portal.
moms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Did
the
she say my
character's
2
also
moms?
gay.
I guess I missed
but-
that.
But whatever that was.
In the
it was
comic
just-
books, yeah, but you didn't feel that in the movie. She's fucking 16. Like, what's she going to be munching?
No,
rug?
it didn't
on
matter. She's well, it
They
didn't
need to have a
matter.
whole
She's just-
section, a 20-minute rug bunching scene, just so you get that.
I just don't get it, man.
Like she has 2 moms. Okay, whatever. You're not going to show the movie because of that. That's just I don't know.
the sensitivity of people just in general. I have the same conversation when it comes to that the Pixar movie that came out.
Oh, Turning Red,
Yeah,
great movie.
my
by the
sister
way.
will not let her kids watch it.
because
and
the
I'm like,
period
it's
talk.
Canadian.
The period talk, and then there's some
Periods
there-
exist.
Yeah, and there's some LGBTQ things in there. I
remember
don't
any of
remember
that.
from what, but
I don't remember anything like that in the movie, but
I don't know. These things.
Wait, how did we get
exist
to
in the
this
world.
topic from Doctor Strange? What were we?
I
talking
was
about?
just
They're not
bringing up
showing
the-
it in China.
because
Oh,
of
okay, the censorship
gay
of
character.
Marvel. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. These things exist in the world. Are you just sheltering your? I just don't get it, man.
In communist
get it.
China, you see what we want you to see.
I just don't. I don't understand it, man. I don't understand.
What'd you guys feel about the
like-
Avatar trailer?
I thought that movie's like
Big who cares? Kind
30
of.
years too
Really?
late. or
My
20
my
years
theater
too
like
late.
gasped. Everyone was like, oh, Avatar.
I thought the
Why?
CGI looked just okay, which I was expecting it to blow me away.
Because it's been like 10 years in the making.
Yeah, well, and like that's James Cameron's
First
thing.
ever underwater motion
I-
capture.
Oh, was it?
It
I didn't
is,
know
yeah.
that. I mean, it looks pretty, and
So
I'll
now
go
it's gonna
see it,
be
but I'm not
Ferngully
like
underwater.
I'm not amped for it. And I loved the first one. For a while, I told people it was one of my favorite movies, but it's just lost.
I'm amped for it, man. It's fucking James Cameron,
Yeah,
and he hasn't made a movie in 12 years. If I've waited
Well,
12
he
years,
was
I thought he made the
involved in-
latest
excited for a James
Terminator.
Cameron
He was
movie.
involved in the latest Terminator. I don't think
He
he,
had
directed
nothing
it.
to do with that. He put his name on it. That's not a James
I don't know,
Cameron
man.
movie.
I liked the latest Terminator, but anyway,
Jake Sully is joined this tribe and he's still walking around with a big ass gun. The fucking
Yeah.
We'll see. It's probably gonna be dumb as shit.
What, Top Gun?
no
no Avatar.
Avatar.
Oh,
that
Avatar.
too.
Is that
I
Jake
think
Sully?
I think we're near.
Dude,
the end
if
of the
you,
podcast.
I'm telling you,
People are-
Mac and Lance, if you don't want to, if that Top Gun movie doesn't look interesting to you, watch Lady Gaga's new music video for the song she did for it, and it'll change your mind. 'Cause it's
I just
fucking-
think it's one of those movies
rad.
that didn't need to be made.
oh, dude, I think it's gonna be
They-
rad as shit.
They showed a clip ahead of Doctor Strange for Top Gun. It made me a little more interested, but I'm still not that interested in the movie.
I don't know, man.
The actor John Hamm on a podcast said he thinks Tom Cruise may win an Oscar for this.
Oh my god.
It looks like
He
it's
said it
gonna be
with
a
straight-
rad
and he
movie.
said it with a
dude.
straight face.
Let's just say I'm not going to be lining up the first week to watch it. I'll watch it when the theaters are a little less crowded.
I
You
will.
want to know what's
I
a
have a
fucking
feeling
awesome
it's gonna
movie?
bomb.
You want to know what's an awesome movie that Max and I saw last week? The Massive Talent.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Unbearable
fucking
Weight of
Oscar
Massive
worthy.
Cage, I want to see
That
that.
was hilarious.
Oh, that movie is so fucking
It was
awesome.
so good.
I like that movie better than this one.
Massive Talent, really?
Dude,
The unbearable
so-
weight of massive talent.
It was
was pretty
so
funny.
good, dude. It was so. I walked out with the biggest smile on my face. That movie was awesome.
Sticks Boys ready for Iron Eagle 5.
And Red
Who is
Dawn too.
I liked the reboot of Red Dawn. It bombed though, but I liked it with Chris Hemsworth. Well, it was a popcorn movie.
I never saw the original, so I don't have anything to compare it to. I liked it fine.
Josh Peck and Chris Hemsworth. Is that who was in it?
Yeah.
Hard pass.
I liked it.
But all right, I think we beat the shit out of this movie. Pros and cons. I think it was fair on both ends, but I still think, it could have been better. It's not what.
Oh, can I say one
thought it was
thing?
gonna be. Go ahead.
Christine Palmer was absolutely awful in this movie. Rachel McAdams was awful. Every line that came out of her mouth was eye rolling.
I disagree with you. I thought she was fine.
Oh, annoyingly awful.
Erin turned to me during the movie and she was like, I feel like that shit on her face is getting bigger by the second. Her little, like,
The
whatever
mole?
she got on the side of her face, her mole. Yeah, she's like, the thing is getting bigger by the second.
And we didn't talk about the fucking coolest scene of the movie. The fucking music note scene was fucking awesome.
Oh, I thought that was
yes.
terrible.
I was going to mention
hated
that earlier.
that.
I thought that was awesome.
But that's not surprising to me, Max, that you hated that, because it was so reminiscent of the doctor or Doc Ock in the hospital of Spider-Man 2. Like the music was similar. Like it was
The music was fine. I just thought it was so
I loved every
cheesy
second
and
of it.
dumb.
That is the point of the
liked
movie
it.
that I was like sitting
I
on the
liked
edge
it
of
a
my
lot.
seat. I loved it. Loved
I-
it.
And that one
I
little
love-
harp note, ding,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it floats across.
I thought
that
that
was
was dumb.
I
That
loved
was
it and hated it at
gold.
the same
That was
time because,
great.
like, when he's got like the big section where it's like dun, 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 when it
The
attacks
music
him,
was
I literally
cool.
laughed out loud at it. Like I was like, that's so dumb.
But
Like,
that is typical
rest of it was
Sam
cool.
Raimi. That's like typical Sam Raimi, like a typical Sam Raimi scene right there. Like you see scenes like that in Evil Dead. You saw it like
Yeah.
the scene in with Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2. Like I thought it was extremely reminiscent of that. Like that is typical Sam Raimi movie making. I
Sam
thought it was
Raimi
fantastic.
and Scarlet Witch saved this movie. Not that it needed saving, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. Well, America
Those
Chavez,
are two
I
elements
thought she was
that
great.
really, and those are the elements I think that really made this movie watchable. And I don't know, there's a lot I could nitpick about it, but I still had a pretty great time watching it.
yeah,
The-
I had a good time watching it too. But I'm not gonna be like, it was my favorite Marvel movie, best movie.
Can I have one rant? So the wedding scene, it's actually two rants for the wedding scene. And in one shot, the fucking husband walks by the camera twice. And then in the background, the people dancing at the wedding, they're like full body dancing, but the music you hear is just a single piano playing. The dancing and the music were completely incongruous at that
Oh,
wedding.
now I gotta watch.
If that
it
was a
again.
real
I'm gonna-
thing, I'd be like, these people are bonkers. They're fucking dancing to this
They're
piano
meth.
playing.
They're on meth. Oh man,
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
have to watch that again. I did not notice that.
It's
I
very
definitely
small
want to
detail,
see
but
it
I
again in
saw that and
theaters
I was
anyway,
like,
so yeah.
oh, this bothers me now. Because there's one guy dancing really hard, almost dancing to be like, wants the camera to notice him. You know what I mean? So you can tell his friends,
Hey, man.
that's
Like
me,
that
that's me
Friends,
dancing in
like
the back
that Friends
there.
episode.
When
when
you're an
they-
extra in a movie, you do what you can to get noticed.
Yes.
Right?
Well, that makes
But
me
the
think they told them
music
to
did
dance to a
not
certain
match
type
the
of
dancing.
music.
The
They
music did
probably
not
told
match
them to
the
dance to
dancing.
something, and then they put different music in.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So I'm like,
that's
Sam
funny.
Raimi.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's
I
a-
put the
I'll let
Lady
it pass,
Gaga
though.
YouTube video on Matt. Didn't make me any more excited, by the way.
You're crazy. That shit got me hyped. I
Do we
watched
want
it
Sam
twice.
Raimi to make more Doctor Strange movies?
Sure. I'm fine with that.
Matt's hesitating.
I am hesitating.
Or do
Okay,
we want
so
to see him
all
do
of your
something
all
else?
of your concerns have come down to writing. He didn't write it.
No, I'm not worried about like it. I think he didn't. I don't know. He made a movie that's as close to being Sam Raimi made as he can without being the normal Sam Raimi tropes. And he said he didn't put those in because It's not about that. He did the best he could with the horror, pretty much the tropey horror elements. I think he relied a lot on the jump
Dude, the
scares.
hand coming out
Yeah,
of the
and
grave. That's
yeah.
straight up, Evil Dead.
I loved it, dude. I loved the campiness.
Well,
of it.
or like when she came out of the reflection
I
in
just don't
Comertage,
think
and it was like all
Yes,
distorted. That
yes.
was cool.
that reminded me of The Ring.
if you're gonna do more horror-based stuff, absolutely, Sam Raimi's the best way to go because I think it's gonna be hard for anyone else to hit that PG-13 horror line
He did. I think he did it beautifully.
like he did. Yeah, he did it very well. But
So do you think the next? So maybe it's not Doctor Strange that he does next. Like, do you think maybe he could do like Ghost Rider?
absolutely, I think he would crush Ghost Rider.
Oof.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm
think he would
clamoring
kill
for a
Ghost
Ghost Rider movie, dude. I want that so badly. What's another horror thing that he could do? Moon
like
Knight would have
Blade,
been
he probably
awesome.
could do Blade really well.
Blade would have been awesome, but he could have crushed Moon Knight if it was a movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like if it's. I think he's gonna do another Doctor Strange because now you've got Clea involved, and they're gonna go through the incursion and the underworld
And
stuff.
they still have to finish the Mordo story.
Right.
I can't ever say his name. He's
Dormammu?
coming back,
Dormammu.
obviously,
Well,
because
Clea
he's
is
Clea's
the
father, right?
niece of Dormammu, right?
Yeah.
Not the daughter or the niece.
So
Daughter, I thought.
I definitely think that he's probably gonna do another one, and I'm okay with that. I really didn't have Raimi. Really wasn't my issue. Like I'm just saying like
It's the writing. It sounds like everything
yeah,
you've
but I
spoken
would
to
want
is the writing.
him to if he's gonna direct another one, I want it to be a movie that plays into his strengths. I don't want it to have another Snyder issue where he's just directing it because it's Sam Raimi, like it's not. I don't want to see another Marvel movie directed just to say it's directed by Sam Raimi.
Dormammu is her uncle.
So,
Okay, so geez.
Victor
she's-
Strange, brother-in-law. Doyle Dormammu, cousin.
Aaron loved the piano scene.
Yeah,
And she
I loved
said,
it,
music
dude.
note and whatever. I thought it was awesome.
That was like that one and watching Wanda just rip through the Illuminati. Both those scenes were awesome. Oh, and the scene when he has all the dark souls coming out of him,
Yeah.
which kind of felt misleading because I thought zombies were going to be introduced into it. That wasn't a zombie, kind of like by the traditional definition, but not the zombies that we've seen in the Marvel universe.
No. Oh, he's dream walking.
Yeah.
Like it would have been. I think this movie would have been way doper if it's not just Wanda that he's fighting. If they're fighting against the zombie Wanda that's destroying everybody, that everyone's afraid of.
From What If?
In What If?
Yeah, like Wanda, like there's a zombie Wanda from a different Earth,
Yeah.
and he has to enlist the help of 616 Wanda because her powers are the only one that'll match the zombie one.
It would have been better if there was like some connection through the multiverse from zombie Wanda to the actual Wanda, and instead of her sending monsters out through the multiverse to hunt America Chavez, it was zombie Wanda hunting the multiverse for actual Wanda, and
why-
zombie Wanda wipes out the Illuminati and all that, because that would be like an unforeseen issue is a fucking zombie Scarlet Witch with her powers just annihilating everybody.
And why was she sending monsters after America Chavez? Why wasn't she just sending
Remember,
versions
she
of herself?
she was being merciful.
Yeah, that
That's
was her
me.
being.
That's
oh,
me
yeah,
holding
that's right. I
back.
remember that line.
You don't want me coming after you. I'm just sending my friends.
I thought the humor was really good in this. Like when he comes down after talking to her when they're up before she attacks
Nailed it.
yeah, he's like nailed it
Yeah.
because he talked her down. I thought the humor was great. And Wong or what's his name? Starts with a B. What's his real name?
Benedict.
Wong. Benedict?
Benedict.
No, that's Benedict
Wong.
Cumberbatch.
No, his name is Benedict Wong.
Oh, they're both Benedict?
Yeah, I
Oh,
believe so.
their chemistry is really good.
I believe his name is Benedict. Let me double check.
No, I think you're right.
Their chemistry as actors together is really good and maybe some of the best we've seen in Marvel.
Yeah,
universe.
Benedict Wong.
Would you guys agree to that?
Yes.
The two of
would.
them together
Yeah,
really
they have great
works.
chemistry. I totally agree.
They
But-
remind me like everybody has to have like that. Like Peter Parker has Ned. Paul or Scott Lang has oh, I was talking to my cousin, right? What the hell is that dude's
Oh
name?
yeah.
Wait, who? What? What are you talking about?
In Ant-Man, I was talking to my cousin, and he said this. What,
Oh,
what's the
yeah.
what is that character's name?
Oh man, I don't know.
Not Luis. It's not Luis,
It is.
right?
I think it is Luis.
Yeah, it is. No,
Yeah.
Michael Pena.
No, it's
it is
Luis.
Luis. Yeah.
Is it Luis?
Yeah.
Luis. Yeah.
All these movies kind of have like that. I don't know what to call it, like that kind of like sidekick.
The sidekick. Yeah. Happy.
Yeah.
The
His
comedic
Iron Man
relief sidekick.
But Wong is not like all the like Ned, and they all say like these quips and these like one-liners. Wong isn't like that. He's so serious that it's funny.
No, Stick Boy. I don't want him directing Captain Carrot.
What the fuck is Captain Carrot?
I want him directing the biopic of Carrot Top.
Oh
That's
my
it.
god.
Did you guys see the trailer for the weird
Weird
Al
Al.
Yankovic biopic?
Yeah.
Biopic?
No, I saw an image from it though.
It looks fucking awesome. But no one's going to be able to watch it because it's only on the Roku channel. So unless
Really?
you have Roku, you can't watch it.
I have Roku.
They don't make
have
well.
Roku.
I do on a couple of my TVs, not all of them, but Roku like paid all this money to get this movie, and you can only watch it if you have a Roku device. Are people going to be
Interesting.
clamoring for Roku devices when this movie comes out? They don't
So-
make their app available anywhere else.
So Matt, what was
Ron-
the big spec comic book wise on this movie? We already talked about Illuminati, right? There was
Yeah.
also a big spec on what's his name, Chthon,
Mm-hmm.
who ended up being just mentioned in the movie as
Yeah.
the original author of the Darkhold, as far as inscribing them into the murals.
And the America Chavez stuff.
But doesn't this kind
Yeah.
of imply that Scarlet
But then
Witch
the trailer
actually
kind of
wrote-
blew that open, though. And
Yeah.
then a lot of people were specking on what's on the starfish, on the octopus thing, Gargantos.
Yeah.
But I think that was kind of if you spec'd on that, I don't think you're going anywhere.
But doesn't this kind of imply that Wanda wrote the Darkhold because she has that temple?
No.
That's
she
the
did-
part that didn't make sense to me. Why
The
is there a
temple was
of her?
created by the original creator of the Darkhold. The Darkhold was a copy.
Chthon.
So Chthon scribed the Darkhold along the walls, and somebody copied it into the Darkhold, the physical Darkhold, and put it out there. So when the Darkhold gets destroyed, she goes to the temple where that's why she goes after Wong, because as a sorcerer supreme, he gets to know this stuff. Because remember, they're saying that I can't think of the name of the good book right now because it's fucking late. But the good sorcerer book,
Vishanti, right?
Vishanti, thank you.
Vishanti,
It doesn't exist, and Wong says no, that's not the case. It does exist. It does exist. You find that out when you're the sorcerer supreme. You're privy to more information, so that's why she goes after him to find out where the original Darkhold was, to go to that temple. And that's why when she's destroying the Darkhold across the multiverse, she destroys that temple.
But why is there a statue of her in the temple?
Because the Scarlet Witch is just she's like the manifestation of like the ultimate witch, like the ultimate sorceress. And so the Scarlet Witch is a title.
Wanda and Scarlet Witch can be separate entities,
Right.
theoretically.
It's not necessarily Wanda, it's the Scarlet Witch.
Oh,
And
see,
that's
that
why-
didn't even click to me. Has there been other Scarlet Witches?
That's why Wanda is trapped in the rubble of her childhood in the head, because that's kind of like Moon Knight. That's the Scarlet Witch persona keeping the Wanda character at bay.
I don't think we've actually had in the comics other ones, but the implication, it's like a title, like
Yeah.
Wong says, she has become the Scarlet Witch.
Like
So
Oh,
something
Sorcerer
that
see,
Supreme
that
has
has
a
like,
title.
that
ascended
did
to.
not click for me. I was sitting there like,
Agatha
wait,
kind
why
of
is she?
explains it in WandaVision towards the end. too.
I think I'm gonna need to
That's
watch
right, yeah.
WandaVision again. Just to
Always
pick up
a
on
good
that.
idea.
Isn't the Scarlet Witch the one who can read and write the runes? Not
Yeah.
Wanda, but you have to become Scarlet Witch
Right.
to get to that level.
She's
But
the
like,
ultimate.
so
like-
so that Scarlet Witch like outfit that she's wearing, she didn't make that up. I thought she had like. I thought
No, remember it appears on her when she accumulates the Scarlet Witch power when she's fighting Agatha.
Oh, I thought she like created it from her own mind.
It's like another analogy would be like the Dark Phoenix, the Phoenix power.
Right.
Right.
No, it's making sense what you guys are
You
saying.
could
I
become
did
the
not
Dark
catch
Phoenix,
that in the
but
movie.
you're not necessarily exclusive.
So I feel like I have like decent comic knowledge, not nearly as much as you two do. I'm above Max, I think, as far as the hierarchy here.
Is Max still with us?
Yes,
I'm here.
As far
I'm
as
just asleep.
as far as
I'm
comic
tired,
knowledge
guys.
is concerned. And so when I watch these movies, I get a little bit more than just like the general like lame person that doesn't follow this stuff outside of the movie universe.
Yeah, people like us are lame.
I did not understand that wasn't Wanda on the wall. There's a lot of things that I think
Where do
they
you-
take
Who wasn't Wanda on the wall? What
in
wall?
the temple. There's a statue carving against the wall. It looks like Wanda as Scarlet Witch.
Oh, I understood that. Just from WandaVision, they explained that the Scarlet Witch is like a
See, and I
title
must
or
have-
a different
A
entity.
moniker, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's probably because it's been so long since I've watched WandaVision that probably just went.
That's
in
why
one
she
ear
goes
and
by
out the other.
Wanda. That's why she doesn't have the Scarlet Witch moniker until she's never actually called Scarlet Witch until WandaVision.
Yes, I knew
Yeah.
that because she gets that suit in Wanda. But I thought that was just a name that she gave herself. I didn't realize. I don't know.
Dude, I just noticed that this is hardcore, dude. You guys see that Stephen Strange in the poster is doing the rock on?
Yeah.
That's legit.
It's like giving
Rock
up the devil
on.
horns.
But I mean,
Sometimes his hand stuff looks kind of stupid.
Oh, if you took the CGI out, how silly would he look?
Like, how does he feel when he's like?
Oh,
he's
yeah.
an
Well, most of
he's an
these, yeah.
accomplished actor. He's an accomplished actor that's been like nominated
That
for
was
like,
like
awards and shit.
Alfred Molina for the Blu-ray special features from No Way Home. He's like, if you just forget all the Doc Ock and you just watch me acting, this is me the entire movie. And he's just shaking his shoulders, and he's like, "That's all I had to do the whole movie."
Those guys look like they
Because
had
his
so
arms
much
are
fun.
like straight down to his sides, right?
No,
Yeah.
it's true.
Those guys looked like they had so much fun filming that movie.
Well, like I like to watch some of those YouTube channels where they like review special effects, and they'll show like the pre-rendered footage, and it's kind of funny what the actors are sometimes working with, and then what you see in the final product. Like,
Or every
They
time
show
you see
scenes where Tom Holland in his mocap suit kept making Willem Dafoe crack up because he looks like Polka Dot Man, and they have him like spinning around and stuff, and Willem Dafoe
Yep.
just kept laughing at him.
like you see stuff from like
Not Willem
Jurassic
Dafoe,
Park,
Alfred Molina.
and dude's a raptor, and he's just in a green suit with like a raptor head on, like he's got like a raptor helmet on top of his head. It's
or
yeah, or Planet
Mark-
of the Apes. They're like acting like apes, and it turns out incredible. But
Yeah.
I can't imagine being there on set and watching this guy act like a freaking monkey.
or
You
Mark
know?
Mark
and
Ruffalo.
not laugh. all
And not
day.
laugh. Yeah, like come
Mark
on.
Ruffalo's in that mocap suit, and he's got a giant stick, and same thing with Thanos with Brolin, giant stick with the face of Hulk at the end of the stick, so that people know where Hulk's
Where to
face
look.
is going to be.
Yeah.
It is the same thing with Thanos. So they're running around with these giant like flagpoles connected to their backs.
Or this one's a little bit less so, but Chris Hemsworth has talked about how like they would like throw in the hammer and stuff off screen for, you know, when he calls his hammer back to him, and how funny it's done in practicality, but they make it look cool. It's like a guy just like handing him a freaking hammer.
Or Chris Pratt when they had to keep refilming scenes because he was shooting the fake guns going pew 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 pew. Speaking of one last thing before we go, did you guys hear the controversy with the No Way Home Blu-ray?
No.
No way.
So for months they've been advertising the Blu-ray coming out that's going to have all these 90 minutes of deleted scenes or something like that. The Blu-rays were released with no deleted scenes.
Oh, that's frustrating.
The 4K one or just the
All of them.
Blu-ray?
The 4K one is the one I own. It has no deleted scenes in it.
I think they're on. Aren't they on the Blu-ray disc?
Nope.
No, you're right. I don't think they are.
They
It's not like a
advertised
special
it. They
features
did.
disc.
No, they
That
advertised
sucks.
it for months. People were selling pre-orders in the actual Best Buy thing. When you look at what I ordered, Spider-Man No Way Home 4K with bonus features and deleted scenes. There's no deleted scenes on it. Like people.
Also, the
people-
Best
That's
Buy
frustrating.
Steelbook. They
What?
allowed the Best Buy Steelbook for that, the Steelbook edition. They let it sell out on pre-sale, so not a single copy hit the shelves on the day of the release. They're all gone pre-sale. It was
Really?
ridiculous.
Yeah, I've actually got the 4K Ultra HD version from Walmart, and it says over 80 minutes of bonus content, bloopers and gag reels, Spider-Man Unite, and more.
Yeah. So when you look, so the pictures when they were selling it says over 120 minutes, and it has deleted scenes. They changed the stickers before they went out. So a lot of people are pissed and saying it's kind of a bait and switch. That's why I pre-ordered it. I'm like, I want to see these fucking deleted scenes. They're probably magical.
Yeah.
Like I heard there's over an hour of deleted scenes.
Well, I imagine there is.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it got released with nothing. People are pissed.
Hey, earlier, you guys said, is there really a petition to get Amber Heard removed from Aquaman 2?
Yeah, it's
It's
over
over
3 million signatures.
Did you guys see her testimony today?
No.
That Johnny Depp repeatedly raped her with a bottle.
No, I didn't see
I don't
that.
think
Yeah,
not
it was
see
hardcore. It is damning, and I think it totally changes the direction of the trial.
I don't think she's I think she's lying through her teeth, dude.
I don't know, because the other day when
Well,
she
we'll
was
see
on
what the jury thinks.
Yeah.
I think when she was on the stand Wednesday and she started crying, it just, I don't know, man. Her whole defense team has just been god awful. I don't know.
She
This whole
talked about
trial,
he did cavity searches on her because he was convinced she was hiding cocaine from him.
I mean,
Choking
Yeah,
her
but
out.
he also talks about
smashing
he-
beer bottles, and then the vivid description of being raped by a bottle by him.
Well, and then you hear the stuff he talks about. How she fucking like shit on his bed and like
Yeah.
fucking like they're both crazy.
but
So
the,
maybe
the
those
damning
things
thing
they
to
both
her is
they-
that. Oh,
Go
go ahead, Lance.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I don't know if I even have a thought.
I was gonna say the damning thing to her is that he's got her on video saying nobody's going to believe you. No one's going to believe that I did all this to you. Like basically saying nobody believes that men can be a victim.
And then
So-
there's another video with saying, "Oh, go ahead and cry, Johnny." Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like basically teasing him after she like abused him.
So he's suing her for defamation for ruining his career, and now there's testimony that this raping with the bottle. I feel like this
Yeah,
is
but
completely backfiring on him. He's gonna get me too'd, the fuck me
See,
too'd for this.
I think he has a lot more supporters. Like if you look at like TikTok and stuff, it's just constant. Johnny Depp is innocent. Blah blah blah. This blah blah blah. That.
TikTok is not a jury though.
No, I understand. that, but
Obviously,
the
it's
general-
social judges, but
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like there can't be that kind of support on the social channels and him also get me too. Like I don't think that'll. I don't know.
It's a court of public
we'll see.
opinion.
This
dude.
could be a double standard at play.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's tough. It's
Yeah.
tough because like I haven't
I don't want
heard
her
I
out of
haven't
the Aquaman movie.
I haven't heard her testimony yet. I haven't seen the evidence. I'm not on the jury, so my opinion really doesn't matter here.
It's a sad situation on both. It's sad that it got this far on both accounts.
Yeah, hearing I've heard the recordings that Johnny has shared, or that they've shared for his, side, and they had an extremely unhealthy relationship.
Oh
They
yeah,
extremely-
I agree that it was unhealthy in both directions, but he also has like his wife of 14 years that said Johnny is the most loving person I've ever like.
Yeah, he's had a lot of character testimonies.
He's had a lot of character witnesses, and then she's had these character witnesses that says no, she's a little crazy.
Well, and it doesn't help that she fired her entire PR team right before she took the stand. So that's kind of damning too, saying that you're bailing on all this stuff. But
And
I
they
don't know,
coached
dude.
her. The new PR team coached her before she went on testimony.
So do you guys think she should be removed from the movie? Is that kind
No,
of
the movie's
No.
done. Just freaking
Yeah,
release the
and
movie.
I hear she's only. From what
should
I
she
hear,
be
she's only in,
banned
like,
from
10
further
minutes
movies
of-
then?
if what Johnny has testified and is true, and if what she's saying is a lie, which we don't know, then yeah, maybe.
I'm saying in all fairness, what has happened to so many other people after these kind of things come out that have basically had their careers ruined. Like, look what's happened to Bill Murray. Or look what's happening to the guy, The Return of the Usher, or whatever that movie's called, the older guy. Like, these guys get canceled. Like, just a minute an accusation is levied, get canceled. Why can't that happen the other way?
You know, I forget who was saying this. They're saying there should be a law that your identity cannot be revealed unless you're found guilty.
There's another
Of these
there's
types
another
of crimes.
director that just got removed from a project and isn't allowed to be part of or direct anything further because of allegations. I just read the
Director?
article to yeah.
It's so tough because like you want to weed out these people who do this stuff. Like we don't want rapists to be.
But we're already
going
passing
free,
judgment
but-
before the trial.
I know-
even, you
I know, but that's
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
about to say.
Fred
But
Savage.
what about innocent until proven guilty? So it's just it's hard
exactly.
because if Johnny Depp raped her, he needs to go to prison. Like that's how I see it. But it's just tough.
Fred Savage was removed from directing and executive producing the new Wonder Years spinoff because of he's in misconduct allegations.
We're not talking about Doctor Strange anymore. I'm taking that down.
I think, but I mean, since to answer your question, I think when it comes to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, it's like these people were in a personal relationship. They were in a marriage. I don't think what happens in their private life should affect their personal life, but it's going to because
Unless a
it's playing out
crime was committed.
well, yes, but it's playing out in a court of law. So,
yes.
you know, it's hard. It's
It's a libel lawsuit, though. Nobody's actually going to go to prison. No charges are being filed. It's
Right.
all about
She's-
reputation.
right.
You've ruined my
Yeah.
reputation.
And if you were raped by him with a bottle, why wouldn't you press charges against him? Or
She didn't. Yeah, that's how
Yeah.
crazy and toxic the relationship was.
and the sad part is watching this too. Even everything you hear, like I would have no doubt in my mind that if she was like, "Hey Johnny, I want you back," he'd go back in a second.
I sure hope he's not that dumb. Oh my gosh.
But
But
we're at 4 hours.
Yeah.
That's typically what happens in these abusive relationships, though. Too, like a lot of people get trapped in these abusive. It's kind of like Stockholm syndrome, right?
Yeah,
a
they
lot
go
of people
back.
get
There
trapped in
is,
these
you're right.
abusive relationships. I knew a girl. I was like in love with this girl who was dating this guy that was a piece of shit to her. She would break it off, come over to me, and then go immediately back to him. And this happened for like 5 years.
Max, how dare you?
But it happens all the time, man. Like,
No, it's super common and it's hard. And that's why you can see my wife for therapy. She'll help.
all right, you ready to call it?
Before we
Yeah.
go, I highly recommend Star Trek Strange New Worlds. The pilot
I'm gonna watch
dropped, yesterday. It was excellent. It stars Anson Mount as Captain Pike, who played Black Bolt. The fucking production design is amazing. It like surpasses some Hollywood movies. It is so
Isn't each
good.
episode a different crew? Like a different? 'Cause
No,
the
it's
dude
the
from
Enterprise
Vampire
crew.
Diaries is supposed to be a captain eventually, right?
Captain Kirk.
No,
yeah.
that's a little false tease. I won't say anything.
Oh, okay.
It's not quite what you think it is. I know what you're talking
Interesting.
Dun-dun-dun.
Interesting.
about. Dun-dun-dun.
So if it's not quite what we're thinking about, imagine how that actor must have felt him being revealed as Captain Kirk, and he's over here like, "No, I'm not."
This is not the Kirk you're
I
looking for.
wish.
This is not the Kirk you're
I
looking
wish I got
for.
that.
Well, because the
big break.
reveal never said Captain Kirk.
Oh, interesting.
James Kirk.
James Tiberius Kirk.
Okay.
Anyways,
They never said
I-
James Tiberius Kirk. They could have said George Kirk.
I think that's what we're gonna call it tonight. I want to thank everyone for hanging out in the chat. Beautiful, beautiful people as always. Ish, thanks for jumping in.
Beautiful
Thanks for having me on again,
Um,
guys.
people.
You know, your mom, Stick Boy, Aaron, Patrick, Corbin, everyone who jumped in. Thank you so much for checking us out. If this is
Freckle
your-
fucker.
Yes. If this is, if this is your first
Free
time finding the
comic
show,
book day tomorrow.
Free
Yeah.
comic book day.
go see Ish
Fantastic
or your
Worlds
local
Comics
comic
in
shop.
Scottsdale.
Absolutely. But if it's your first time finding the channel, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Leave us comments below. Let us know what you thought of Doctor Strange. If you agreed, disagreed with what we said about the movie, what you liked, disliked about it. Go crazy. Yeah, again, free comic book day tomorrow. Go get your free comics.
Don't
Go
forget to
see Ish
shave
and
your
Fantastic
balls
Worlds.
with Manscaped.
Yes, sir. Shave those hairy
I love
balls.
you,
Summer's
Ish.
coming up. We got Phoenix Fan Fusion coming up soon. Go get Ish. Ish said he's gonna autograph the first 100 free comic book day books tomorrow. If you come and tell him that you saw him
Fuck
on
yeah.
tonight's show.
Yes.
So
Get that carpal tunnel, buddy.
yeah. They give you a perfect little white spot on the book too, where instead of a stamp, you just get Ish's signature. Boom, done.
Do you hate it if the store stamps the
I
cover
do.
like that?
I do not
You do?
like it at all. Yeah, I don't like it at all.
You know,
Some-
we have a secret like retailer forum on Facebook. It's all the shop owners, and that's one thing. They're like, everyone's like, I want to stamp those books so fucking bad.
Yeah. I just there's a shop here that does it, and I don't go to them for free comic book day specifically
Just because of
that. Yep. But
Shameless.
Hardcore.
all right, well, that's for this week's episode of the Absolute Geek Podcast. I'm Matt.
I'm Lance. Shit, sorry.
I'm maxed.
And who's that guy over there? That guy. How do I get to over him?
That's
Matt,
Ish.
who are you pointing
Yeah,
to?
that's Ish.
Oh, is that
Hudson
me?
Hawk.
I'm Ish.
The
The Hudson Hawk. Glorious. Best movie ever.
All right. Have
I'm
a good night.
surprised I haven't been cut off yet.
No.
All you freaks and geeks,
Come all you freaks and geeks. Let's listen to Absolute Geek.
Absolute Geek,
We'll go ahead and spread our cheeks
spread the cheese.
and drink
And
some
we're for
Cosby wine.
We'll
Come on,
drink
you
some
Absolute
Cosby
Geek.
wine. It makes me feel real fine. See you next time on the Absolute